hero, because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range, Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot.
call me a hero, because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
You have slain an enemy. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range, Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points.
Enemy has been slain.
In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI. Good afternoon, boys and girls, and welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 10. My name is Getting Q here today with me for the rest of this day. It's going to be Sadafa here at the desk. We had a great round of games in day one. 2 best of 3s from both Group A and as well as Group B. But today, with 2 Group A battles and 1 Group B with more teams at our doorstep, are you excited for some of these performances? Because after yesterday, I think we've got an exciting season ahead of us.
Yeah, I absolutely feel that way as well. Going into this season, I was already expecting some really big changes just because of how all the teams have bring in new lineups, new players. We expect new meta with recent hero revamps, updates to the game, but nothing could have prepared me for what we just witnessed on day number 1. All of these teams bringing their A game. After all, it is Season 10 of MPL Malaysia, a very important landmark for the event, and of course, qualifiers for M4 as well.
All right, let's have a look at today's schedule just to keep you guys up to date with today's matches. Starting off with Team SMG versus RSG from Group A. SUHAZ Esports up against Team Hawk from Group A as well. CARACAL versus Team LUNATIX from Group B. So as mentioned earlier, 2 Group A's, 1 Group B. Which of these are you excited for? Because I cannot wait to see the performances of some of the newer teams that have come in. Well, I want to say newer teams, but Team Hawk clearly has some veteran players in it now, and Team LUNATIX.
Yeah, but if we're talking about newer teams, despite what it appears, Team Hawk is obviously going to be one of the teams that you think, oh, it's a new name, but it is the same old players. On the opposite end, it is teams like Team CARACAL and SUHAZ Esports who are fielding completely new lineups. So in a sense, they are new teams as well, so who knows what to expect. But before we move on with the games for today, we have to tell you guys a little bit about our share milestones. Obviously, if you guys want to be able to get some rewards, you want to hit that tier S, make sure you guys click on that share button at the bottom of the stream. Make sure you tell everyone to click on it as well, because you want to share Season 10 with everyone.
Share it as much as you can so that you guys can get more rewards throughout the stream. Yesterday, we hit tier S, no problem. I expect nothing less for today and the rest of the season. Speaking of which, yesterday's games have been really exciting because we did get to see a little bit of the newer metas, but more importantly, some of the newer players. And that's something that we have to see for today. It's RSG up against Team SMG. You know, couple of things to point out here. RSG has been picking up a couple of their previous players from Team CARACAL. We're seeing the likes of Kuja, Loliels, and honestly, even bringing on some big hitters. But we cannot forget about Team SMG, previous champions themselves. They also have Box in Hate for the lineup.
Yep, this is going to be a riveting match here, the first series of the day, because it is going to be a battle between two former champions. RSG MY and Team SMG both have something to prove. They unfortunately had to bow out really unexpectedly early during the playoffs of Season 9, despite really consistent performances during the regular season. So they got something to show here.
Well, speaking of something to show, I think it's time to get this first game on its way. Let's bring out both the teams.
RSG MY.
Aside from the familiar faces of the old RSG, Izanami, Kuza, and Loliels, Hawk, as well as HYHY, previously from SUHAZ Esports, will be joining the lineup today. Will this roster be enough to face off against Team SMG?
Well, the fans are excited to see how this is going to be played out. RSG MY looking to gain their former glory against their rivals here.
Team SMG.
But here we come up onto the stage, seeing Zion Senpai actually not in the lineup this time, which means that Noir will have to face his very first MPL match debut here today. But let's not forget about Box, the new Team SMG jungler. How will his performance under the guidance of James be, and how is it going to look like? Let's not forget about their new import as well, coming all the way from the MPL PH. It is going to be Hate.
This is going to be quite an international lineup here we are seeing with Team SMG. We of course can't forget that Sasa previously played for MPL Indonesia, and now with a player from MPL Philippines joining their ranks. This is going to be a very exciting matchup to watch, and both teams going to be fist bumping their way to their respective deaths. Let the games begin.
The hands of the team has been met, but let's talk about the brains of the team, the guidance, the masters themselves here coming in alive. It is going to be Coach James with loads of experience and achievements. Hopefully, he'll bring Team SMG to a higher level with Luminacy Analyst. But let's not forget about Kuja and Lexia. They have been sticking around for the scene for a very long time. Great knowledge, also a lot of experience. But they are not afraid to experiment around.
Yep, four familiar faces that are no stranger to the MPL stage. What kind of strategies will they be bringing to the Land of Dawn today, now that we have witnessed a brand new meta? Starting things off, we're going to be talking about the lineup for Team SMG, consisting of Hate, Box, Zion Senpai, Sasa, Smooth, and Noir.
I can't wait to see what this lineup is going to bring to the table here, right? This is the most international team we could actually put together. It's going to be four Malaysians technically, with two technical import players. One coming in from MPL Indonesia, Sasa from last season, and Hate, who's just debuting here in the MPL MY today. integration has been extremely key. Sasa has integrated well. Will Hate have those same issues, if not a little bit easier with the guidance of Sasa?
Yeah, that's gonna be the major question here. Team SMG was a force to be reckoned with in the previous season, and part of that was because of how well their team meshed together in terms of dynamics. Now that they've shifted up their gameplay a little bit, half the team is still around, but they've got lots of new imports, as you have mentioned. Will they be able to integrate well? You already mentioned Hate. Box from SUHAZ Esports. Will he be able to play to the same sort of style? And will he be able to go up against his former teammate on RSG MY?
And this is going to be exciting. Let's bring out RSG MY with Lexia, Link, Eza, Lolios, Kuza, Izanami, Iris, Hawk, and HY. A revamped roster here, adopting a lot of the members previously, well, which I wouldn't even say previously from CARACAL, because initially they were also from different teams and they were also from RSG, except for Link, Eza, but a lot of interesting stuff is happening with RSG. They're making money moves.
Yeah, RSG MY right now are going to be a hot name after the RSG's recent victory in the MSC, so they really want to buff up their lineups across the international stage here, bringing in the players they think they need to really push themselves into the path of victory. But starting things off, talent predictions.
Well, let's kick things off. It looks like a majority are leaning towards Team SMG, with Mars being the only one going for Team RSG this time. And personally, I think that Team SMG does have a little bit of a leg up with the help of their coach. However, there are some other issues that they need to deal with. Number one, communication. RSG, on the other hand, these players have played with each other many times before. Is that going to be enough, and can they play at the same level?
Well, let's see whether or not the audience knows exactly what's going on. Looking at the predictions here, it's actually pretty split between both sides. A slight bit more leaning towards Team SMG, as they were the more recent champions. But of course, even from us, I think this was a very difficult matchup to try and predict. Yes, most of us voted for Team SMG, but RCMY has just as much potential here.
Yep, we're also seeing a lot of the fans here live on stage. Guys, if you want to be part of the MPL, there's two ways of doing it. Number one, you can start with the hashtag 10Bersama, because these teams, they need you. And all you gotta do, use that hashtag, attach your game ID and server ID, and you can win a mystery gift. Don't forget to show your support for your favorite teams by coming up with an interesting, maybe a sweet comment. There's many different angles you can take with this, but those will be featured later on in the show.
Yep, make sure you guys show all the support you can and in the most creative way possible, because the best comments may be featured someday on the live stream, and you may get a chance to win some very lucrative rewards from Moonton themselves. We've already given out some pretty good prizes in past seasons. Who knows what to expect?
Yep, let's not forget, live here at Quill City Mall, come down, buy your tickets, because the drafting has begun.
Starting things off, this is going to be the first series of the day. Team SMG going to be drafting on the blue side, RSG MY on the red side. Starting things off, they have already banned out the Julian. This is a hero that was just absolutely tearing up the Land of Dawn yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the performance from SUHAZ Esports' Oxygen does kind of tell you that a full damage build, Julian still is going to be relatively effective at taking out single targets, maybe even more with how strong its enhanced chains can work when it comes down to initiation. Farmis getting banned out by the side of RSG MY. That's some exciting stuff because it has been recently reworked.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see Faramis being banned out and respected so much on this sort of stage, because the hero has really sadly been forgotten for such a long time, and it is nice that this revamp is giving him a new breath of life, just like how his new ultimate is basically giving his teammates another breath of life here. And it's understandable why you would want to get rid of it. That cult altar is really annoying, just the same as the mobility that Fanny brings to the table.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to get rid of just strong staple picks here. I'm expecting to see Wan. I'm expecting to see... I'm thinking whether Vexana is worth it or not, but considering yesterday's data and yesterday's picks and bans, I don't think people are really going to touch it compared to Valentina.
Yeah, absolutely not. Valentina still going to be a very annoying hero to deal with, but I do like that the way the game has sort of advanced now, the way the meta has changed and patches have been added to the game, Valentina is no longer a hero that really needs to 100% be banned out. We actually saw her get let through here and there, and teams do have ways of dealing with her simply because I feel like the meta hero pool overall now is so much bigger than it has ever been before.
I would love to agree with you, but the 100% win rate since last season still remains. We're waiting for the first loss with her in the lineup. So until that happens, I think that she's still mighty relevant. Stealing an ult from literally anybody from the enemy team is a powerful tool. However, Wan is still ridiculous. I don't know why. It hasn't been changed. Give us 4 weakness points. 3 weakness points, it's too much. It's too much.
I feel like it is going to be a bit difficult to change things back to how it originally was.
The old days.
Even so, yes, Crossbow of Tang is very strong, but the 4 weakness points really did make Wan a very difficult hero to play in the past, and the reward just didn't quite match things up. So that's a difficult balancing game to go through here. But now that all the bans have come out from both these teams, first hero gonna be picked up from Team SNG, starting off with the Akai.
Yeah, with Masha being banned out for the side of RSG MY, Team SMG going to be starting things off with a flex pick. And remember, we have Coach James live up on stage. This isn't no more to that, oh, I'm just going to relay information from afar. No, he is with the team, and he is looking to bring this lineup to M4. However, he's not the only ambitious one here. With Pooja at the helm, with Lexia by his side, they're going to be locking in the Thamus almost immediately, followed up by Eve. 2 picks which we see very prominently in day 1.
Yep, very high priority picks here with the Thamus and Eve. Eve so far having a 100% win rate after day number 1. And even though Thamus, his win rate not looking too hot, we already see exactly how well this hero is able to hold the front line, just regenning against anything the enemy team throws in his way. To respond to this, Team SMG are going to be picking up the Lilia and following things up with the Beatrix.
Yep, really safe picks all across the board here. I think, Lilia is very decent. Although it will get outranged late in the later stages of the game, the peel is just really strong. Beatrix being a very, very good gold laner. With the help of Akai, both Lilia and Beatrix will have some relevance. RSG MY, however, decide to go with the Claude. That's a little interesting for me.
Yeah, Claude has surprisingly been prioritized a lot more as a hero so far in the tournament than I would have initially thought, because the hero hasn't really been changed that much, and when you play it into a Beatrix, it does feel like a losing lane. But this is still a Lolil signature pick. I think he's quite comfortable with it, and we are seeing more teams lean toward making sure they have that late game scaling, so I can still understand why they might want to go for it.
I mean, if we're talking about signature picks coming out from Lolil, it's like, give me the Moskov at the very least. Come on, we gotta see some flavor here, Claude, I'm getting a little tired of shouting Blazing Duet. I want to see a Spear of Destruction come halfway through the map.
I mean, I can understand your sentiment there, but do you really want to risk picking up a Moskov against Sasa Beatrix?
Look, I mean, Lolios, he tried to pull off Moskov against Red Esports in last season's playoffs. I'm not going to question it if he does bring it in regular season. But coming into the last few bans here, it's Paquito and as well as Esmeralda. Team SMG follow up with Karina, and now with the last ban of this game.
Yeah, the Esmeralda and Paquito being banned out by RSG MY means that there is respect going over to Smooth. They are suspecting that this is not going to be an EXP lane Akai, and these are 2 heroes that Smooth can make a lot happen with. We saw in Season 9, Smooth really picked up the pace, becoming possibly one of the best EXP laners of the entire league. His ability to hold the lane and then transition any advantage he has into more map pressure for the rest of his team is really instrumental to how well Team SMG were able to perform previously.
I think Smooth has some great flexibility. He knows his matchups very, very well. He knows when to stall. He knows when to press his advantage and take map control. He's got a good eye for these things, and with the team to back him up. And now, honestly, with Hate as their mid laner, I think things are going to change. And I want to see how Team SMG is going to utilize Hate's mechanics in their team. Now, first pick, the second phase, going over to RSG MY. Looking at the lineup from Team SMG, nothing is really set in stone other than the gold laner and the mid laner. They're going to respond with the Matilda to pull people out of dangerous situations.
I like that. I think that's a good choice here, especially when you are dealing with an Akai. The heavy spin would usually be a death sentence for any other member of your team, but having the guiding winds to pull them out of those dangerous situations, not to mention making sure that they can escape from the minefields that Lilia are inevitably comfortably going to plant down is a very valuable thing. But that also means that RSG MY is going to be overall lacking in frontline tankiness, and a lot of it is going to come down to HYHY on this Tamus.
Yeah, I want to see how HYHY has developed, because previously when he first debuted in the MPL under Orange Esports, he was the dedicated EXP laner, and then eventually transitioned into a gold laner where he didn't play marksman as often when he was with SUHAZ Esports. Now, Team SMG going to be locking in Cho as well as Phoveus. That's not too bad. There is enablers for the demonic force in the likes of Matilda and as well as Claude. Both have dashes. One can even pull people towards her, which is also considered a dash. And let's not forget about Tamas as well.
Yep, and I do kind of wonder exactly how demonic force interacts with heavy spin. Oh, does that count as a dash?
It doesn't count as a dash.
No.
Body Slam does count as a dash.
Okay, that would work there. So looking at Team SMG's lineup, that does indicate that Box will be playing the jungle Akai, and most likely this is a roam Cho. Noir, obviously this is going to be his debut match in the MPL. Starting things off with Cho is quite a flex here, not an easy hero to play.
Yeah, especially with the lineup that RSG MY has specifically, getting these big catches on primary targets like Claude for an example, because Claude can easily just take Purify to get out of the way to the dragon, to be fair, but knowing Loliels, I think he might greed out here.
Could greed out. Claudes do sometimes like going for the average just to farm faster, or even the vengeance just to make sure that they are able to really frontline for the rest of the team, but that won't really be necessary since the jungle Baxia, played by Kuza, will make up for the squishiness that RSG will have with the Matilda roam. With both lineups completed and locked and loaded, we are going into game one, first series of the day, and the crowd is excited. We are looking at the teams right up on screen. I hope that you all are prepared for what is about to be a riveting game.
Yep, this is going to be interesting for our first debut game of SMG and RSG with their new lineups here. Let's jump into the land of Dawn. For all intents and purposes, for everybody out there watching from any MPL, this is going to be a standardized rule. If you notice on the top right-hand side of our screen soon, you will see the version of patch that we are playing on. And it's important to notice that we are playing on 1.699. Later in the season, there will be updates. However, there is going to be a big patch coming out down later in this season that we will not update to, and all teams have agreed to make sure that they play before the emblem changes.
Indeed, that's going to be quite something to look forward to here. But starting things off with this game, so far, it does look like Sasa is going to be able to win out in this lane. We already predicted this. Beatrix is a very difficult matchup for the Claude. In terms of emblems as well, I can see that the teams are actually going a little bit greedy. Hawk having the avarice on Matilda, and even Smooth, interestingly, going for the same emblem on Phoveus.
Interesting. He's going to get average. I guess he wants the trade. He knows that the trades are going to happen. He can minimize that damage, and he wants to be able to profit off of it, right? I think that's the sentiment here when he's playing the lane. However, Box and Kuza, ooh, the 50-50 didn't work out in Box's favor, and Kuza now hitting level 4 slightly earlier and has the better clear speed compared to Yakai.
Somehow that just seemed like such a wholesome scene, though. Both junglers just farming the same camp at the same time, right next to each other without trying to whack each other. That is nice, but now Noir in the bottom lane, trying to get a stun onto Loliels. Guiding wins though, gets him out safely.
Yeah, and now Sasa, he's got a considerable EXP lead onto Loliels, so I can understand that Loliels is calling in for Hawk to actually help him out with the lane, get him a couple of waves, because once it's level 4, it doesn't really matter at that stage. I don't think Loliels wants to trade too hard against Beatrix.
So far, we can see the first turtle of the game has officially spawned up top, and both teams are playing very closely around it. Demonic Force already popped down, doing a lot of damage to Kuza as the heavy spin gonna be pinning HYHY against the wall, but Tamus, not an easy hero to take down. We are now 4v3, first blood, going over the hate as he draws the first kill of the game in a brand new MPL.
Nicely done. He might get a second one here. He's looking for Kuza, predicts it well, gets a second. That's a double here, already achieved by Hate. Box and as well as Smooth, making sure that they have their eyes set on the goal, take the turtle down.
Hate making an impact. Obviously, our import player from MPL Philippines already showing his stuff. The first 2 kills of the day and first blood of the game, giving a very handy 1.8k gold lead instantly to Team SMG.
I mean, really good plays coming in from Hate. He's getting some good predictions down in the movement of Kuza, netting him a double kill. But now where do they transition this lead, right? They've gotten the turtle, and the question is, do they want to press their advantage or do they want to kind of slow things down? Let's keep an eye on Noir specifically, because he's helping out Sasa in a winning lane.
Yeah, that's gonna be really painful for Lolils. He already has such a rough time farming on this Claude, and it is very important for RSG MY that Lolils gets the farm he needs. He is their late game safety check, basically their win condition, but now HY in a bit of trouble.
Yep, Demonic Force already procced here. Can he actually catch him with the Eye of Astaroth? He finds it, and HY pops his on as well as Vengeance sees Hate. He can't seem to run away in time as Smooth slowly chunks him down. They might just go for the tower dive here. If he lands inside, yes, he does. Ooh. And that just means that Hate gets to knock him down. Man, Hate does not miss.
Yeah, absolutely not. Living up to his namesake right now. You can feel the hate for the enemy team. He is going to chase them down to the ends of the earth. And Smooth doing such a good job of keeping HY under lock and key with that demonic force. That was perfect spacing of his cooldowns to make sure that the Tamas would never get too far away.
Yep, nicely done. And Smooth now getting significantly ahead in the lane. I think it's going to be really tough for HY to take these trades now that Smooth did get his Clock of Destinies. So I think he's got like a 2-minute timer before these trades get really bad for HY.
Yeah, and you never want to be in that situation when you are playing on a Tamas. This is a hero that should be able to hold lane with no problem and even pick up kills here and there. Right now, he's sitting on a 0-2-0 kill score, and with the turtle coming back up, that means that he's most likely not going to be able to provide his team a hand in taking this next objective.
Loliel with a recent purchase of the Demon Hunter sword. They're slowly wrapping around, making sure they take the space for the turtle so far. Purple buff is still up, but Kuza doesn't need it. This is a more important objective to take. Both XP laners are going to be rotating down, but here comes the initial attack coming in from Noir. He doesn't find the way of the dragon as the real war manipulation comes down. It's going to be Box who finds the initial take, but HY has to hold on, pops his vengeance to survive. Demonic Force and Smooth plays this well. Top 3 out. HY almost dying here. He wants more, but he can't finish them off with the Demonic Force. That's Smooth going down. Izanami playing it well with the help of Hawk, and Hate gonna continue trying to run down anybody he can find. Another real war manipulation. Hate survives, and that could have been so much worse for RSG MY, but they walk away with a single kill.
Honestly, that was just excellently played by both teams. Box already, we know, even from his days in SUHAZ Esports, is really good at those retribution timings. And when you combine that with the heavy spin to push away Kuza, he can basically guarantee the turtle. Not to mention Smooth and Sasa doing massive damage to the rest of RSG MY. But they were able to actually disengage from that very effectively, making sure to use their dashes to try and force Smooth into the tower instead of allowing him to get easy pickoffs.
I think Smooth played that as good as it gets, right? I mean, he was using the iframes from the Demonic Force to dodge some significant abilities like the Molten Scythe, and arguably when the real world manipulation came down, he took a couple of hits before disappearing and reappearing on the enemy on his targeted enemies. However, they were so low. It could have been so good for Team SMG. That was almost guaranteed 3 kills, but they couldn't get in on their targets. I mean, Hate especially had to take his black shoes super early on.
Yeah, I think that is just props to RSG MY. Like you said, that should have been a total dominating fight from Team SMG, so the fact that they were able to plan out their escape route well enough to get out is just real props. But another fight is now starting. Sasa gonna be focused down by the Blazing Duet as Box gonna get caught out in the backline. Real world manipulation. He wants the Beatrix, but the flicker gets Sasa out. HY looking for the Beatrix in the backline. Hate dealing 1v3. Does he have black shoes? Yes, he does. He gets back. Loliel's gonna be able to TP out with the Battle Mirror image as Noir gets the kick off the Kuza into the Demonic Force. Hawk dropping real low. Astro's Eye gonna find him in the back line as Kuza gonna get picked off. Smooth, not quite done. He's still falling. him. Matilda gonna get carried out. Lolios being chased down by Noir, misses the flicker, but Smooth picks up the kill onto Izanami. Noir, does he still want to go for this? Lolios looking very juicy right now. He's actually gonna choose to recall under the tower. Noir, he's gonna let him go.
Oh my goodness, finally they get those retribution kills from earlier, taking 3 down, and Smooth, my god, he lives up to his name, didn't take the demonic force, let Izanami feel safe running away before taking him out with a flame shot all over again. It's not as easy as it looks, because I would have absolutely tapped the demonic force for sure.
Yeah, me as well. It just speaks to the discipline that these players have to be able to make those sort of split-second decisions. And although RSG MY has been doing a good job of responding to Team SMG's aggression, the net worth lead for Team SMG has now expanded to 4,000.
Can we also talk about Hate's fancy footwork earlier? 1v3ing 3 members of RSG MY, but hold up, hold that thought. It's Team SMG looking for an opportunity to punish, but no, it is read by HYHY. He backs off, and bottom tier 1 is going to get traded for top tier 1 between Team SMG and RSG MY.
I think this is good macro decision making from RSG MY. Yes, they will end up losing a whole lane of towers, but when they are behind at this stage of the game, they have to make those trades, recognizing that most of Team SMG is in the bottom lane. They decide to make the move up top.
Well, looking up on top side, I mean, RSG MY is specifically sticking together. They refuse to kind of split up now, and they're telling HYHY he's got to be really careful, because now Team SMG are making these macro team plays, right? They're looking to isolate these fights. They're looking to look for pick-offs against RSG MY, and the only person who can get them out of these tough situations is Hawk, and there's only just one of him.
Yeah, Hawk can only do so much to be able to save his teammates from getting caught out. And speaking of that, Noir gets the kick onto Kuza, but he's 1v4 right now. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome. A few well-placed blasts from Hate will make sure that RSG can't chase them down.
Yeah, for now, I think it's going to be stalemated for a while, and Team SMG playing very similarly to how they were in the regular season of Season 9. They like to take their time, they've got a lead, maintain that lead, and wait for the right timings.
Yeah, timing right now is going to be very important, because the Lord has now spawned onto the Land of Dawn for the very first time. Now, this is not a Luminous Lord, so even if RSG MY were to give this away to Team SMG, it is not too big in terms of damage. But they need to make sure that they're able to buy enough space for Lolios to continue getting farm, because their win condition right now is pretty behind as compared to Sasa.
You know what, speaking of which, let's pull up the item list real quick, just so we can have an idea of where they are in their build. I'm curious to see how far Lolios is, because I think he recently purchased a golden staff at some point, and he should be able to start dishing out some serious damage now. Alright, yes, so now he just has to full stack his Art of Thievery, and maybe we could potentially see a turnaround for RSG MY.
But we can also see that Sasa has gone for a second item, Wind of Nature. Blazing Duet gonna drop Hate down real low, right into the real world manipulation. Kuza buying a lot of space as Noir jumps in the backline, tapping out. Izanami guiding wins, not enough to get him away from the demonic force. And Team SMG pick up a single casualty from the opponent's side, forcing RSG to give up the Lord.
Oh, it's a 3-for-4 ult trade here, and it's not looking good for RSG MY. I feel bad. Honestly, I feel really bad for Izanami. Oh, hold on. Kuza gets hit by Box with a body slam. Hate walks right into the shield unity, but Kuza's going to get away with the help of Hawk as they sit right on top as they juggle aggro and sacrifice their mid-tier 1. And RSG MY, knowing that they have lost the Lord, decide to go for the map play.
Team SMG is absolutely terrifying right now, because if we just look at the way that they are taking these team fights, it is so coordinated and so surgical. RSG, they have a team lineup that requires them to play a big front-to-back death ball. They need to make sure that HY and Kuza are taking most of the heat to ensure that the backline isn't being caught out. But Noir and Smooth are making that so difficult for them, simply because of how well they can play around this positioning. And then they also have to think about how much damage Hate is doing on this Lilia.
Yeah, and I mean, Izanami, unfortunately, even though he did have that support system, was getting bounced around, trying to get back to the guiding winds, but getting knocked by the heavy spin, and then initially getting pushed away by Smooth's flame shot, and on top of the fact that he was getting kicked by Noir. He was basically a ping pong ball.
Yeah, but now the Lord gonna be pushing into the base. This is not Luminous, but it's poised to do a lot of damage. Blazing Duet literally doing nothing to all of Team SMG, forcing Loliels back the tower. Gonna drop down as Heavy Spin unfortunately will not find any stragglers. Team SMG, they should be quite satisfied with this.
When you were asking about the Heavy Spin proccing Demonic Force, considering it a dash, were you talking about if you were up against it or if you get hit by it?
Get hit by it.
Because we get confirmation right now that when you are hit by the heavy blow, you will proc that Demonic Force.
That is really annoying for RSG MY. Just so many free Demonic Force procs, and now with the Beatrix just constantly poking down these towers. This is the strength of this hero. Despite all the nerfs, still in meta, able to take down these objectives from so far away. That has to be frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, RSG MY hit the 32k power spike, but Team SMG are way beyond that. They've hit 38k, and now with a third item already done and dusted, they're looking to get their fourth in RSG MY. This is a ticking time bomb with such a low kill count. Team SMG are on the cusp of turning this game onto RSG MY's heads. With the Lord Advantage push, able to get 2.8k gold off of it. Ooh, a 4k lead now to 6k. This next 38 seconds is going to be important for RSG MY.
I feel like we have to highlight that they did 25,000 tower damage with the first Lord of the game. That is ridiculous. You usually expect this first Lord to just die without doing much at all when you are in an even state. The fact that Team SMG were able to push in, take 2 inhibitor towers and not lose anyone, they are firmly in the driver's seat.
I mean, when you're looking at RSG MY's composition, not a lot of them have effective wave clearing mechanics. Like Loliels, yes, he can clear waves technically, but how many of his resources is he going to expend? Izanami great at clearing waves. HY can kind of clear waves, kind of in the same situation as Loliels. Hawk can't really do the job. Kuza also can't really do the job.
We can see from their items as well that basically everyone on RSG MY is currently working on a physical defense item. They recognize that Sasa is becoming a problem, but this is not... Oh my goodness! Kuza, where did you go? Loliels jumps in with the Blazing Duet, but Wind of Nature gonna keep Sasa alive as Smooth buys time with Hate in the backline. RSG can do nothing as Hawk is chased back to his base by Smooth.
This is going to guarantee that Team SMG takes the Lord, and this is a Luminous 112 minutes. And I think this is going to be checkmate very, very soon, as Team SMG will now press their advantage with their 8k gold lead 14 minutes into the game.
This is rough for them. With 8,000 net worth difference, this is already reaching the point of no return for Team SMG. If the difference was still a little bit lower, it would be difficult, but there is still potential for RSG to claw their way back. Right now, as long as Team SMG doesn't make a major mistake, this game is basically as good as won.
Yep. Now, they're synchronizing the waves, but more importantly, they're forcing RSG MY backwards. They want to take that very final inhibitor turret, and they can easily do so. And in the process, they can actually get a couple of shots off onto key targets. And Sasa, he's just going to take his time with this. He can sit here and shoot it all day long. Anybody want a body block and take at least 1k damage? Be my guest, as the Luminous Lord makes his way to the crystal.
Fox gonna be pushing Kuza out of position, and well, you're a tank. Guess what? You're not. Blazing Duet not gonna do anything as absolute chaos unfolds in the base of RSG MY. Real world manipulation does not matter as Izanami is picked off. They do find Sasa, though. Currently one member of Team SMG down. But what does it matter if your crystal has been broken into?
Clean game coming out from new Team SMG. Some fancy footwork coming in from Hate. We've got Box making sure he does not miss his retribution. Sasa stable as always. Smooth doesn't miss a beat, but a debut from War to shut down Izanami.
Just an incredible performance from Team SMG. RSG MY, they put up a really solid fight here, but from what we can see from this single game, Team SMG right now are the team to beat.
GG, well played to Team SMG, but this is only game number 1. Game number 2 going to be on its way soon, and I think there's going to be a little bit of a draft change, most likely, coming in from RSG at the very least here. Because, as we can see, one of the biggest problems that they have, wave clearing was such an issue. They lost 2 inhibitor turrets because they were getting sieged, and they had no way to kind of defend themselves against Beatrix, and especially when you're very ult-reliant.
Yeah, absolutely. RSG MY, their lineup really depended on them being able to at least go even in the side lanes, making sure that HYHY and Loliels would get a good start. The fact that they ended up losing both those lanes really put a damper on their plans because, as you mentioned, not enough wave clear, so they need to make sure that they have heroes that can pressure the enemy in exchange for that. Once they lost out on that potential advantage, they found themselves constantly on the back foot. And with the lineup they have and the style of play we see from Team SMG, it was a pretty easy victory.
Yeah, I think, you know, just a couple of synergies here. Whoever gets these procs that can actually proc the Demonic Force coming in from Smooth, and that being Cho, or Box coming in with the Kai, allows Smooth to have some really easy targeting. Let's not forget that Loliels easily gets jumped on whenever he goes in with the Blazing Duet, and I think Noir had some really good, a really good showing when it comes down to making a decision. Do I stop a real-world manipulation, or do I have to focus my attention on threatening the Claude and canceling the Blazing Duet? And I think Noir did a perfect job.
Yeah, Noir did really well here. We highlighted a little bit of doubt in the draft because this is, of course, his debut game in the MPL, and going for the Cho is not an easy choice to make considering the complexity of the hero. So he did a very good job prioritizing targets here, but I do think that a lot of that did come down to the space that Team SMG made as well and how smart they were in their draft. Noir, all he really has to do is target Izanami. The rest he can leave to his team.
Yeah, I think they did a great job. I think Akai on Box was looking pretty good. Kuza was having a really rough game, despite the fact that, you know, Baxia naturally has just faster wave clear and can rotate even faster than the Akai. Just a lot of movement control coming in from Team SMG, especially when Noir is, you know, keeping an eye out on Baxia's movements. Hate having some fancy footwork and buying that extra bit of time to allow Team SMG to back him up in some dire situations. Team SMG had a really good showing.
Yeah, it's just really well played, really fun to watch. Let's have a look who the MVP of Game 1 is going to be, and it is going to be none other than Hate in his very first game here in MPL MY, an 82% match kill participation and 0 deaths the entire time.
Man's here just to impress. Welcome to the MPL MY. It's great to have you, Hate. First debut game, first MVP from his team. Nicely done. I mean, his build obviously very typical. He does take the anti-cuirass in case he gets bursted down by the Claude, and buys him a little bit of time, but overall, I think you can tell by his mechanics, his fancy footwork, the way he positions his shadow balls, he's best of the best when it comes down to the mid lane, and a very good pickup for Team SMG.
Yeah, Team SMG right now are really looking in championship position, but of course, it is only the first week. Anything can happen, but if this is anything to go by, this momentum is something that they can ride all the way. Let's have a look at the highlights from that very exciting game.
Starting things off in the big fight up on top side right before the turtle. I think this is just well done. We do get to see a lot of well-played mechanics coming in from both Smooth and as well as Hate. Noir starting things off very well, but this is where Smooth really gets the big chunk outs, right? He tries to go for Kuza. If he just targeted Kuza first, he probably would have gotten him as well, but unfortunately, the kiting from RSG MY was a little too good. The fancy footwork here from Hate did buy a lot of time for Team SMG to wrap around and completely take them out, but check this out. Izanami was about to walk away. Flame shot right now, boom, double kill.
Definitely don't expect getting shot in the back of the head like that, but Smooth showing off his namesake right now, and after that, every single fight, you could just see how much control Team SMG had, simply because of the advantage they had built up for themselves. Their heroes are more than capable of standing on their own, whereas RSG MY is forced to fight together, and because of that, it allows them to exert so much more pressure, play so much more freely, and have control of the fight exactly the way they want to take it.
I think Team SMG are not changing their style of play. They are playing very controlled, cool, calm, and collected. And now that they have players that, well, I'm surprised how coordinated they play, considering that they have a lot of, you know, import players from all across the different regions of MPL. I'm curious to know what kind of language they speak. Is it a mixture of BM and English? Because again, I'm pretty sure Hate doesn't speak BM. I know he speaks English at the very least. Sasa, I would assume so, right?
I would think it has to be English, but who knows? Only the players really know for sure. But before we move on to the next game, let us tell you guys about a brand new hero that will be gracing the land of Don Fredrin, who will be available starting on the 12th of August. He is a tanky fighter who can restore HP by the damage that he deals. And of course, just like any new hero, his new skin will only cost 51 diamonds for the first 2 weeks. So make sure you guys log into the game and grab him the moment he becomes available.
I'm really excited for Fredrin here because again,
Same.
EXP laners, like I'm all down for more EXP laners.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I do feel like the EXP lane has been in a bit of a lull lately. Yeah, Tamus is fun, Esmeralda's cool, Uranus is good.
Charisma was fun.
Yeah, but I want to see something new, and I think Fredrin is going to bring that breath of fresh air that we're all hoping for into the EXP lane. Really excited to see how he might shift up the meta once he becomes available here in MPL.
Or he could just be a perm ban. I mean, we've seen it
True.
many times before with a lot of these new heroes hitting the MPL stage. But yeah, I'm excited to play him in pubs, and hopefully, well, personally, I'm hoping that the hotfix that they put onto Rizla gets reverted back. I would like the movement speed. That'd be really great. That'd be awesome. But let's go into the recap of that previous game to give you guys an idea, and especially for those who are just tuning in, as game number 2 will be happening shortly. Now, looking at the compositions, right, you would assume that there are some very clear teamfight mechanics coming in from RSG, but as you mentioned before, the side lanes really took some punishment. HY in the early game, which he shouldn't have lost, really was well done by Team SMG. The way that they rotated was a little different, I would say. They would push a little bit of attention down to SUHAZ's side, give them that information of, hey, maybe we're going to press our advantage down bot, because, I mean, Beatrix, it's a winning lane against the Claude. And that's when you see Hawk move down. Immediately, you see both Hate and as well as Noir take advantage of topside.
Team SMG has always traditionally been known as one of the best macro teams here at MPL MY, and it's only in recent seasons that we're really starting to see a growth in terms of micro gameplay too from all of their players. When you smash them together, this is the result. Just really good decision making across the map, knowing exactly which pain points to hit. RSG MY, I do like their idea here. They recognize that they're lacking a little bit of tankiness, so they go for the Baxia jungle. But if you look at their lineup overall, they have no consistent damage. They're relying fully on Loliels to pick up in that late game, but otherwise they don't have enough burst, they don't have enough scaling DPS to deal with what is coming out of Team SMG.
Well, I do think they have DPS. I think it's very conditional, right? Because Loliels, you can't expect him to honestly just auto-attack everybody to death compared to someone like Beatrix, right? There's no comparison there. It's about the blazing duet, blowing up 2 to 3 people, and you're expecting the real-world manipulation once you have 4 damage items on Izanami to do the rest of the work. That's kind of the combination here. However, every single time you see the real-world manipulation come up, there is no real world where Izanami is going to get all of his charges off. Heavy hit, heavy blows coming one after another. Then we start to think about, oh no, he gets hit by Cho. Then he gets hit by Phoveus Asteros Eye. And even Kuza, he felt that as well, right? He's going around the map. And even though last season's stat, he was doing well, this season, it's a bit of a rough game 1.
Yeah, I do think that, yes, so the Baxia is a signature pick for Kuza, but I do still want to see him more on those high mechanic assassins. Those are the heroes that he really became known for when he debuted in the MPL. I want to see him pull those off because it does feel like assassin junglers are starting to come back more into the meta. As compared to tank junglers, yes, they're still there, but I think it's a much more balanced situation as opposed to the previous season where if you don't go tank jungler, you're basically throwing the game. Now, there is legitimately a choice to make depending on what strategies you want to play, what team comps you want to go for.
I think, honestly, when it comes down to what team compositions teams are going for, it's about experimentation a lot of the time, right? And I do agree with you. I would expect Kuza specifically to be like, I want to play assassins. Give me assassins. That'd be awesome. And the same can be said about Box. Because when we've seen Box, what do we know him for? Marksmans, assassins. The tank meta has kind of made him shift, have to really change and focus how he kind of looks at overall team fighting now in this meta. But we got to talk about Hate specifically. He's got a history of just being a runner-up, and then you know what? Getting a runner-up at the M3 World Championship wasn't enough, and Hate decided to come to MPL MY.
Yeah, he wants to show what he can bring to the Malaysian meta here, and this is just a really glowing resume here from Hate. We already saw how well he can control the battlefield on Lilia in that previous game. Will this cause RSG to decide we can't afford to give that away? Is Lilia now a hero they have to be wary of? That is the problem with these newer players. You don't know what they're going to bring to the table.
Exactly, and I want to see how deep Hate's pockets are when it comes down to whether or not he is going to take bad matchups as mages. I think that Yves would be kind of boring to see, so I would like to see him play something exciting. Maybe a Vexana would be really cool to watch. Xavier is also a really interesting hero for him to play, and I'm very confident he will perform well.
I think on the topic of mages, this is a good time to kind of talk about the recent mid lane changes as well. There was a pretty big update to the mid lane in a couple patches ago where they changed the number of minions in the mid lane and completely removed having cannon minions at all, allowing mages to clear up mid wave a lot more easily, which opens up the opportunity for much more roaming and pressure on the other lanes. That's why you're seeing teams shift more towards early mid game mages to constantly go for Xavier and Cecilion like before. But we'll find out exactly how that works because the draft phase for game number 2 will now officially begin.
All right, let's jump right into it. And coming back to your point about the changes to the mid lane, right? It does come at a little bit of a cost. It does mean that, you know, Lethal Wanderer becomes a little bit more important for the mid laners as well as the junglers. Obviously, you want to give it to the junglers, but there are situations where, as we saw yesterday, it's actually worth it for the mid laner and the support to actually take the Lethal Wanderer to really maintain and catch up in terms of levels.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And of course, the map pressure and vision that the objective provides as well is very strong nowadays, especially if more mid laners are starting to roam around. Having full vision over one side of the river just negates a lot of gank attempts and make sure that your side laners have the better start that they need.
I mean, not just negate gank attempts, but delay gank attempts for taking a longer path around it. There's many ways that you can actually abuse it, but hey, let's look at the draft so far. It's the Yves, Thamos, and as well as Valentina coming in from RSG MY. Team SMG responding with Julian, Wan, as well as the Farmus as well. It looks like Team SMG also give Farmus a heads up.
Team SMG going to stick largely to the meta picks here, but RSGMY choosing to ban out the Eve and the Tamas, 2 heroes that they picked up themselves previously. This kind of indicates to me that they might want to pick up a hero that Team SMG played in the previous game. We mentioned that Lilia might be up for contention, but right now it does appear that Beatrix is going to be the choice.
Yep. Looks like Lolios is going to go on to his comfort of Beatrix here, denied off of Sasa, but I think Sasa has shown that he can play a number of different marksmen. Team SMG going to be locking in Masha and as well as Akai once again. The Masha is going to be really frustrating to deal with.
Already, this is pretty terrifying from Team SMG. 2 really tanky frontline fighters, and of course the heavy spin is going to ensure that Vox secures basically every neutral objective in the game. So to counteract that, RSGMY going to instantly pick up the Diggy to counteract that Akai, and the Esmeralda just for comfort.
And I'm guessing it's going to be Esmeralda with Avarice just to farm as much gold as she can possibly get and keep on trading against Smooth. I'm guessing Smooth on this Masha. I mean, Masha can easily go into the support position, but for all intents and purposes, I'm going to just assume it's in the EXP for now. As we go into the last pick of the first phase coming in from Team SMG, they could opt to show their mid laner now and then look to just ban out as many mid laners in the second phase.
That is one choice. The other choice would be to pick up Sasa's gold laner here, because now that Beatrix has been locked in for RSG, they might decide to ban out more marksmen in the second phase as well. Looks like the oh,
interesting.
This could go either way.
Yeah, this could go mid lane, this could go gold lane here.
And I think we do have to point out LUNATIX as well. This hero also received a little bit of an update a couple patches ago, where now her darkening does damage based on a higher percentage of the target's max HP. Does not matter if you are a tanky hero, if LUNATIX gets farm, you are going to melt.
Yep, I mean, that Esmeralda isn't going to have much of a good time. I mean, previously when we saw LUNATIX come up, it's mainly because, hey, we need somebody who deals magic damage, we need somebody who can actually chunk out the Esmeralda no matter how tanky she gets. LUNATIX was the go-to until she got reduced, and now that she's kind of back to her form, well, to a degree to her former self, there has been a resurgence in it. Team SMG, on the other hand, will be dropping off the Karina. They don't want Karina to be assassinating their main damage dealers, which would indicate that this is going to be a mid lane, no, gold lane LUNATIX, potentially.
Gold lane LUNATIX. I think it can still go very much either way, and that's exactly why Team SMG picks up this hero at this point. It's making it difficult for RSG MY to decide whether or not they want to ban marksmen or mages because they don't know where LUNATIX is going to go. Looks like their choice is going to be on marksmen, getting rid of that Popol and Koopa, and Team SMG also get rid of the Lilia.
Get rid of Lilia. Is there a possibility? Is there a real world where Team SMG is looking to get Matilda and then maybe getting a marksman, potentially Popo and Koopa? If not Popo and Koopa, probably Clint, I'm supposing. RSG MY though, let's look at what they are going to be selecting for their final 2 picks to finish off their composition. They are still lacking a jungler and as well as a mid laner.
What is going to be the choice here, and what does RSG want to ban out? Do they still want to hone in on marksman? I don't know if it's worth it banning out any more choices now, because Brody, Clint, all of these options are still on the table. So actually, they decide to ban out Daryl. So they might actually be considering that this Masha is not the EXP laner.
Okay. Let's think about this for a little bit. So if Dyroth is gone, they're making sure that Esmeralda doesn't have a bad matchup. Now, Team SMG, they probably see this, right? And now they have a lot of flexibility. I guess they just... Do they just show an assassin jungler if they wanted to? But the Akai's already there. Instead, they're going to go with Grok. So flex upon flex upon flex. You still aren't 100% sure where everybody's going right up till that last pick.
I do think that this is still most likely a Grok roam and a Masha EXP lane, because the days of Masha roam are a little bit behind us, thank God for that.
Yeah, that was a rough time.
I think Team SMG go for this because they want to keep this LUNATIX as confusing as possible for as long as possible, not allow RSG to have a good mid/gold lane matchup. So what is the choice going to be here? Benedetta locked in for RSG as well as the Cecilia.
Benedetta jungle. Okay, I'm curious to see whether we're going to see another unbending will Benedetta or if it's going to be the natural killing spree. Well, we don't know which build Kuza's going to go. We'll find out once we jump into the game, but Team SMG have one final pick here. Where is this LUNATIX going? Let's get a confirmation. The fact that they banned out the Karina, I would assume that it has to be some form of auto attacker, something that Sasa is comfortable with, which is either Clint, Brody, Popo, and Koopa, all of which we've seen him play in the previous season. I don't think it's Popo and Koopa, mainly because it is going to be the Diggy, as well as that is banned, but Claude. This is worth it.
I was personally still kind of hoping that this was a gold lane LUNATIX simply because we know Sasa can play it and it would be very interesting to watch, but nope, this is going to be hate on the LUNATIX in the mid lane, and the Claude picked up by Team SMG this time, showing that they're the ones who know how to make this work, and this could be quite effective as well, considering that the Blazing Duet would catch out the big group up around Time Journey.
Interesting. I like the reads coming in from both of these teams. Very interesting drafts in the way, well, the thought process behind their drafts. But it's time to be jumping into this game. Team SMG up against RSG in game number 2 of this best of 3. Right now, Team SMG at match point, and it's going to be real tough here because they have to deal with Masha and as well as a LUNATIX, which we haven't seen in a long time with so many mage picks up. Can this Diggy protect their entire team to reach that late game? Let's find out back in the land of Dawn.
This is going to be yet another battle full of bloodshed between these two teams as Team SMG wants to secure that 2-0 victory to get those juicy 3 points on those standings, whereas RSG MY wants to make sure that they are putting up a fight here in their first game of Season 10.
All right, this is going to be some exciting stuff because Kuza already going to be on that Benedetta jungle. He does go for the Demon Slayer this time around. He wants to be able to kind of speed up his clear. It's not going to be as effective as it was before, but it still gets the job done. Noir and Hate rotating super early on to try and take away and peel away the support from Loli Yells, chunking him down as low as possible.
We can see that Team SMG recognized this lane dynamic once again. They were on the opposite side before, so they know that the Claude is going to have a hard time against Beatrix. And speaking of a hard time, Vox getting chased out of his jungle by HYHY.
That was a good read by HYHY. He knows the timings, and after clearing his own, he's oh wait, hold on, Lolia's able to kill Noir here. Finds one, takes away a flicker as well, and Sasa getting back into the fight with his battle mirror image. A bit unnecessary, but it does give Kuza the opportunity to throw him off.
That was just a little bit of a mistake from Noir there. He wasn't able to get the extra armor from his passive because he was playing in the middle of the lane. He definitely underestimated the amount of damage coming out of Hawk. We have to remember, Grok is very vulnerable to magic damage.
Yep, he's got to be careful, and especially this early on in the game, those auto alarm bombs do hurt.
Looking at the emblems overall, it does look like both teams are going for pretty default emblems overall. I do see that earlier as well, Smooth did actually pick up the Swift Boot, so he might be going for more of a damage build on this Masha as well.
Yeah, he's probably going to be stacking up the traditional stuff. I don't think he's going to be the on-hit Masha, but he definitely is going to go for the traditional Twilight Armor sort of situation here. Sky Guardian's Helm. Kuza gets pushed away by Box for now, as Smooth does find him and is going to push him as far away as possible. Izanami's going to struggle to get in here, but HYHY just giving vision. Can't really do much about the situation, but notice on bot side that once again, Sasa not having a fun time here.
Yeah, but at the very least, he is still matching up in terms of EXP against Lolils, and that's the most important thing for a Claude in this sort of matchup, ensuring that he at least keeps up in terms of farm. Hate now, gonna be caught out by the falling Star Moon, but Brilliance gets him out.
They're taking it nice and slow here with RSG looking to press their advantages across the map. Team SMG are just waiting for their item power spike before they can really do anything, right? Smooth is going to take a little bit of time. Sasa is on the losing lane. Noir is the only person who can really kind of open things up for the team if he helps out Hate push in the mid lane.
Yeah, but he still has to be very careful because Grok, unfortunately, is not really as tanky as he used to be, so there does need to be some smarter decision making. But now HYHY caught out by the heavy spin. Hate coming in with the Darkening. There's that extra damage we talked about. Kuza gonna be forced to dash out of the clutches of Team SMG.
A clean catch coming out from Team SMG on HYHY. They catch him off guard, and I think that's still good, but RSG are still playing for this bottom side. If HYHY goes down, it's going to slow his scaling, but he has Avarice, so he has a lot of time to work with.
Yeah. Team SMG, they do have to be a little bit careful because the late game scaling on RSG MY is pretty strong, but simply because they have to make sure Sasa gets his farm. They themselves cannot afford to play too aggressive early, but here comes Hate once again, Darkening doing lots of damage to HYHY.
Oh, really chunking him out. Luckily, HYHY still has his Regenerate for now, and the Frost Moon Shield is going to help him top off his health. Let's look at the items so far. Boots complete. Sicilian going to be going for the Clock of Destiny. Sasa still struggling and is forced to get the plated leggings to ensure that he can somewhat survive.
We can see, though, that Hate did not actually even have a single item before that. That is the passive damage from the Darkening that makes LUNATIX such a danger to deal with here. This is a hero you have to make sure you shut down early. Otherwise, the scaling is just going to become completely unstoppable towards that late game.
Speaking of unstoppable, Noir just making sure he can zone out Kuza from getting in on this. I mean, Box needs to hit level 7 here, so he's going to slow down. He comes in with a... Oh my goodness! Kuza manages to get, but he jumps back into the fight and ends up sacrificing his life, baiting as HYHY Izanami are just seconds away from actually getting back into the engagement. But Kuza has done his job, stealing the way of the turtle.
I feel like that had to be a mechanical error from Kuza there. He could have gotten out of that no problem. I get the feeling he might have auto-targeted his final dash and that resulted in him going backwards when he would have been able to escape with it, but he did still steal the turtle, so that is not a bad result for RSG MY.
Ah, man, it happens to the best of us, The auto-targeting system can sometimes be very helpful, but also can work against you in some trying times. But as you mentioned before, yes, it is important that Kuza was able to actually take away the turtle this time round. With another 67 seconds on the clock before the next one appears, Kuza is going to try and dash across the map, but Smooth actually getting an early rotation as bot side has already fallen, and RSG MY making sure that they can take a potential second turret. Ooh. Now they're looking for it, but the time journey comes out, Box and able to get them with a heavy spin, but Noir finds the flicker onto Hawk, doesn't get anything off of it. Hate now in trouble, goes into Brilliance, doesn't get hit by the Sanguine Claw, able to have some smooth moves, Darkening popped up, flickers on towards Sasa's side, and unable to get enough damage to kill Kuza, but he's so low and even Box ends up falling to the damage of RSG MY.
And that's exactly what RSG are looking for right there, a beautiful engagement, taking advantage of the fact that Box simply went too far with that heavy spin, underestimating the duration of time journey, putting him out of position, going for Hatred, getting that kill. All very important things. And now with 2 tier 1 towers down on their side, they're sitting on a comfortable 2k net worth lead.
Ah, it's such a feels bad because Hate was so close to taking out Kuza. He was on a sliver of health, but let's not forget that some big battle spells have been blown by Team SMG, and they won't have it up for this upcoming turtle fight. 2 flickers down, and Sasa does not have his sprint.
Now RSG MY are the ones in control. They're going for the turtle, even using the Electo final blow to secure it. Team SMG know they cannot contest this, and now they are going to be playing on the back foot. RSG MY right now doing a very good job of maintaining their mobility and just dancing around Team SMG.
Let's not forget that. Oh, wait, actually, let's not forget that Box actually sacrifices his orange buff to Sasa to actually speed him up in lane. So he is sacrificing a little bit of EXP, and Kuza now overtaking him in levels. That's going to make a significant difference when it comes down to these neutral objectives. Whoever has the higher level amongst the junglers usually have a bigger retribution.
And besides that, we can see that Lolios is comfortably farming. He already has his Blade of Despair and Malefic Roar completed. Sasa not even achieving that golden staff just of yet. So RSG MY in a comfortable spot. Lightning Trunkion and Izanami as well. Their scaling heroes are really starting to pick up the pace.
Yep, they're getting into position, and the damage is going to really hurt. And Team SMG just has to staunch the bleeding for a little bit longer here. It's just a 3k gold lead in RSG MY's favor, so it's not like they can't recover from this, but they can't afford to bleed any further. Noir is trying to slow down this wave as RSG now focused on objective tower gating.
This is very smart from RSG. They know Team SMG want to give more farm to Sasa, so they're going to be focusing on one lane, allowing RSG to play on the opposite side of the map and continuously get towers for free. Kuza now even threatening the buff. Did he steal that?
Yeah,
I think
he did. He has the purple. He has the purple buff aura around him, and unfortunately, Box doesn't. He's gonna fall even further behind here. 11 to 10 so far, and now the Lord is spawning in the next 7 seconds or so. Sasa is just back to farming. They know they can't contest this.
I feel like we have to comment a little bit about how we were talking about Kuza is known for these assassin heroes. Let him play an assassin hero. I didn't expect it to go this well the moment he shifted over to a more comfortable pick.
Yeah, he is very talented at this, but now HY.
Oh!
My goodness, the damage. Where did he go? Where did Noir go? He has protection, but not enough magic resist to deal with Izanami, who's been stacking up this entire game and blows him out of the water.
I think we have to note Noir did end up going for Dominance Ice as his first item, so he doesn't have things like the Athena shield to protect him from the magic DPS coming out of RSG, which means that the heroes like HY, Izanami, and Hawk, he is basically not a tank at all.
That's definitely a feels bad. There's nothing you can do about it, but now let's see how much of an advantage they can get from this Lord push. Smooth jumps on top of Lolios, already using his shockwave, but Noir unfortunately can't do much. One more bad impact is going to be enough. So close. Kuza looking to get him, uses his eye for an eye to close the distance, but again, there's just too much. It gets disarmed by Smooth before noticing, hey, 3 people may be a little too much. I'm going to take your purple buff and start pressing for these outer turrets.
Noir was literally living on a prayer there in that last fight, and now we are seeing a problem. This Diggy pick from RSG MY is full countering any engagement Team SMG has. Heavy spin, wild charge, it does not matter. It's just all negated, and that means they have no way of effectively starting the team fight.
Well, speaking of starting a team fight, they might actually want to book it here because it's going to be tough. They're trying to take out this Lord as soon as possible, and Loliels and Izanami are just farming autos here. Bad impact stacks just increasing, and Loliels just slowly sieging it down. The same thing happened in the previous game, but on Team SMG's side, they're getting a bit of a taste of their own medicine.
I think just from these 2 games, we can tell that Beatrix is going to be a contested hero. This cannot be allowed to go through anymore. RSGMY currently 6.5k net worth ahead of Team SMG. It's definitely a gap that can be made up, but considering the amount of pressure they're placing here, that's going to be very difficult.
Yep, Smooth getting his shockwave on top of Loliels. Once again, the Thunderclap doing some good work, but doesn't have enough damage just yet. Electro final blow from Kuza. He's on top of Noir for now as they are trying to clear the way, but again, there's just too many members from Team SMG side. They have to back off. Heavy spin coming out from boxes. He tries to make a play. Noir conceals, but he gets revealed straight, and now he's in trouble. He has to use his unstoppable force to get on out of there. He can't afford to take any more of this damage.
This is just rough for Team SMG. They do have heroes that can consistently tank the sniper shots from Loliels, but for how long? That tower is going to fall again for free. And with that, it'll only be 1 inhibitor left for Team SMG. The damage dealt is literally split in half. RSGMY in full control.
This is not a good look. This is not a good look at all. RSG MY getting small leads and now accumulated to a 6.4k, 6.3k lead against Team SMG. 12 minutes into the game, it looks like a repeat of history with the tables turned.
This is just rough for Team SMG, but RSGMY in a dominating situation. Lord is going to be up in the next 10 seconds, and right now, what can Team SMG do? There is no way to engage. There's no real way to pick people off considering how far behind they are in terms of gold. What is the game plan here for them?
Well, fight it out. Box already losing 50% of his HP from the bad impact. He gets sniped away by Loliels, but the backline getting attacked by HY. He's trying to get his darkening off, but Smooth has done as much as he can. HY getting close to death. They find it with the Thunderclap, and now Kuza on the run to trace down Hane. He sees that he cannot get there any further. The conceal from Noir gives them just enough space, movement speed, and time to back off.
That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but RSGMY are definitely the winners of that one, as now they don't have to contest with the retribution from Box. Noir providing some vision, but he has to be careful not to go too far, as now the backline going to be jumped, but Loliels has Wind of Nature, will survive the Blazing Duet. Sasa not quite able to finish off Hawk, but does find Kuza, so Team SMG do get a nice pick off there.
It was a good attempt, very good attempt. And I think Team SMG, you're starting to realize that hate is starting to scale hard. Oh my. Oh my, that was a little too close for comfort, but hey, you know, they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. Team SMG holding on. Let's look at the item list so far, and that's what you want to see. You want to see that club with max items.
Yep, so right now Sasa only 1 item away. It looks like it's going to be a defensive choice here to make sure that he can match up to Loliels. But the same can be said for the opposite side. Loliels actually going for full damage here. He doesn't care about living because he knows that his team will be able to buy him enough time. As the game now continues, we can see that the net worth lead for RSG has actually reduced a little bit. But with Luminous Lord pushing up top side, this is a very important defense for Team SMG.
RSG pressing into enemy territory. Box does find Kuza. He does have sort of an angle, but it's not worth it with these Lord and Power minions being a big priority as they lose 1 inhibitor. Box is going to get pulled back by the rest of the time, but Sanguine Claw allowing him, Loliels, to take him out with a single shot. And now they have to deal with Lord. HY falling. Star Moon on towards Hane's side. He's in trouble, but the backline is already dead. Noir is gone, and Hane can only watch as Sasa comes in with a Blazing Duet. It's over. RSG even the score 1-1 against Team SMG. 3.
We knew we were gonna expect an exciting series here, but who could have predicted the intensity of these two teams? The RSG fans in the crowd feeling very satisfied with their team's performance.
Absolutely. HY coming up on the line finally against Smooth of all people, and Box struggling to find these angles. GG, well played to RSG as we move on to game number 3. Look at that crowd chanting.
What a way to start the day here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you have your snacks with you, because I'm pretty sure that all of our butts were glued to our seats in that tense game number 2. A total reversal by RSG MY, showing that they as well are a champion team.
Absolutely, and I mean, they are just feeding Team SMG a taste of their own medicine. It feels bad to get sieged by Beatrix and being unable to do anything, having a great counter pick in Diggy to make sure the Akai cannot find those big engagements.
It's just such an easy solution. You would think that after you see the Diggy picked up against the Kai, you wouldn't home in too hard on CC after that. But picking up Grok for Noir as well, that's just asking to get punished every single time you engage.
Yep, looking at the item build so far, Sasa tried his best. He was farming hella hard here, and Box was sacrificing EXP and farm over to him, but unfortunately in the end, it just did not matter here. Lolios with Winsome Nature easily could one-shot Sasa as soon as he appeared and tried a Blazing Duet in front of his face. Man, one sniper shot is all it takes, but the rest of the team, HY specifically in that last fight, was able to zone off 3 people with only 4 items.
Yeah, we really do have to give props to HY here. This is much more his comfort zone as compared to the style that he used to play in previous seasons. Being able to buy time and set up good team fights for his team. Even though he ended up dying at the end there, which I feel like should not have happened typically, but understandable because he's up against a Lunox, and like we mentioned, it's not really going to matter how tanky you are. At the end, his job was done. Being able to create that space, being able to defend that back line, that's all RSG MY needs to claim victory.
Yeah, and I think Hate was really trying hard to, maintain that distance, but the space created by RSG's HY was more than enough. Beatrix had a single target to deal with. Benedetta could chase anybody down who was low, and more importantly, Izanami just being like a nuclear threat button. Every single time an impact collateral hit a collateral or just made sure it hit, it was just too deadly. But our MVP of this game going over to the man, the myth, the legend, Loliels himself. Good to see him back up on stage with a match KP of 89% and a perfect KDA of 6-0 and 2 match GPM of 902. You saw how much damage he was able to pump out.
900 match GPM is not easy to achieve, and Loliels was just having such a comfortable time farming his lane. Yes, as compared to game number 1, Sasa was doing a pretty good job of matching him in farm, but once you got to that mid-game, he just had absolute domination. So easy to just pelt the members of Team SMG with bullets when you don't have to worry about being CC'd at all.
Yeah, it's really tough. It really is tough. Loliels unlocked here in game number 2. It's exciting to see how both teams will adapt in game number 3.
Yeah, I think we also have to give props over to Kuza. The Benedetta gameplay was really, really good. Other than that one single mistake which got him caught out, which was after he stole the turtle, by the way. He was just really doing such a good job here. We can see in these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. Unfortunately, I don't think Noir really got to do anything this game.
Yeah, no, he really didn't. I mean, a lot of the damage of the early game was coming in from Hawk, and that's just magic damage, right? And unfortunately, for someone like the Noir playing on a Grok, magic damage isn't exactly his forte unless you spec into it and build into it. And I think RSG MY really just had his number.
Yeah, I think we can look at some of these clips as well and see that Time Journey isn't an ability that only has defensive applications. It can also be used very aggressively, because if your team cannot be crowd controlled, there is no way for Team SMG to peel people off of their core backline members. And this allows RSG to just have complete control over the battlefield. We see towards the late game, Loliels had so much farm that the tanks are not tanks to him.
Yeah, Oh boy. I'm just looking at Lolios in those final moments. The shotgun damage was just too much. He was already doing 3.1k damage with the sniper rifle, and the moment he whips out Wesker, it's just people are disappearing. Grok didn't exist. He basically didn't exist. Oh boy. I think at this stage, it's going to come down to overall drafting, right? Both teams are mechanically sound with the way that they execute on some of these team fights. Well, Kuza, he's warming back up again, but with you guys and all of the help and support, you guys deserve a reward. 500 shares already achieved. Take the code down below. Get your rewards. There's more to be earned. All you gotta do is keep on sharing. Let's get to tier S by the end of today. But coming back towards Kuza's performance on that Benedetta, yeah, after that one mistake, he was having it real smooth. He was all over the map.
Yeah, just really, really well done by Kuza as well. I think if we're talking about other players as well, they just all did really well. Izanami on that Sicilian. Typically, I think like Sicilian, not so good in this current meta because he can't roam as much. But in exchange for that, HY was everywhere. It's like, our mid laner can't really move, so I'm gonna do it for him.
Exactly. I mean, the control that he had was so very good. But it's all about adaptations here. And game number 3 is going to be happening soon as the teams need a break. So with that being said, from us at the caster's desk, we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be back right after this.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The impact of the collision between champion teams continues to be felt here in our first series of the day. RSG MY successfully bringing the series to a tie against Team SMG. Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Staffa, joined once again by Gideon on the caster desk, welcoming you back to another day of MLBB action.
With game number 3 very closely going to be on its way. These teams, they came out so fast. We had a 5-minute break. By the 4th minute, they're already seated, ready to go. That's how pumped up and prepared they are. And I think it's really coming down to the draft, right? It really is. And I think, you know, the Akai pick might be hovered around, maybe even flexed a little bit more depending on blue side or red side. But first, 800 shares have already been achieved. You guys are smashing these milestone goals right out of the water. We're getting there. 1,000 is the next to hit, but claim your code and take your rewards while it's still on screen.
I'm honestly really impressed here to see us hitting these share milestones so quickly, because as compared to previous seasons, it did take a little bit longer. It goes to show a lot of you guys are really enjoying Season 10, and we just gotta spread the love of MLBB here, because these teams are playing with their lives on their line to claim that crown once more.
All right. That being said here, let's have a look at how the players are going. They are eager to get this game going. And don't forget that you guys could be here to experience the live stage. All you gotta do is buy tickets and come on over to Quill City Mall here in Kuala Lumpur and check out the MPL for yourself. Let's look at the game recap, and you can tell by the draft alone, the Akai and Grok were struggling to get these picks against a Diggy.
And when your primary initiation strategies are basically rendered useless, it becomes a lot more difficult for heroes like the Lunox and Claude to really be able to output damage consistently. And speaking of the Claude, I do kind of feel like this is a hero that shouldn't really be prioritized as much as we are seeing here, because at the end of that game, he was nearly full on items and he still wasn't doing enough damage against RSG. So something needs to shift here in this marksman meta.
Well, I'm not entirely sure here. I feel like Claude is in an awkward spot because he is always going to be relevant with such a game-changing ult when it comes down to these team fights. Whether or not it gets kills, you are still at least getting 50% of your enemy team's HP if they are just clumped close together, if not more. And we've seen it in many different regions, whether it's ID, whether it's PH, and arguably whether it's in Cambodia as well. Claude is still an extremely relevant pick.
I guess it's just a little bit of bias for me personally, because I don't really like watching Claude that much. He just feels like a very boring hero. You farm for most of the game, and then you come in, do a big ultimate, and hope that it does enough damage. I want to see stuff that's a little bit more dynamic now, especially since I feel like the meta is shifting more towards that early mid game. You need to be able to secure that lead and make sure you're not too far behind, or once that late game hits, you're basically sitting ducks in the water.
Well, speaking of which, let's see how dynamic this is going to be in the next drafting phase. Next phase. Gotta get my mouth working properly again. All right, Team SMG now on the blue side up against RSG MY on the red side. Julian as well as Wan never gonna see the light of day here. Valentina as well as Farmis, same goes. Game number 1 draft looking very, very similar in terms of bans.
Now the big question is these final bans as well. With Team SMG banning out the Diggy, it does seem to imply they might still want to go for the Akai. And I like those faces on the coaches and analysts here. They're looking at each other knowingly. It's like, you really just did that, huh?
Yeah, James is like, I guess we gotta ban the Diggy. And Lexia looks over, they really banned the Diggy, boys. But with RSG MY, they see the Diggy ban, they're like, okay, Akai's most likely going to be that first pick. Are we going to let it through? through? Are we going to ban it out? Is it worth it? And what is the giveaway, right? Because 2 major picks are gone. Do they still want to ban? Oh, instead they ban out the Beatrix.
Yeah, that's understandable. Beatrix has been a core part of the winning team in both of the previous games. Getting rid of it just makes sense. Now, Team SMG, do they want to first pick the Akai again? Yes, they will. Diggy is gone. Why not?
Man, this has got to be so boring for Box. Like, if I was in Box's position, I'd be like, oh, I got to play Akai again. All right, all right.
Kind of stuck in a box.
It hurts. I don't want to be here anymore. This got significantly worse for me. But let's look at RSG MY's position, right? They know for a fact that Akai was going to be that first pick coming in for Team SMG. If we can see it, they definitely saw it. How are they going to respond? Because HY, the last time he picked up Thamos, didn't have the best game in the world. Does he want to pick it up again? Yes, Thamos is going to get locked in as well as the Yve. Very similar draft to game number 1.
This is curious from RSG MY. Yes, both these heroes are very strong, but right now we are replicating the draft from game number 1, which they ended up losing. So I am hoping that they have a solution to be able to deal with this, because heavy spin is such a huge deterrent to heroes like the Tamas and the Yve, who both want to not be CC'd to really output their kit.
Yep. If history repeats itself, we should be expecting a Lilia pick here. Okay, there we go. And is it going to be Esmeralda? I did see that the request was coming through. Yep, there we go. Esmeralda and as well as Lilia getting picked up for the side of Team SMG. And Esmeralda is a signature pick for Smooth. So it's going to be a tough matchup for HY, but RSG MY have learned their lesson from the last time. They're going to pick up Cho now and deny it from Team SMG. So we're seeing a lot of, evolution and adaptation from specifically the draft in game number 1.
It is quite interesting though. I personally don't really like the Cho on the side of RSG here. Yes, they want to deny it away from Team SMG, but I don't feel like it really contributes enough to the rest of their team. I guess we'll see what happens with the rest of their lineup, but right now, Team SMG have really annoying heroes to deal with.
Yep, they're banning out the Karina. RSG MY bans out Popo and Koopa. Does that mean that they're also... Are they going to force Sasa onto Claude and they have some kind of better matchup? I mean, technically Lolios can play Moskov. We've seen him play weirder picks before. That wouldn't be too much of a surprise if he did. But Team SMG, on the other hand, what could they go for? Atlas gets banned out here. That's an odd call, but let's see what Team SMG decides to go do.
I think RSG MY want Irritel.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. Huh. But wait, wouldn't you want a marksman that could actually benefit off of Purify rather than just having Sprint? Or do you think Lolios is just so greedy that it's like, my positioning is too good?
No, basically what I'm thinking right now is that if RSG MY are going for the Irritel here, it makes a lot of sense because they ban out the Atlas, which is one of the few heroes that can really put a lock on Irritel. Other than that, Irritel is a really annoying marksman, has a lot of mobility, so it's actually kind of difficult to pin her down with the heavy spin as well as Lilia, and since they already have Cho and Eve causing a lot of chaos, it gives a lot more space to Lolios if he goes for that choice.
Okay, speaking of space, they do deny they do deny the Benedetta pick. RSG MY going to be locking in the carry. 2 fat tanks, no problem. We're going to cut through it with true damage. I like it. I like it coming in from RSG MY.
I guess that makes sense, though. I do still kind of feel like Irritel would be a little bit better because, yeah, she doesn't quite have carries passive, but still does a lot of damage with that heavy crossbow. We'll see what the choice is going to be from Team SMG, and it is going to be that Brody, another classic Sasa pick.
Yeah, I think Brody, great matchup into the carry. Very oppressive if he gets a good trade. However, what is the support coming out from Team SMG? It's going to be Ruby this time. Okay, so at least they have dedicated ways of canceling the real-world manipulation. You gotta respect that. You gotta respect that. They have CC at the very least, and I think it's really good for their team fighting overall. RSG MY, on the other hand, they gotta finish up their composition here. What is the jungle pick going to be this time for Kuza? Is he gonna go for something? Is he gonna go for like an assassin into the tank jungle. Akai, Ling maybe? Is he gonna go for something really flashy like a Lancelot potentially? Which, again, assassins in this stage of the game, when you see an Akai, are already not exactly the best matchup. But then you also have to deal with Ruby, which is even worse for you if you get into close quarters.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but I don't think Ling is a really bad choice for it. Hold on.
Thamos jungle?
What?
Thamos jungle? Question mark? Wait, we're seeing the
What?
switches. We're seeing the
It
switches.
is.
Thamos jungle.
Thamos jungle. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Now that we see it's HYHY playing show, suddenly I agree with this a lot more. This is a hero.
What?
Yeah, like I thought it was gonna be Hawk playing on it. I thought like, oh, they picked the show just to deny it from Team SMG. I completely forgot about HYHY.
That's fair, that's fair. The flex picks upon flex picks, the layers, the depth coming in from both of these teams, showing their veterancy. Look at that crowd, showing their support for their favorite teams. You could be part of them, but more importantly, this Game 3 needs a conclusion of this best of 3. Team SMG with a lineup dedicated for team fighting, looking to scale, but is it going to be enough? With so much CC, the only problem that they have to worry about is true damage, significant ults, and gosh darn hard protection for their carries. Let's jump into the land of Dawn.
This is going to be the deciding game in our first best of 3 series of the day. Both teams have already shown their mettle, being of championship material. And I'm just really excited to go into this. We're heading over to the player cams, having a look at how they are feeling before the game officially begins. Gideon, in terms of the drafts here, what are you feeling?
Okay, so I was thinking about a couple of matchups here. Cho into Esme, again, very volatile matchup. It could go both ways. It really depends on what HYHY took as his emblems. Smooth, again, 2 signature picks coming in from HYHY as well as Smooth. No surprises there, right? We go down to the bottom lane, and then we start thinking about the marksmen in the gold lane, right? That's where we see Brody up against the carry. Very Brody dominated, but carry will eventually outscale him.
Yeah, that is true. So it's gonna be up to Sasa to make sure that he wins out against Lalil early on in the lane. But we also have to talk a little bit about the roamers here. Having the Angela on RSG MY is actually going to be very strong, because if he does camp out in the gold lane to assist Lalils, that makes it a lot more difficult for Sasa.
That is true, but I don't know. I think it's surprising because, again, when you have Angela, you're going to be thinking that, oh yes, this is a way to protect ourselves. But then there's just layers upon layers. We are seeing that Smooth is playing Esmeralda. If you're talking about shields, Esmeralda absorbs a good chunk of those shields every single time he gets on top of them. So I think it's really going to come down to the timings of these fights. What abilities are up and how they're going to be situationally aware, battlefield aware in a matter of fact.
And whether or not RSG MY will be able to play around that heavy spin as well. They have a lot of squishy heroes that want to be able to output damage, and Akai can put a stop to that very easily since they no longer have the time journey to be able to respond.
It's tough call. It's a tough call, but you can see that even the fans are really excited to be here, and you can be filling up those empty seats if you want. But in the meantime, we've got some troubleshooting to do, making sure that competitive integrity is maintained at its highest here at the MPL MY.
Yep, for those of you who may not be aware, if a team does feel that something is up with their phone, something is up with the game for one reason or another, then we will make sure to pause the game to be able to troubleshoot it and ensure that everything is spick and span. After all of us, we play MLBB. You don't want to end up losing a game because of technical issues, and even more so one on the scale of MPL.
Yep, it's too important in these matches, and every single one of these points count. Unfortunately for both of these teams, they will not be able to get three aggregate points, but right now it's who is going to get that 2.
Yeah, they definitely want to get that, hopefully. But now, thinking about how this game is going to go, I think a lot of these team fights are going to be very important because, again, we mentioned the heavy spin, the ability of RSG MY to be able to play around that, and other than that, being able to scale up well in lane as well. Lolils is going to, again, be a very heavy point of contention. We already mentioned the gold lane. The carry needs to get farmed. But about the EXP lane here, we saw in the previous game, both HYHY and Smooth like to leave lane often to help gank other lanes. When you have a Cho versus Esmeralda here, I think one of them is going to have a lot more utility in this sort of factor.
I suppose. I don't know. I think the hardest part for me is that the influence is going to be decided on which side of the map they want to play with through the mid lane, right? Because I think at this point of time, it's going to be both supports playing around mid to get that early clear and help each of the laners out. I mean, the logic behind it is that, you know, coming in from RSG, if you are going to be playing that Eve, level 1 is going to be the roughest part of that laning phase, right? You won't be able to outpush a Lilia, and Lilia naturally wants to be fast. But in SMG's defense, they're probably going to call their own support either to double down on pushing out the mid lane, but just in case there is a little bit of extra help.
Then that kind of begs the question here, does the support assist the mid lane or the gold lane here? Because Eve against Lilia and Carry versus Brody are both rough lanes for RSG.
Yeah, I think they are both pretty difficult. But if we're talking about EXP, this is the lane that doesn't need help. This is the lane where Smooth is like, I'm going to be fine. Don't worry about me. Make sure Sasa, the man, is going to be okay. I mean, look, his average KDA from last season alone, 4.2. He gets 4 kills at the very least every single game. His GPM isn't the highest, but you can see that he is pushing lanes as much as he can, getting small advantages elsewhere across the map because his average kill participation is only 55% of the game. So out of 10 fights, 5 to 6 of those fights, he will be there or show up.
I think Smooth is basically the pinnacle of what you want to expect from a really annoying EXP laner. He does such a good job of distracting the enemy team in fights by simply threatening their backline, by tanking damage, by split pushing the other side of the map. Everything that Smooth does, there is a purpose to it, and that goal is to make space, buy time for the rest of his team.
Yeah, and buying time is so very good. But let's have a look at some of the comments of the team management themselves. Kuja talking about Kuza. Kuza has good leadership skills and a brilliant decision making. He is very brave, and his unwavering attributes is what makes him valuable. So, that being said, I mean, we're talking about Kuza here specifically. Leadership skills from such a young player and brilliant decision-making, already so young and all getting so much experience since his time debuting with Iblis in MPL, now after COVID in Season 10.
And honestly, when you bring up Iblis from all those seasons ago, Kuza has had such a glow-up overall.
Right?
Honestly, even when he was with Iblis, he really seemed to stand out as a player due to his mechanical capabilities. And now that he's playing on this stage, we know exactly what he has to bring to the table, giving him these really high-level assassins with these mechanics. He will make it work, and that does require really good decision making and an unwavering attitude in the heat of the situation, because being able to pull off those sort of micro skills in situations where you're being pressured by these really strong MPL players is not an easy thing to do.
Absolutely, and imagine it on a world stage. If you are brave and you are considering everybody else as essentially... Whoa, we are having a lot of support coming in from RSG and even some of the players themselves. I love you, husband. That's so personal. Oh my goodness. And some of them holding both banners as well.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta give support to all of these players. Yes, we may support one team or another, but when it all comes down to it, we all love some good old MLBB action, and every single one of these people on stage is deserving of massive amounts of respect.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are the best of the best. They are here in MPL for a reason. Man, if only we could get a conclusion to this game number 3. There's so much to talk about once we jump into it and kind of see the emblems and, more importantly, just how they prioritize which lanes to focus on the map.
Yeah, feel like from what we've seen in the previous games, these two teams are actually a lot more similar than we may have previously thought, right? There's the same sense of macro and micro play from these players, their decision making in the heat of the moment, their contention for neutral objectives. You could see that Game 1 and Game 2 were basically mirrors of each other, where when one team has the advantage, the way that they play is basically the same as the other.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the only difference between them is either habits, which again, we need a little bit more time to really accumulate and decipher how they kind of look at a situation, but more so their draft. Their draft priorities are significantly different from each other. I mean, the Akai pickups consistently coming out from the side of Team SMG, that's about the only thing we can pick up from other than Beatrix.
I'm just amazed that Team SMG has gone for that Akai first pick 3 times in a row, and we're all just sitting there like, oh, okay, that's a thing, yeah, that's normal, you know?
Yeah, that's where,
that's normal, right?
I mean, Akai's still viable, I get it, he's strong, he's got really good ult, like, but I would have liked to see maybe a Lancelot at some point in time within this week. We'll see, things could easily change with the rest of today.
I think when we talk about that though, something you mentioned earlier about Box specifically is that when he debuted with SUHAZ, he was known for playing assassin junglers, and I do agree with that, but I do think that nowadays he actually leans more towards tank/fighter style.
Tank meta ruined him.
Yeah, I think tank meta did kind of ruin him, right? Because in the previous season, he did much better on tank heroes and fighter heroes as compared to assassin heroes. Like, he played a really mean Paquito, but when he went back to heroes that he was previously known for, like the Lancelot, it didn't quite seem to work out as well. Maybe it's because of the meta, but I do wonder if, like you mentioned, the tank meta, they kind of ruined him a little bit.
The influence of the tank meta is going to scar us all. It's something to remember and something we hope never comes back. Or me personally, I don't know. I just have a deep hate for the tank meta. I'm pretty sure some people enjoyed it, others didn't. But let's have a look at some of the team management comments on towards Hate. Hate has proven himself by going to M3. He got the skills and high understanding of the game. He's not afraid to voice out his opinions as well, and he can certainly bring a lot of positive vibes to the team with his easygoing personality. Imagine somebody being called Hate and having an easygoing personality.
I think the hate shows up in-game. Outside of game, you gotta maintain, you know, a friendly, easygoing style because you gotta be able to mesh out with your teammates. But once you're in-game, you just gotta throw all the hate at the enemy team.
Look, he is an M3 qualified and runner-up player. There is a lot of history and a lot of awards he has earned for himself. Has he gotten the main title itself? Not just yet, but he's getting there. He's building up towards it.
I think this is also a good time for us to kind of discuss the concept of importing other MPL metas to MPL MY. What is the impact of bringing in players like Hate and players from PH and ID to join the ranks of our local players?
Look, we're just following the ideology of One Malaysia, right? You know, you got to make sure you have a bit of everybody mixed in, making sure that you get that culture, and more importantly, their meta, and really incorporate it into the Malaysian style. Because so far, I think out of all the drafting that we have done and the name and brand that Todak has put on the map in international tournaments, a lot of people look at MPL Malaysia and like, yo, that's some crazy stuff that we pull off sometimes. And that might not necessarily work for every one of the teams here in Malaysia itself.
So it does come down to whether or not they can influence our meta or our meta influences them.
They go back to it goes back to the Philippines. It's like, I don't know what's going on anymore. Why are these picks so boring?
They go back to their own country and they start langar everywhere, you know?
It's hard to break out of the mentality.
Yep.
But let's have a look at last season's stats coming in from Sasa here. And again, very consistent stat line all across the board. It doesn't matter which players are doing it, with an average of 4.9 on his KDA, but a higher GPM than Smooth. But at the very least, his kill participation is slightly more by 2%.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Sasa's average GPM last season was not higher. This is a player that will usually keep to the gold lane for as long as it is necessary. So seeing these stats is kind of surprising, considering that he did do a very good job last season. And I just kind of want to see how Sasa can evolve from here on out.
I mean, We'll see how it's gonna go, and I think that Sasa is just a consistent laner so far, but we haven't seen him really pop off here. We've seen him just do, I wouldn't even say the bare minimum, but I would say that it's just really hard to punish him, whether it's in lane or in a team fight, unless you dedicate like a significant amount of resources.
The way I always kind of look at it is that Sasa is the final boss of Team SMG. You have to get through everyone else, and then at the end, you gotta be able to overcome Sasa to really claim victory here. Typically, the smoothest Team SMG victories is when Sasa doesn't have to do anything. Because that means that the rest of the team is so dominating that Sasa is just like, alright, you guys can handle it. Yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? A lot of the shot... I'm not entirely sure who's doing a lot of the shot calling now, because I would have assumed it was Zyme Senpai. But now that Noir is part of the team, right? Who is doing the shot calling? Is it purely Sasa? Is it going to be Smooth? Is Noir the one voicing out the shot calls here? Because I think from the side of RSG and after the management comments there, it's very clear that Kuza is kind of dictating how the game needs to be moving and kind of paced.
It's interesting to bring up the concept of shot callers here as well, because typically you would expect the team captain automatically should be the shot caller, but that's not always the case as well. I think the team captain for Team SMG now is Smooth, if I'm not wrong, and previously it was Sasa, so I kind of wonder if these kind of changes in leadership affect the team's gameplay overall.
I never really thought of that. I would assume that once you take that leadership position, you have to kind of have to respect it, right? It'd be kind of weird if you were questioning leadership all the time, every single decision that's being made, right? There'd be a lot of miscommunication, or at the very least, just clashing and delay on the execution. But I suppose that is a good point and something to keep in mind and maintain and watch throughout the season to see if it does become a problem. Is there like a different style to Team SMG if they put Zyme Senpai back in? They take Noir out, or maybe they start switching things over. It's a little hard to say.
Because I think when you are put in a leadership position, it does actually help a lot if you're aware of how to play different roles, right? Because if you put someone who only plays a single lane, like throughout their entire life, they've only played that one single lane, and you put them in the leadership role, you make them the shot caller, like yes, they are able to view things from their perspective. Like let's say you are an EXP laner, you become the captain, you're the shot caller, you decide how you want the team to engage. You're gonna put a lot of emphasis on yourself buying time and deciding how the rest of your team wants to position to make the most use of the space you are creating. But if you are a player that has played multiple different lanes, multiple different roles, you know exactly what every player on the field knows and wants to do, it becomes a lot easier to view things from multiple perspectives and decide, okay, this person wants to play like this, how can we manipulate that in tandem with these other players?
I think that's why we see a lot of captains for a lot of these teams being in the support position, right? Having that kind of overall perspective, and more importantly, as a support, your main goal is to figure out how these lanes work and how they kind of apply, and so how these matchups go about, so that he can actually make the most amount of impact while still, as he's rotating across, being very aware of each of the lane situations and how the jungle is going to be moving accordingly.
Yeah, I can agree with that. The support position will usually be able to view the map the most objectively, because they're going to be the ones moving around, as compared to someone in the gold lane and the EXP lane. They're gonna generally be stuck in their lane and having to take time from their farming to look at what is happening on the map to make a more objective decision may not necessarily be the best choice.
Yeah, oh boy. I can understand the frustration on the players at this point. It looks like this technical issue is taking some time to fix, and thank you guys who are watching, patiently waiting for this game to commence, as we are too. Hopefully it does get fixed relatively soon and we can jump right back into game number 3.
Yep, but of course, just another reminder for those of you who might be watching at home. Right now, you can come and watch the games live, see the players physically right in front of you here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. All you have to do is buy some tickets. If the tickets are sold out for this week, you may be able to catch it next week as well. We're going to have 8 weeks of regular season, and every single match will be happening live here for your viewing pleasure. So if you want to support the team live with the rest of the fans here in the hall itself, make sure you guys go check that out.
Yeah, and just to spice things up a little bit for you guys who are deciding to come on over here, don't forget that you can actually meet some of these players themselves. There is going to be meet and greet sessions and a lot of goodies being given away at the same time. So get those added extra benefits coming to the live stage when you have the opportunity, or if you're planning to come down to KL, visit Quill City Mall.
Yep, on top of that, we also do still have share milestones. We've already hit 800 shares so far. We're looking for that 1,000 share milestone. So if you guys haven't clicked on that share button yet, make sure you guys do so, because you want to make sure that once this game commences, you, your friends, your family, you don't want to miss a single moment of it.
Yeah, man, I'm hoping the BM side is doing all right here, because they're playing all around the stage right now, and this is quite a long break. But with that being said, with 1,000 share on the milestone, thank you to everybody who has been sharing the stream. So sorry that you have to wait for the troubleshooting to be done, but while longer, we're almost there. But let us hit tier S, just 200 more to hit that final milestone for you guys to get your rewards. Claim the code below while you still can.
I'm just kind of impressed at myself that we hit 1,000 share milestone the moment after I mentioned click on that share button so we can hit the 1,000 share milestone.
Okay, all right, let's calm down there, buddy. It could be coincidence. They could have been waiting for this whole time. We don't know. We don't know for sure.
Production just forgot about it, and then I mentioned it's like, oh yeah,
yeah,
by the way, we have.
They quickly look on over. Hey, but it looks like a timer is actually given for the troubleshooting. It looks like the players are. It looks like it may have been fixed. It could be a quick redraft, and before we jump back into the game, which is great for us because at least we have a timing to jump back into the game.
That is always nice to have here. Obviously, we have been waiting for a little while here. Apologies once again. Troubleshooting does take some time, and we want to make sure that everything is proper and perfect before these teams continue on into the land of Dawn. But now, with 2 minutes left on the timer, honestly, we've already talked about what we can expect of these teams once we head into the game. We talked about leadership positions. We talked about the players being important from other countries. I'm gonna be honest with you. What else can we talk about here?
Well, we can talk about the potential for Malaysian representatives maybe going into M4 and how we're going to be tested with international, because so far it looks like MPL Philippines has been dominating the international scene so far, right? And we're looking for potentials. And again, with the performance of Orange Esports during MSC, getting a pretty good run, in a matter of fact, you know, during MSC, there is a lot of hope for, you know, teams other than Todak to make it an M4 and really making a name for themselves.
Yeah, it does kind of go to show that you can't count out some of these newer teams, newer players, because yeah, like you mentioned, Orange Esports, I don't think anyone really expected that much of them in the previous season, but they made it all the way to MSC. They did a really good job even matching Todak's performance overall. So who is going to be joining the ranks of M4 this season? I think Todak especially have to be a little bit wary. Their position may not be as secure as they think.
Thank you to everybody being so patient for these moments and for the troubleshooting finish. It is time for game number 3. Let's jump right into it as HY and Kuza working together in tandem. A fast take, and now Box in some trouble as Noir is trying to stop them. They do this. Does he actually get the orange buff? No, he does get it in time, but HY unable to finish off that kill, and Kuza is going to retreat with Hawk, but Noir and HY, this is going to take some time, but HY is level 2. He should be able to get out of it. Oh, that's a failed flicker.
That is a little bit unfortunate there, but I'm surprised at how quickly Kuza was able to hit level 2 there.
Wait, why was Kuza? Wait, Kuza doesn't have retry. Kuza,
what?
Kuza doesn't have retribution. He has flicker here.
Wait. Is that intentional?
No, that can't be right.
That can't be intentional,
that can't
right?
Be right, huh?
But wait, how did he hit level 2 without taking any of his buffs?
That's the thing. For all intents and purposes, that just might be a visual bug. I'm just going to assume he's got retribution. Unless we see him flicker, then it's a different story. But right now, that orange buff is about to get stolen unless Kuza is going to do it. And it looks like, oh my goodness, we have confirmation Kuza is using flicker.
Oh.
He doesn't have retribution. Hawk now stunned. This is not good with no jungler. With no jungler with retribution. these neutral objectives are impossible to take, and Team SMG take first blood.
That is not ideal. That means Kuza is going to be half the level of Box in the first 2 minutes, and with first blood drawn by Team SNG, things are already not in an ideal state for RSG MY.
Wait, what's the idea of this? What's the point of not being able to take? Because if you don't have Retribution, you can't get the Hunter's Knife, and you won't be able to clear this a little faster than it should. And even with the Demon Slayer, I don't think it's going to be enough. How are you going to take the turtle away from Akai?
I don't know. Normally, in these sort of situations, you kind of expect this to be the birth of some kind of new meta, but I really can't make sense of this because not having Retribution makes a big impact in the amount of gold and EXP that you are actually earning from the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, we don't usually see this very often, but Noir now getting some good hits onto Kuza for and now. They would want to press the advantage. They find Kuza, unfortunately, and now they're on the run. RSG MY, not exactly the best start to the game. And this is, you know, Team SMG just pressing the advantage.
Not the best start to the game is an understatement here. This is probably the worst start you could have. Already a 2k net worth lead for Team SMG, and Box already comfortable enough to invade and steal buffs away from RSG MY. Looking at the emblems here, yeah, things not too good. Box still double the level of the enemy jungler.
Yeah, this is going to be rough. Kuza can't really do anything. And now the fact is he has Demon Slayer. He doesn't even have the Festival of Blood, making it extremely difficult to sustain. Loliel is now getting attacked here right on between his side, but he does find that first initial trade. However, Hate is going to be making sure that he gets put down into the dirt. HY doesn't even use his Way of the Dragon. Actually, no, he does use his Way of the Dragon, and Hate going to with Black Shoes away just in time.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty good for Team SMG, but all things considered, Loliel's actually being able to trade 1-for-1 in that 1v4 situation is not too bad for him. It's just unfortunate that Team SMG are currently on 3k net worth difference 3 minutes into the game. This is not good. You don't want your enemy team to be this far ahead. And now HY gonna be caught out with the I'm Offended, forced to flicker out.
Even with the Torn Apart Memory, well, actually, Torn Apart Memories wasn't even used there. It was just a basic auto attack, but I don't think they were able to get the kill regardless. But taking away the flicker is already big enough. With the Heart Guard being used on Loliel's as well, for some reason, there's going to be engagement coming in from Sasa. Is he going to use his Torn Apart Memories? Yes, he's trying to chunk him down and force out a situation, making sure that Loliel's is diveable here, but I don't think SMG is going to commit to it with Turtle up.
That was a very aggressive play from Sasa. They're flickering forward into the Corrosive Strike to try and set up the kill onto Loliel's because he knew his team was nearby. Unfortunately, not quite quick enough to be able to pick things up on Loliel's. They're still in quite a comfortable position though. And now that I kind of think about it, I may know why Kuza didn't go for Retribution, but let's hold on for that until this tower is taken.
Okay, sure thing. First, Tier 1 is going to be dropping. RSG MY not taking any engagements whatsoever. Box still 3 levels ahead of Kuza. 2 levels now ahead of Kuza. He has his Retribution, which is already big enough, but looks like he's going to be... Kuza has been farming that bottom side for a very long time. They are sacrificing Tier 1 turrets all across the board and basically all the buffs at this point. HY now in some trouble trying to get on out. Real world manipulation from Izanami, but it's going to be the Torn Apart Memories that takes him out. Doesn't even get a chance to breathe.
And we can see that Sasa was the one to claim that orange buff away from RSG as well. So right now, Team SMG are in a dominating position. But as I mentioned earlier, what I think the reason he went for Flicker instead of Retri here is that we saw Kuza, he hit level 2 and then invaded the jungle without taking a single buff. I think he went without Retri to get level 2 from the wave, and now Loliel's gonna instantly get picked off in the mid lane.
Great dive coming in from Noir, flickering right under the turret and getting the catch, making sure that Loliel's could not react in time. Smooth will now try and punish top tier 2, and they are just, again, winning on literally every front. 5 minutes into the game, it is a 6.5k lead about to turn into 7k. This is a rough game for RSG, all because of a single blunder in the earlier stages. I mean, if they got a kill onto Box there, I think this would have looked a little different.
It would have looked very different, and I think it was a very risky choice from RSG MY. They wanted to hit the level 2 early by clearing up the wave so that they could threaten the enemy jungle and get instant advantage, but because it did not work out, it instantly puts Kuza really far behind.
Significantly far behind. Now, The rest of Team SMG playing for the bottom side, they're looking to crack open the last tier 1 before pressing their advantage back into the jungle, because Box, he farms his own side and then goes into the enemy side and starts farming as well, because why not? Smooth, look at him. He's taking on 2. He is 2 levels ahead against Loliels and 3 levels ahead of Hawk.
That's just not ideal here. And if you look at the matchup between Smooth and HYHY as well, because the Cho has been roaming around with his team so much, I'm not even sure if he counts as the EXP laner. He's playing more as a secondary roamer right now, and that's causing a lot of EXP differential between them and Team SMG.
Yep. With Turtle gone, we do see Kuza. Will he be able to get that tier 1 down on bottom side? It looks like he should be able to claim that just in time. Yes, the rest of Team SMG just farming the enemy side, forcing Hawk to flicker, as well as Lolios to flicker out of the way from the heavy spin. Team SMG just slowly wrapping around RSG with their 8.3k lead. Kuza on the run, Smooth just pressuring him with his 2 levels up. And that advantage, Smooth, is basically unkillable, and the same goes for Box.
Right now, Noir still providing more information onto RSG as well. There's really no way for them to make an engagement. And 8 minutes in, still an 8k net worth lead for Team SMG. They are now threatening the mid-tier 2 tower. And there's literally nothing RSG can do to contest this.
Yep. RSG just has to play the slow game here. This is the biggest lead we've seen so early on with Team SMG at 9k. I think this is almost over here. Both, I mean, the carries from Team SMG already have 2 items already complete. RSG barely getting their first ones done.
Basically, the way that you can kind of consider these sort of metrics here, hold on a second, heavy spin, trying to push Kuza back into his team, not quite able to though. That flicker actually does come in handy in situations like this, but I'm not sure it's worth it.
Well, speaking of worth it, top side, let's look at the damage, the gold ranking so far. SUHAZ just farming hard. Loliels 3k down, and everybody else from the side of Team SMG having a good time. Look at Smooth. He can literally get on top of Loliels. As long as he doesn't have those 2 items, he can get away for it for free. But now Noir, he wants to go for more. Real World Manipulation gets popped by Izanami as the kick comes by. Oh, Noir ends up dying to the Real World Manipulation, but they find a retribution kill with SUHAZ taking out Loliels.
Noir for Loliels is always going to be a trade very rare for Team SMG, and unfortunately the Way of the Dragon kicking Noir towards Izanami there kind of ruined RSG's plans. Otherwise, there wasn't really a way for Team SMG to cancel out the ultimate from Izanami.
Totally agree with that one. But now with Lord coming down, let's see how much an advantage Team SMG can develop. They hit, they're so close to hitting the 32k mark, 10k goal ahead. In most situations, this is a checkmate, and I think Team SMG has got this game in the bag. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you here.
Typically, if you take the number of minutes that has passed in the game, divide the net worth difference by it, and it's more than 1k, it's pretty bad.
It's super difficult to come back from this, right? I think the only way, I mean, ideally, if RSG MY wants to come back from this, they're going to have to win 2 full-fledged team fights, right? Where Team SMG gets completely wiped out. Each of those is going to be 5k worth. So again, mathematics, 10 divided by 5 is going to be 2. So 2 full-fledged team fights for RSG before they win or catch up. And Kuza just trying to clear this wave. It's pretty hopeless here, as now he's on the run, but now with Lord crashing on over, opening up this inhibitor. Is there an opportunity? SUHAZ getting some good damage onto Lolios with the Heart Guard, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day as the objective is found. Kuza is still alive, and looks like Smooth was not able to catch up with him.
Team SMG right now are basically playing a completely different game from RSG MY with 11k net worth difference between them. This is basically an insurmountable difference. Win 2 big team fights, can you really do that when your lowest level is the same as their highest level? The heavy spin just gonna completely disable them from defending that inhibitor.
Yep, and that's going to be the 2 inhibitors down. Real World Manipulation comes to desperation. Playing SUHAZ ends up getting hit by the Way of the Dragon and falling down to Loliels. This Real World Manipulation doing so much work. Kuza sustains, finds a Kai as well. RSG MY turn back right at the very end, getting 2 for nothing. A very good pickoff from RSG MY.
We have just witnessed a classic textbook example of Caster's curse. The moment I mentioned, there's no way they can win a team fight, they win a big team fight. And that is such a huge difference, instantly down to 7.6k net worth difference. And RSG, they want to use this momentum.
Yeah, they need to turn this quick. They need to get the gold back. War gets kicked back by HY. The hard guard coming out of Loliel's unfortunately unable to get through. As Smooth is here. He's scaled, he's big, he's huge. 1v4. He takes the damage, and the only person hurting him is going to be Carry. But now the rest of RSG MY back off as the cavalry has arrived. HY. Hopefully that doesn't cancel his recall. No, it doesn't, thank God. And now Smooth once again back to farming.
Despite everything, it does look like RSG MY may still have an escape plan here in this game. They're still 8k behind, but that is a notable difference from the 11k net worth difference they had previously. Looking at the items so far, Team SMG obviously still going to be comfortably ahead, but RSG are starting to hit those 3 and 4th item power spikes, which means that Team SMG actually does still need to be quite careful.
Yeah, I mean, the CC is strong from the side of RSG MY, and the pickoffs can be really effective if HY can angle it right. But now they find the catch onto Kuza. Kuza pops his ultimate, ensure that he survives. He can't afford to die at this stage of the game as well, since Loliel's already with the hard guard. Smooth wants to shred it, but he sees the rest of the members of RSG. That's going to deter him as they back off away. They've already got the objective, and now they are looking for the killing blow.
Right now, the priority for Team SMG is going to be on Izanami and Loliel's. These are the two heroes that are dishing out damage against them, and if they can take out these cores, they will have no issue pushing into the base. And with another Luminous Lord pushing up very, very soon, and only one inhibitor standing for RSG MY, it is that much more imperative as well for these players to be able to output that DPS.
Yep. With this Lord walking through, let's see if RSG MY can buy that extra little bit of time. A lot of teams in this position, 42 to 33. Whoever has that 42 usually comes up on top. There's potential fight coming in for HY, but he's going to recall. He needs to take this front to front. And now, let's see how this is going to unfold as the Lord is going to be crashing through. Last inhibitor is going to fall. HY looking for opportunities, but Noir, he sees Kuza. He doesn't really want to pull him in just yet. He slows him down, but that's it. Kuza's down. Sasa has more than enough damage. HY doesn't find the pick, but Box is going to push them off. Hawk tries to go up, but Noir, it's already over. Hank is making sure he draws the line in the sand. This is our victory. Team SMG win 2-1 against RSG MY. And GG, well played.
That was probably the most one-sided game we have witnessed so far in the season, and unfortunately, RSG MY hedging their bets on a very risky early game play ended up costing them heavily and allowing Team SMG to just gain an overwhelming net worth lead.
Yeah, that was such a feels bad. I really thought that maybe this was a glitch in the system. Maybe there was a way that we could be seeing it wrong, but Kuza was using Flicker and there's no going around that. But let's throw it over to our host to interview the winners.
Itulah dia perlawanan pasukan SMG menentang RSG MY yang cukup berkesan, ataupun kalau kita perhatikan sangat-sangat sengit, 2 berbalas dengan 1. Pasukan SMG berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan ke atas RSG MY, 2 berbalas dengan 1. Dan kalau kita perhatikan, kalau dekat sini perlawanannya cukup hebat, walaupun kelainan sedikit diberikan ataupun dibuat oleh pasukan RSG MY, tapi tidak begitu berkesan, akhirnya membuahkan hasil kepada pasukan SMG. Dan kali ini kita akan interview salah seorang pemain daripada pasukan SMG ketika ini. Ya, di sini kita ada Romo baru untuk pasukan SMG, iaitu Noah. Assalamualaikum Noah, apa khabar Noah?
Waalaikumsalam.
Okey, bagaimana, apakah perasaan Noah untuk pertama kalinya bermain di MPL MY kali ini?
Perasaan saya buat pertama kali nervous lah sikit. Dan excited jugalah nak main MPL.
Tapi tak nampak nervous pun, nampak macam pro je main. Begitu baik sekali permainan. Okey, soalan kedua untuk Noah. Jadi kalau kita perhatikan dalam line up untuk pasukan SMG, ada kemasukan hit, di mana hit adalah daripada Filipina. Ada tak masalah komunikasi dalam setiap kali pertempuran berlaku?
Awal-awal dia masuk macam sikit lah masalah. Bila lama-lama tu dah biasa sikit lah.
Oh, okey. Ada sikit tapi boleh lah, manageable lah. Okey, baiklah. Terima kasih. Okey, yang terakhir, soalan terakhir saya kepada Noah, ada tak sedikit sepatah dua kata untuk dikatakan kepada peminat-peminat SMG yang ada di venue dan juga di rumah?
Untuk SMG, terima kasih untuk dah menyokong kami semua. Dan untuk tim RSG, walaupun game tadi kita menang 2-1 tapi still technical issue lah yang tu lah, yang referee tu. So kita orang tak berapa nak bangga sangat, just
ya, berikan tepukan kepada Noah. Terima kasih Noah kerana interview ni. Dan kepada anda di rumah, jangan lupa untuk saksikan MPL MY secara langsung, secara offline. Dan juga kita dapat untuk saksikan bahawa inilah dia MPL MY yang special lah, 10 bersama. Dan kita dapat saksikan perawanan-perawanan yang hebat di antara sesemua pasukan yang ada. Dan kita akan pergi kepada mic check dalam 3, 2, 1.
Okay, okay. Now objective.
Woi, boleh flank try slow try lamakan dong. Dapat flank ni woi. Nice!
Wait. They focus bottom. If they come in, we kill. Okay. Bagi dulu attack dulu.
Nak disiplin, nak tunggu lot ke macam ni?
Disiplin lah.
Disiplin lah.
We can wait. Nice. Lord. Dia
Bazir. Weh, dapat ye boy. Dapat ye. Go, Lunox, no this. Dioleh. Kejar. Go. Go. Kita bos. Wah! Third one. Pick up kau ya. Sabar je, aku dapat. Go. Bang, lari. Drop nol. Lari. Aku nanti. Mana boleh go. Dekat aku. Kejar. Nanti. Dah pede dengan aku sah.
Okay, 1, 2,
go. Go, Raj. Dah, Aku nanti.
Kau masuk lah sial.
Aku nanti lah bro.
Nice try. Second third. 5, 6 ya. Nice one bro.
Let's top again.
Watch ball. Wait.
20 second. Boleh ke mid?
Try mid only.
Look at pressure je.
Conceal with me. Alip, kau slowkan dong.
Curry no figure.
Go.
Cancel already bro.
Just tower. Angela no ulti. Back first kiting boy. And why? Why?
Oof, what a best of 3 to start off today on a Saturday for day 2 of Season 10. I mean, so far the games have been good. Game number 3 really interesting. It really surprised me to see some of the moves being made by RSG. And speaking of brave, extremely brave to come up with a lineup that didn't have retribution.
Yeah, you usually don't expect that sort of thing when you play in pub games and you see your team doesn't have retribution. Usually insults start getting hurled around quite quickly. But here, it does seem like it was a genuine strategy that RSG MY was attempting to play off of. And again, you do have to give props to them for being willing to try out something so risky on the MPL stage.
Oof.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out this time, but who knows what we might expect? It's only week number 1.
Exactly. I mentioned this on Friday. I'll mention it today here on Saturday for day 2. Week 1 is where you see the craziest stuff, right? Most people aren't going to be taking it as seriously. It's more of a, I don't want to say vibe check, but more so just feeling it out for a lot of these
More of a
here.
trial period.
Trial period, that's the one. That's the way we want to go it. But let's have a look at the item build. Maybe we can get a little bit more insight on the situation here from both of these teams, from SMG and as well as RSG.
If we can look at the items overall, Team SMG will obviously be much closer to completing their build simply because of how much more net worth they had, with both Smooth and Sasa only 1 item away from completing their items. In comparison, RSG MY certainly nowhere close to that, and you could see that they were having a really difficult time being able to make up the difference. Looking at the strategy overall, I already mentioned part of this during the game, but I think what RSG MY were trying to do is that by not taking Retribution, it allows Kuza to be able to get full EXP from regular minion waves as well. You could see that he hit level 2 so much quicker than Box and instantly roamed into the enemy jungle alongside HYHY, so he most likely went into the EXP lane and both hit level 2 at once, attempting to use that to oppress the enemy jungle. And then after that, I think the game plan was to allow HYHY to roam around the map more and allow Kuza to farm both the jungle and the EXP lane.
I mean, I suppose we did see Hawk actually walk in towards the purple buff side of Team SMG to double confirm where this Akai was going to be. But if we're looking at the post-game stats here, Izanami's still trying his best to dish out as much damage as possible. But really, it was just fully Team SMG in control in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for RSG MY. Sometimes when you go for these high risks, you don't necessarily get high rewards in return. And Team SMG were able to come out on top with much more consistent performance. They had higher damage dealt, more damage to tower, and more total heals overall. And RSG, unfortunately, being sort of the punching bag here, having taken more damage overall throughout the game.
The price of brilliance, they say. The price of brilliance. Sometimes you fail, and other times you look insane and when coming up with some really smart strategies. I don't know. It's tough to say what exactly it was. Hopefully we get a little bit more insight. I really do want to crack what exactly they were trying to do with Kuza, and especially on that Thamus. But the MVP of this game coming in from Team SMG, gonna be Hate once again, very similar to game number 1 with a match KP of 86%, with a match KDA of 3-0-3, and a match GPM of 662.
I think it is interesting to point out that Hate did decide to go for Purify as his battle spell this game rather than the usual Sprint, which we would see on typical Lilia players, and even in game number 1. Part of that, I guess, is to counter HYHY with the Way of the Dragon, but I do feel like Lilia has enough inbuilt ways to deal with that, so going for it seems a little bit overkill, but hey, it does work out in the end. Once again, a very impressive performance here from our import player.
Absolutely. I honestly think that, you know, Purify is the way to go here. And I think even with Sprint, yes, your positioning can be perfect, but a simple flicker, third hit of G Kundo could send you down into some deep depths that you don't want to be in. So Purify gives you that safety. But let's look at the highlights one more time and maybe we can see this happening. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the first few minutes of the game, but we do see what these brawls start breaking out, and Kuza getting absolutely pushed out of his own jungle. Now that, you know, when Team SMG had full control after Box was able to take away the orange buff.
I think we have to mention that initially, during the drafting phase, we already pointed out that most of RSG MY's lanes are going to be difficult. Lolios needs help, Izanami needs help. Only HYHY can kind of hold his own, but he gave up some of his EXP to allow Kuza to hit level 2 early and hedged all of their bets onto that first initial jungle invasion. When that didn't work, it was a complete cascade of disaster for RSG MY as things just continued going downhill all the way until the end.
Yep. Oh, man, that third game. Whew, that's going to be hard to wash out, but we still have 2 more best of 3s happening here today. One from Group A and another from Group B to be excited for. I can't wait to see how that's going to play out because, again, ooh, boy, we're going to see 2 qualified teams, one of which had veterans and the other one has been whispered, and a lot of rumors have been talked about this particular team.
I think what's most exciting about the rest of the series today is that basically every single team is a new team to MPL. So many new faces, new lineups, new players, and potentially new metas. And I love seeing brand new things brought into the land of Dawn, because sometimes seeing the same heroes, the same strats over and over again can be a little bit boring. So hopefully some of these new faces can spice up the stage for us.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Sometimes it gets a little stale seeing the same matchups all over again. But hey, we've already seen Benedetta today in our very first best 3, and that to me, that's a win. I'm just waiting for the Leomord. I'm waiting for the Vixana. Until then, let's jump into the standings to see the updated scores here for both Group A and as well as Group B. Starting things off, SUHAZ unfortunately was not able to get their win. Still at the bottom of the standings since yesterday. Torak sitting on top, but Team SMG joined the ranks, unable to get that 2-0, only get 2 aggregate points for now, while RSG MY just behind them with only 1 aggregate point.
Yep, that means Todak will still be comfortable at the top of Group A. And as we saw from yesterday, Red Esports and Homeboys will be holding the first and second places of Group B respectively, with LUNATIX and Orange Esports not yet playing their first game, Team CARACAL as well.
Yep. Can't wait to see it, because the rest of these teams, what is the playstyle that they're opting to go for? And it feels like this meta is a lot more flexible this time compared to what we used to see beforehand when it was just all tanks. Assassins are back, marksman junglers are viable too, but you know, rock, paper, scissors, marksmen lose out to assassins, assassins struggle against tanks, so on and so forth.
Yep, absolutely. And that's why it's so important to be able to get a good draft here, to be able to deal with those sort of situations. Because now that the hero pool is wider than ever and you don't always see the same few heroes getting banned and picked in every single match, the game becomes that much more interesting to watch, but also that much more difficult for the players, the coaches, the analysts to decide exactly how they want to approach every single match.
Well, I'm glad that we haven't implemented like crazy global bans or anything like that. That would be way too much even for me to brain. But with that being said, guys, have you heard about They Need You? Well, we mentioned it earlier, and these are our winners down here. You can see that the comments are being sprawled across. And remember, use that hashtag 10Bersama and make sure you let us know your game ID and as well as server ID so that we can award you these great rewards. So everybody here that you can see, Charles Perdigon, thank you so much for your comment. You're getting these rewards as well, and everybody else listed here.
It does look like there's a lot of SNG supporters here among the comments. The last few I've seen have all been SNG. There's one RSG there, but no matter which team you are supporting, again, include the hashtag, include your ID. You will get to see your comments up here on screen. And if your comment is a little bit more interesting than the usual, go team. Maybe you have better chances of showing up on the stream.
Yep. I'm excited to see what else we're going to see. It's only going to get better from here on out. I mean, if the Facebook page alone for the official MPL MY can come up with memes like 15 to 5 minutes after the game's ended, I think this should be doable.
Yeah, they can pretty much come up with an entire meme montage right after the game ends. How do you guys do that?
Templates. I'm guessing it's templates, or they're just literally just a room full of AIs ready to pump this out as soon as as soon as the results come.
I'm just imagining there's a room of fans sitting around a meeting table out there somewhere. Game is over. Meme time.
It's meme time. But speaking of memes here, let's play Guess Who with everybody in the audience and as well as those of you watching from whatever platform you're currently on. Based on the mosaics here, again, let's give a couple of hints. Starting off with the hobbies and trivia, reading during their free time. Interesting for a pro player. Featured heroes Selena, Nana, Rafaela, and the team name, Team SMG.
I think we can definitely tell it's Team SMG based on that orange collar. You can see that signature look even beyond the pixels. And of course, your choices are going to be Hate, Zion Senpai, or Noir. Which of these players do you think enjoys reading during their free time? And I also think that some people out there are going to have a bone to pick with you, implying that esports players don't read.
I mean, sure, unless you're reading like MLBB lore, like nerd. That's the nerd call. If you're reading books, you're totally fine, but if you're reading lore, you're a nerd.
I see.
But let's have a look here. I'm guessing, I'm not entirely sure, but let's show the reveal. It's Zion Senpai here. So for those of you who could relate to it, well done to you guys, because I definitely thought for a moment, I was trying to figure out whose fringe it was. It was either Zion Senpai or Hate. I couldn't figure out which one it was. But if you've done better than me, claim that code while you still can. You know where to redeem it.
I'm personally not very used to seeing Zion Senpai with hair. I don't know if that's a bit mean to say.
No, I don't think people, for those of you who don't have context, Zion Senpai was very much going with very short hair or hairless even in previous seasons. I'm just making sure people know that. You're not coming out of left field here.
It was the signature look there.
It was the signature.
It does look like we have hit our S-tier share milestone. 1.2k shares. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for enjoying the MPL MY stream today. Make sure you guys claim your rewards by using the code below in the link provided to get your well-deserved rewards.
S-tier already achieved, and that's going to be the codes. But there's still plenty more to be coming out throughout the day, so don't worry. Even though there aren't any more milestones to achieve, just keep trying to go for a personal high score. Let's see how high we can get and find out whether or not, maybe, I don't know. I'm looking over at some side people. Hopefully they can give some more. We're just hoping here. We're just hoping.
Yep, there's always more to give here, so make sure you guys continue watching what is going to be coming up. Speaking of what's coming up, what's up next is going to be none other than our second series of the day. SUHAZ Esports will be making an appearance once again, this time up against new but familiar faces, Team Hack.
Yes, this is going to be an exciting matchup for week 1, day number 2. But don't forget about the third matchup here. Team CARACAL up against Team LUNATIX, recently qualifying through the MPL MY Season 10 qualifiers. So, again, a lot of exciting stuff to see. And hopefully, we get to see a little bit more of SUHAZ because they have piqued my interest since Friday.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some very interesting ideas that they bring to the stage, and that's why it's always so fun to see new faces in the MPL, because you never know what they're going to bring, what kind of strats, what kind of metas, what kind of hero pools to expect with these new players, and I am all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it too. With that being said, we need to go on a very short break before we are jumping over to game number 2. So wash yourselves up, get some food, and get ready. And please stick around for match number 2 happening right after this break.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
more, Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku know what is skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
MPL MY Season 10 has become the intersection for the old and the new. But in the second series of the day, will the old name with new faces or the new name with old faces come out on top? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Stafa, alongside Gideon, once again to bring you all this MPL action live.
Our second best of 3 is about to begin here, and it's going to be another exciting one. Oh boy, after yesterday, SUHAZ has definitely piqued my interest, and especially since they are bringing in players from the MDL Indonesia, respectively from RRQ, Senna, Oxygen, and as well as Vinsmoke. It definitely showed that they are mechanically capable at integrating. However, there is just slight miscommunications here and there, which has taken away those big moments from Todak, but it's very close. It's so very close.
We definitely saw a lot of potential from some of these newer players here in the MPL, especially with some new strats as well. The Saber Roam position that we saw in day number 1. Excited to see more stuff like that. But of course, on the opposite side, we have none other than Team Hawk, a new team to the MPL after claiming a spot in the qualifiers. but players that we do know well and love.
Yup, with SUHAZ coming in to Quill City Mall to battle it out against Team Hawk. I'm excited to see how this is going to play, as SUHAZ has already taken a loss yesterday. However, this is going to be the first time we are seeing Team Hawk in its form, and you may see some very familiar faces from the desk and as well as previous seasons.
Yep, it's just a really exciting match up to watch. We got an old team with new players, but a new team with old players as well. All of these players as well will have a lot to prove. Obviously, Team Hawk has many members from RSG Esports in the previous season, an MSC qualifying team.
Yeah, and they have done so very well. But with that being said, this best of 3 is gonna be underway. You know, the two faces is SUHAZ up against Team Hawk.
Team Hawk.
Starting things off, we've got Team Hawk, Will, Panda, Min, Man, Gary, and Lola be able to secure victory with the experience they gained from Season 9 as well as MSC 2022.
We see another level of gameplay as the fans from Team Hawk are already here to give it their all to show their support. Panda integration with Team Hawk, maybe we're going to see it here today on the live stage.
SUHAZ Esports.
And their opponents for today are gonna be none other than SUHAZ Esports. We already got a glance at their gameplay yesterday, consisting of Apamon, Oxygen, Vinsmoke, Ryzen, City, Norsana, a team known now for their unique strategies. Will it be sufficient?
They've got some great ideas here with interesting drafts and some really good gameplay. However, polish is going to be the key word for SUHAZ Esports. Once they can get it all working together in one solid machine, this team is something to be feared for.
Could say the same for both sides. Both teams with rookies and with some experience, no matter where they may come from. Now fist bumping on the stage, getting prepared for what is going to be another series of epic proportions here on week 1, J2.
The second best of 3 is going to be an exciting one. We got a little bit of a taste from SUHAZ Esports and also from Team Hawk. However, we got to bring out the brains of both teams. Starting things off, wait a minute, is that Adin the analyst? He's got something in his hands, but let's not forget about Rexfin and as well as Pops, going to be the brains of both teams and leading them in their draft. And not to forget about the analyst Ryzen, the other SUHAZ coach coming from the Philippines.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one here because we are going to be seeing different strategies collide. Now, let's have a look at the player lineups. We already know them, but SUHAZ Esports is going to consist of Ikimon, City Nursana, Oxygen, Vinsmoke, Abumon, Ryzen, and Amski.
Unfortunately for SUHAZ Esports, they've already suffered a defeat underneath the hands of Kodak. So, against a team like Team Hawk, who again, majority of their players have performed at a global level event, this is going to be another interesting matchup.
Yeah, unfortunately, SUHAZ Esports definitely have the cards stacked up against them on their debut here in the MPL stage, going up against Todak and then Team Hawk sequentially. Both teams with players that went on to MSC. They got a lot to prove here today.
Speaking of which, let's talk about their opponents here. Team Hawk with Waf, Lola, Mon, Gary, Min, and Panda.
For those of you who may find this lineup a little bit familiar, Gary, Mon, and Min were part of the RSG Esports roster that went on to MSC not too long ago, now returning to Team Hawk alongside Lola, Waf, and Panda, a brand new acquisition in the gold lane. Will they have the chemistry that can establish them victory in this series?
I mean, they've got the Min and Mon connection going for them, but let's not forget about this sleeper agent Gary. Sometimes you feel like, you don't feel his presence, but when he showed us how flexible he truly is last season, and as well as the performance on his Roger alone in MSC, you have to admit, Gary has so much more potential than we would like to admit.
Yep, and now we can hear the fans cheering here in the venue. Again, for those of you who may not be aware and are watching at home, you guys can join the fans here live by getting some tickets online. But first off, let's have a look at our predictions here. Looking pretty split, actually. Honestly, that's a nice pattern.
Yeah, it's a nice pattern, but we are split down the middle with Mars, Milo, and as well as Yusudafa believing in Team Hawk. And me and Fariza are going to be going with SUHAZ Esports. What's your thoughts on Team Hawk, actually?
Well, you just kind of have to let history speak for itself. I have seen this Team Hawk roster play. I've not had a lot of experience with the SUHAZ Esports roster, but it does look like our audience think differently, as it does seem to be quite favored for SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, looks like the support is coming in for the team on the line, but here down on by the stage, the audience is going to be focusing more on Team Hawk. This is going to be pretty interesting. I want to see, you know, THQ in a position where they feel the most comfortable with their original teammates, but it's time for our little segment to give them their supports. They need you. We are inviting the audience here today, and as much support as you can give to these teams. Use the hashtag if you're not here live. Use the hashtag 10Bersama and attach your game ID as well as your server ID to win some mystery gifts as it gets featured here up on the screen. Don't forget, come up with something interesting. Give us a great comment.
Yep, just because you are not here live to support the teams with your physical cheers doesn't mean you can't support them by giving us some support in the comments. And of course, those of you who with more creative comments have a better chance of being featured on the live stream to win exclusive rewards from Moonton. But we can see the players, they are excited, and the fans are literally cheering in melody here. I hope you guys can hear this, because this is just always such a nice atmosphere to have live at the venue.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect Team Hawk to already have a team cheer, but it seems to me that they have been building their community for a while. So this is going to be some really exciting stuff. Let's not forget about Panda here. He used to play for Geek Fam in the gold lane, now playing for Team Hawk. Maybe he can find some better chemistry in competitive play now.
Well, I sure do hope so. Panda, will he be the key to victory that Team Hawk have been looking for? Now with the draft officially beginning, we can see that Team Hawk is going to be drafting on the blue side, SUHAZ Esports drafting on the red side. The first ban already out, it is going to be the Natalia.
Okay, expected to be seen. It looks like, you know, Team Hawk has done their research when they were fighting up against SUHAZ Esports. Vinsmoke in particular has been quite a menace when it comes to just assassin-style supports. Natalia in particular being one of his top picks. SUHAZ Esports going to respond by banning out the Fanny.
Yeah, but when we're talking about assassin roamers, especially with the Natalia here, I feel like more emphasis has to be given to Min. This is a hero he's really comfortable with, well known for being a very big nuisance for. Considering that they are on the first side, banning this out indicates that Min might want to lean away from this choice here in Game 1.
Here's the problem I have. I think that's a great observation, but my problem is the fact that Vinsmoke has only played Saber throughout his games against Torak. So we don't know how deep his pockets really go, but we know for a fact that Min can play Franco. So I think he's in the clear. He can play Franco, he can play Atlas, all the traditional tanks you would expect.
Well, Tamas going to be the next ban from Team Hawk. As you mentioned, Min, a very flexible roamer, and we've already seen just how many pocket picks he has in his hero pool. On the opposite side, we really haven't gotten the chance to see much of Vinsmoke yet, only having played Saber so far to differing degrees of success. It is very good at picking off a single individual member of the opposite team, but lacks utility in terms of the overall game.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though that banning out Thamos this early on, I would have expected to see a Thamos ban maybe within the second phase, more like it, especially if there are bigger focuses elsewhere. Farm is going to be the follow-up ban coming up from SUHAZ Esports, so it feels like Team Hawk have an idea in mind, and maybe to give a better matchup for Lola in particular.
That is true, and with Tamas being banned out here, it might indicate maybe Lola is not that comfortable playing on the Tamas here. That could be a potential choice, considering that Tamas is a hero that is worth first picking nowadays. But the Akai going to be the final ban from Team Hawk, followed up by 1-1 from SUHAZ. Two very notable heroes have been let through here, the Julian and the Valentina.
Yeah, I think Oxygen is definitely Ooh, actually, I don't know. I feel like Valentina is good, but Julian, Gary might want to get his hands on it. The same goes for Mon, but well, hovering over Argus isn't going to give us too much information here. Unless they lock it in, I can really respect that. But again, I think Valentina is too valuable to give up here.
I personally am thinking that Julian might be a little bit better, but it does still come down to the players here. Yes, Valentina is very effective in limiting the draft and making it difficult for you to pick up heroes with big ultimates, but I think Julian just overall has better utility and damage.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's see this game, because I'm fairly confident Oxygen is going to be like, all right, is Julian time, baby. Give it to me. Come on, boys. You saw what I did yesterday. I can do it again.
Will they give the Julian? I mean, at this point, there is no reason not to take the Julian here. The question is what other hero they would want to go for. Eve so far has been a hero that has been contested fairly much, but I don't really like it, especially with the Valentina on the opposite side here. And we know that Oxygen is most likely going to play the Julian instead of Razin. So,
That's a
what
good
could this
point.
be?
We could expect to see, I don't know. It's hard to say. They might show us some new stuff, they might not. Okay, so Julian gets locked in, but Esmeralda is going to be the pick this time. Last time, we did see that Saber gets picked up relatively early within at least the first phase for the side of SUHAZ Esports. The fact that they're going with Esmeralda now, I hope we get to see more of what Vinsmoke is capable of in terms of hero pool.
Yep, I hope so as well. And I think even if they do decide to go for Saber again here, not picking it in the first phase makes a lot of sense. They want to make sure that it's not easily countered, and they already saw what happened when they revealed it too early up against Todak. Now, Team Hawk will have a choice to make. Valentina most likely is going to be going mid, but I could see an argument for it going in the EXP or even the gold lane, considering that Panda is known for playing a lot of different heroes. But no, they're actually just gonna show a bunch of their cores at once. Beatrix and Ling gonna be picked up by Team Hawk.
That's what you want to see. Gary gets to play his assassins. Panda is going to get a comfort in Beatrix. I think this is going relatively well for them so far. Let's see what SUHAZ Esports wants to respond with this. Again, we haven't seen Yves get picked up by either side because, again, we are seeing the Valentina and Julian, but it's surprising to me, you know? I would expect somebody to eventually pick it up. This time, I think SUHAZ might be leading maybe towards either... They can hold off on the jungler, I feel. They're most likely going to go for the gold laner here, right? They're going to just mirror them.
They still go for the Saber roam at this point. We've seen them pick it to counter Ling in the past, but... Oh, wait. They have locked in Cecilion.
All right.
So this is Jungle Julian?
Jungle Julian, most likely. Or, I mean, Esmeralda's already in, so not going to be EXP. But I think, I mean, what are the odds we are going to see support Julian?
I don't really like it.
Right? Because there's been so many different nerfs to Julian at this stage, in this current patch that we're playing in. Is he still going to be as effective as before? I doubt so, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I mean, just as effective as before, no, but effective. Yes, we've already seen plenty of how strong Julian as a hero is overall. His damage and utility is still top tier despite all the nerfs. But the second phase of bans now ongoing, Daroff has been banned out by SUHAZ Esports, which does make a lot of sense. Again, a hero that counteracts Esmeralda very effectively in that EXP lane.
Followed up by Brody for the side of Team Hawk here. They're just limiting the matchups for the gold lane. Now, Rexman, he's got to think about this for a quick second, because I think right now they're currently missing. They still need a gold laner of their own. They can still play Clint. Popo and Koopa is also up for grabs. I think Team Hawk don't mind if it's going to be Clint, because at least Ling can run him down. Popo and Koopa might be a little tougher, but we'll see. We'll see where this leads.
I personally would like Popol and Koopa the most out of SUHAZ Esports here because Beatrix is a hero that will just be oppressive to basically any marksman in the game. Popol and Koopa is basically the only hero that actually has a somewhat favorable matchup there. So if SUHAZ wants to make sure that their gold lane is in a good spot, they would want to pick it up for themselves. I'm actually kind of surprised they would ban out the Franco, because I actually feel like they're in a pretty okay spot to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, I thought they were in an okay spot to pick it up for themselves too, but okay. I think it's fine. At the end of the day, they just don't want Min to have something that gains access and to slow down the jungle, especially if you are Julian, where your clear isn't the fastest in the world to begin with, right? So now we come back over to Team Hawk. They've been banning out gold laners. They're getting rid, they got rid of Brody. Do they want to continue on with this trend?
I feel like if they're going to ban Brody, they may as well ban Popol and Koopa, because I just don't see why you would ban Brody and then go for a different position, but that is actually what they end up doing, which is very strange to me because I don't feel like the Paquito is going to be picked up anyway, right? The EXP and jungle roles on SUHAZ are already taken.
Hard to say. Honestly, I think it's a little hard to say here. I guess Team Hawk wants to just limit the opportunity of if this Julian decides it wants to go somewhere else other than the jungle, right? I guess that's the biggest thing. A narrowing factor, right? So now SUHAZ Esports, on the other hand, they're going to get the first pick of the second phase. They could look to keep a big question mark over the Julian, or they can kind of predetermine where he's going to go to find for their last pick. It looks like, yes, Clint gets picked up by SUHAZ Esports.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Grabbing the Clint here does kind of confirm that they're actually keeping this Julian in more of a mysterious position, which leads me to think, like, can Vinsmoke play roam Julian? Is that a thing?
I mean, I've heard about it. We didn't get to see it too often during MSC, and more importantly so, I think that even in pubs, people have been testing, you know, Julian when he first came out. He can kind of do everything. You can put him in any position and he feels kind of good no matter what. But now that he's been nerfed, different story.
I guess that's part of the perks of being a hero with so much utility, right? Having damage, CC, and escape all in one package. Team Hawk gonna complete up their draft with Lolita, which makes sense. And Nana appearing for the second time here at MPL Season 10.
Very interesting. So... oh, man.
That's weird.
Oh, man, that's so weird.
The thing is, for those of us who play a lot of pubs in ML, Nana is like a bane to our existence. That morph is so annoying, and the ultimate is actually a lot more effective than you would think. But you never expect pro players to really pick it up here. So I'm wondering what the plan is with this Nana. How do they want to combo around this?
I think they just want her wave clear and just arguably her disengage, right? I think Valentina has the opportunity to actually move herself into the EXP lane if wanted to, right? So it looks like Lola is going to be switching over. Yeah, there we go. So it's going to be Valentina in the EXP lane. If we look back over to SUHAZ Esports, it's going to be a Julian jungle. All right. I think, okay, this all worked out in the end. It all worked out in the end. It's interesting composition coming in from Team Hawk, and I'm excited to see because I feel like SUHAZ Esports, very straightforward draft.
Okay, I think I see what Team Hawk is going for here. We already know about the Min-Man synergy combo. They have Lolita, they have Nana. This is just the ultimate early game gank duo. So much CC, so much control. Nana is being picked up in lieu of a hero similar to, let's say, Eudora, except with more utility in the form of her passive that allows her to escape if she gets caught out. So Team Hawk wants to snowball off of this early game, roaming around with Min, Man, and the Ling. And on the opposite side, we can see SUHAZ Esports will have a lot of scaling, lots of damage for themselves, but they need to hit that late game. You can hear the cheers here in the hall. The fans are excited. So get excited, ladies and gentlemen. The Land of Dawn beckons once more. 4.
Yep, let's jump right on into it. It's going to be a best of 3 here between Team Hawk and SUHAZ Esports. They're going to need every point they get, and SUHAZ Esports, they don't want to end the week 0-2. They gotta step things up. They gotta show what they have. And Gary, he's gonna be able. Ooh, Vinsmoke might force him to actually go for the retribution. Yes, he does. That's what you want to see.
Yep, that's already a success from Vinsmoke there. Being able to force out the retribution on the very first buff of the game means that Gary cannot contest the Little Wonder. We can already see Razin there going to be able to secure it without too much problem.
Yep, and Mon, he's just going to focus on wave clearing. He wants to minimize. He doesn't want to get hit by the bat impact, and he should be able to do this pretty safely for now. But more importantly, he has some form of control in the mid lane. If Sicilion wants to move out of there, Mon is going to know.
Yep, that is the effectiveness of the Molina there, being able to not only morph people, but also scout out areas for the rest of the team. We can see here, Min already checking to see whether or not SUHAZ are taking that purple buff, but that is a 2v3 situation. He'll choose not to go for it. Almost steals it with a flame shot, but nope, Razin gets it.
Yep, very smartly done. Gary, he sees the interaction. He sees where a majority of the members, he confirms that Julian is still there, makes his way on out, but he is a level down. Razin is making sure that he's staying ahead of the curve.
Yep, so we can look at the emblems overall. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Everyone's going for emblems that are pretty typical for their heroes overall. So I don't think there's too much for us to talk about here. What we do need to talk about is the fact that the turtle is going to be coming up and SUHAZ have control over the bottom lane.
Yeah, but Lola, he gets knocked up, and unfortunately, a Falling Star Moon is going to connect. And there we go. Lola tries to turn things around with the Unstoppable Force. Flickers on out of there as C3 Norsana needs to make a choice. But now it's going to be Min left all by himself. Forcing that flicker out too is going to mean that SUHAZ Esports will easily take this first turtle.
I think I didn't really notice until now, but this is actually an EXP lane Valentina. So Lola wants to get as high level as possible against CD Norsana, but they do end up losing on that turtle. Looks like Gary actually chose to give it up in lieu of invading the enemy jungle instead.
Oh, a good combination with Vinsmoke and Oxygen, forcing Gary out of there. He manages to get the steal regardless in this Tempest of Blades. Ooh, that could have been bad for him.
Yep, but then the response from Ryzen, he's going for the enemy jungle now, but really good rotations from Team Hawk, gonna make sure that the Julian cannot try anything too tricky here. Right now, Team Hawk playing a pretty solid early game, but SUHAZ are actually the ones with the slight gold lead.
Yep, they're going to be holding on. This river has been guarded fairly well by Team Hawk and as well as SUHAZ Esports, none of which have really pressed too deep into each of the opponent's sides of the map, but I think the next interaction here will be happening in 65 seconds. When that turtle comes up, I think Team Hawk probably isn't going to let that go as easily unless they don't have their battle spells.
We can see here that Lola does seem to be prioritizing stealing that wild charge, which does make sense. It's basically the best ultimate he can steal from the side of SUHAZ Esports, so he's going to be playing more for it as an engager. What I'm wondering is whether or not this will shift the way that he wants to go for his item build. Will he still go full magic, or will he want to build a little bit of tankiness so he can use that wild charge?
Oh, the call in with the Numenon Blast finds Ryzen, but Vinsmoke, he is able to protect himself from the CC, but again, nothing really happens here. They just disengaged. Plans have been found out. SUHAZ back away, and Team Hawk unable to punish them further.
I'm actually kind of surprised at how passive this game has been so far. From SUHAZ, we're already expecting that they're not going to be quite as aggressive with the exception of Vinsmoke and Razin, but I was expecting Team Hawk to go for much more aggressive engagement.
Yeah, here we go. Gary looking for the first blow. Oh, the Vinsmoke finds it. Able to get the Bladed Tempest right, but Abumon quickly flickers on out of there, but he's still going to get chased down. Ryzen able to turn things. He finds one, finds a second as well. Double kill coming out of Ryzen, and now Team Hawk forced to back away.
That was not really worth it for Team Hawk. They lose both Min and Gary, which means that the turtle might go to SUHAZ, but they do find a kill on City Norsana. Ryzen doesn't get the turtle, it goes to Panda. He gets picked off, killing spree to the Julian, and now Lola is in a bit of danger, wants to try and chase them away, uses the flicker to get out, and Man picks up the kill on Vinsmoke.
Finally, a profit. Team Hawk able to start the engagement off with a pick of their own, gets punished, but now wait, can they get a little bit more here? Nope. Min unable to flicker any more forward than this. Numenon Blast not going to connect.
Ooh, it's just a lot of action all of a sudden. The game was so passive right before that, and then instantly a massive team fight. And the fact that Panda was actually able to secure that turtle there means that the net worth lead shall now go in the favor of Team Hawk. That should not have happened, really. SUHAZ Esports were the one that had the retribution.
Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, Razin did actually use his retribution significantly early in that initial fight, so he didn't actually have it when he was trying to secure that turtle, and that's why Panda was able to steal it away just in time. But now, top side, just a lot of bodies here, a lot of traffic happening on the top side of the map, with Min making sure he controls this side of the bush, and Vinsmo face checking, making sure that he protects his team. He doesn't want to go back in there again, right? Is he going to make a chance to go in?
Either way, though, it does look like a lot of attention is going to be given to the top side of the map right now. Panda and Abumon both have the highest goal ranking, basically even, and these marksmen are going to be quite important once the mid-game comes around to secure more objectives and advantages against their opponent. Team Hawk, though, overall has a 1k net worth lead, but that's not much to be said for it. It still can go either way.
Yeah, the passive play once again from both sides. I guess they don't really want to lose too much in these engagements, right? Because you can see that both Team Hawk and SUHAZ Esports are focusing on a lot of trade killing, right? They're not going to, you know, cut their losses and, oh, we got picked off, that's fine, let's back away. No, they look to try and get these trades down. They want to make sure they minimize the gold loss as much as they can without playing the rest of the map. Blast 5 on 2! Lola gets a wild charge into himself, a clean combination. Vinsmo manages to flicker on out of there. That's the Falling Star Moon used by CT Norsana, but the damage has been done. That's going to be Turtle falling into the hands of Team Hawk.
Beautifully orchestrated by the players of Team Hawk right there, being able to pick off the members of SUHAZ Esports. That was a beautiful use of the wild charge from Lola after the Numanon Blast, securing 2 free kills and a turtle, since SUHAZ would not be able to re-engage. And instantly, their net worth lead has increased to 3.5k. Gary already completing his Berserker's Fury, most of their cores getting their second items.
Yep, and right now CT Norsana is just struggling, right? Lola is continuing to oppress him, and now that he's a level up on him, he gets a significant amount of spell vamp as well. Oh wait, hold on. This might be the catch that they were looking for. Lola already using the wild charge, terrifying Vinsmoke. It doesn't matter because Raisin is the majority of the damage. Gets that good pick off that they've been looking for, but Team Hawk respond by trying to take this mid turret.
Gary gonna be able to finish it off as the Numanon Blast flicker secures it onto Oxygen. A kill going over to Team Hawk, and now they see that Julian and Clint going on their tower. They will be able to take down the tier 1, but here comes Min and Mon. Will they be able to catch them out? Abumon flickers away, leaving Razin for dead as the Panda flickers ahead with the shotgun, but ends up biting off more than he can chew and falling in return.
Nicely done by Razin. He took the damage. Unfortunately, he ended up dying, but he managed to get the enhanced chains off, which ended up killing Panda, who needed to get close to make sure that Wesker was effective. Now, the rest of the members looking for another dive onto Abumon. Numanon Blast coming through. Vinsmoke is here to protect, but it's too late. The Tempest of Blades popped early by Gary, dodging the CC, and now they finally get the kill that they were looking for. They back away.
Very well timed Tempest of Blades there, just dodging the wild charge. I don't even think Gary did that intentionally. Vinsmoke's timing was just a little bit unlucky. But with Abumon down for the next 5 seconds and the Lord coming up, this could be a chance for Team Hawk to go for this objective if they're able to find one more pickoff.
Yep. Oh, Lola is going to be starting things off onto Lord's side. Min taunts his opponents to try to see how much information he can actually get in space that he can take, as SUHAZ Esports knows that it's going to be a little hard to actually contest them. A lot of the times, they just get wombo combo to the ground, so even SUHAZ Esports, knowing that they have valuable ults, must be careful of Lola.
What Team Hawk does know is that the Esmeralda is down in bottom lane, and Gary will rotate a lot quicker, so they could go for a 4v5 team fight here. But now that they no longer have vision over CT Norsana, it becomes a lot more difficult. And with the Esmeralda constantly buying time, it makes it difficult for Team Hawk to go for a full 5v5 engagement.
Yep. see whether or not that 5v5 engagement is going to happen around Lord side, because Team Hawk has been sitting around this Lord for a very long time, and I think they're just setting up because Gary can rotate fast, so he's going to set up a wave down bot side, clear that up, manage those waves, and now they begin to start their work onto the Lord, chipping away at it.
Yep, the Lord going to be playing a game of resets here as City Nirvana continuing to do a very good job of just cutting the waves. We can see Gary is coming in from the back line. Team Hawk, they want to make an engagement here. Min gonna go for the concealed play. Gets caught out by Sanguine Claws though, so he doesn't get the stun he needs. Team Hawk now shift their priorities over to the Lord. Will they be able to get it before SUHAZ can respond?
Oops, let's see. SUHAZ now responding here, and yes, they do get it, but Min flickers out of there before he gets caught. Vinsmoke finds two. He ends up dying in his wall charge. City Nirvana comes in with a falling star move, but again, that's just way too much damage coming out of Panda's Wesker. He does not care. Switches back over to Nibiru, and that is the end of that story. 11-5 with a 5K goal lead. Team Hawk pull ahead.
That was clear hesitation from SUHAZ Esports until the very last minute. They weren't sure if they wanted the full commit or not. And when it finally went for the concealed play, Vinsmoke extended just a bit too far with that wild charge, putting himself out of position and allowing Team Hawk to pick up 2 easy kills and the first Lord of the game.
Yeah, but just look at the way Team Hawk is playing this right now. They're playing off of Panda and as well as Lola. Both of them. Lola looking for these big engages every time she steals the wild charge. And not to forget that Panda's damage honestly is really significant at this stage of the game. Like, Panda has been able to get a good amount of assistant kills.
We asked our AI for its winning prediction as well, and it seems overwhelmingly in favor of Team Hawk, who now has a near 8K net worth lead 12 minutes into the game. The next thing they're going to target are the inhibitors. They are able to clear up the midway, but the Lord is now crashing up top.
Yep, if they can get an inhibitor here, that's already a big win. You notice that, oh, they can't really get into this. They get hit by the polymorph, and then 5 Vinsmoke. Raisin, he's in trouble. The Numenor Blast takes him out. CT Norsana under farm is overwhelmed and is forced to move back. Panda healing back up with the Haas's Claw, and this is great for him because he can continue the siege down towards that bottom side. They've already got 2 inhibitors. Let's make it a third.
Excellent discipline from Team Hawk, backing off, not going for the kill count here. They want to get this final inhibitor, and they pick it up easily, instantly backing off from the base, not going for more than they feel they can take.
They finally breathe. 1 minute until the next Lord. Let's look at the item list and look at how big Panda is right now. 4 complete items here. And even Gary himself, he's barely seen these team fights very often, but he has been picking up these kills like nobody's business to get almost full build. He's 1 item off.
Yeah, the same can be said for Lola. Team Hawk are in a very comfortable position now, and they've hit that 10K net worth gap. We can see from that last Lord push as well, the amount of gold EXP earned just from that one singular push by, again, the first Lord of the game. And you can tell just how commanding the lead Team Hawk has is.
Yep, 7,000 gold earned. 40,000 in terms of tower damage. This is a brutal lead indeed, and SUHAZ Esports falling significantly behind. It's just, there's nothing they can really do about this unless they get a potential pick off of Panda. Maybe there's an opportunity, but even then, chances are Abumon does not have enough damage to get through Min specifically.
Wild charge onto Min as the response from Lola instantly, but that's a lot of damage in the backline. Gary gonna get shut down by the Julian. He might have underestimated their DPS there, and that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
Lord is now being done by Team Hawk, and SUHAZ, I don't know. It's tough. They could look to contest this, don't get me wrong. Resin does have 12 more seconds until the retribution. They need to take space. If they could get another pick, that would be the most ideal situation. But even now, if they're going to go for this 50-50, it's a risky 50-50.
Yeah, with Gary still down for 5 seconds, Team Hawk wants to reset this, but they're doing a good job of just pressuring SUHAZ, not allowing them to engage onto the Lord, which means that Gary should be able to come back quite soon. Oxygen already getting a very early immortality as well. He recognizes that he needs to survive these skirmishes.
Here we go. Let's see as this skirmish is about to begin. Yeah, they're going to be sending around. Vinsmoke tries, but he gets terrified right before he makes it happen. It's too late. The engagement has failed, and Team Hawk finally have the last piece of the puzzle to look to close this game out.
That's going to be a pretty big Lord take from Team Hawk, with SUHAZ Esports' base completely barren, no inhibitors to speak of. This is going to be a difficult defense. Luckily, based on the timing, Vinsmoke should be back to be able to assist, but will it be enough?
The waves are getting synchronized by Team Hawk as now the final blow is about to commence. SUHAZ Esports, they've hit the 42K mark, but Team Hawk are just too far ahead here. They have to wait for Team
play.
Hawk to make it. Oh my god, no. I think they're going to go for it. There we go. Now they're looking for this slight engagement. They're trying to slow down this Lord. Oxygen doing his best with a bad impact, but Shinji Nasana comes in with the falling star mode. He survives, manages to hold on for a little bit longer. Oxygen, he's got damage, but they push them back. It's going to be Raisin who falls down first. Abumon is trying his best, but Oxygen needs mana. Min might be the next to fall to the bad impact. Panda's trying his best, but the range is too far. Oxygen sits under the crystal, the last hope to hold on. They have to clear these waves. It's 2-for-1 trade. They find Panda as well. Oxygen succeeds.
By the skin of their teeth, SUHAZ Esports will be able to defend their crystal against a desperate push by Team Hawk. And it does look like their DPSs are starting to scale up. Both Oxygen and Abumon doing so much work in that last engagement to slowly pick off members of Team Hawk who do not realize Cecilion and Clint are heroes that have such long range that you're not even aware that you're within kill shot.
Oh, I mean, it just feels bad, right? I mean, what can you do? Panda wants to be able to snipe somebody out. When you have Wesker, you're a little too close for comfort, but Oxygen, he has scaled, and I think this defense has brought back SUHAZ from a losing situation to now a potential turnaround here. And here we go. Oh, 50% of Gary's HP is gone. The wall charge connects onto Min. He goes down straight away, and even Clint has damage now. So this is becoming a problem for Team Hawk. It looks like they've just been outscaled, and it's important to play around these big ultimates.
This is not so good here for Team Hawk. We're seeing negative value on that last Lord push, and now SUHAZ want to go for more. A beautiful wall, but Panda reverts it, getting the kill onto Vinsmoke, forced to flicker out of Sanguine Claws. Here comes Gary to make sure to zone them out, but he just stays for a bit too long and gets picked off by SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, that was huge. A huge play. And now SUHAZ are back in it to win it. Coming down from a 8K lead from Team Hawk all the way down to 3K. SUHAZ just has to play the macro game. It's unfortunate they're playing at a disadvantage because they don't have inhibitors, but other than that, SUHAZ can now win team fights.
They absolutely can. Their damage has finally started to kick in, and this could be pretty dangerous for Team Hawk. The Lord now going to be contested. This is 18 minutes in. This is a dangerous Lord to give on over. Here they come. Min gets the stun, but Razin will secure it. We might be seeing a potential comeback here, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, let's see how far this comeback is going to be for Team SUHAZ Esports. Oh, they continue to press up forward, and now we're back to the stalemate position that we saw literally like 8 minutes ago.
We have just seen a 10k net worth lead reduced to 1k, and in terms of items done, basically all the cores on both teams have already achieved full build. Considering what we've been seeing today, it's starting to seem like a 10k net worth difference may not necessarily be a death sentence.
Yeah, no, I think you're totally right here, and I think, you know, SUHAZ Esports held out long enough to make it count. Immortality as well as an Ice Queen's Wand, the final few items coming in from SUHAZ Esports. They're going to be on equal footing against Team Hawk, and that's what you want to see, an all-out brawl as SUHAZ take control over the bottom side of the map, and this Luminous Lord should easily crash through this tier 2, and now the rest of THQ must respond to it.
Oh, but look at Gary. He's cutting the waves himself right in their base, basically making it so that SUHAZ Esports will not be able to get any more towers, especially in the important mid lane. Team Hawk going to end up losing all their towers in the top and bottom side, and the net worth has actually now skewed towards SUHAZ.
Yep. Mon, well, he's actually doing a good amount of damage Wait, hold on. Wait, no, the Numenon Blast is coming through. He's trying to flip him, but it gets cancelled by the enhanced chains. Panda manages to flicker out just in time to blow up Abumon. And now they're on the run. They trade a 1-for-1. Gary tried his best to go for the sniper. Isn't still alive, but now with a 1-for-1 trade, a jungler for a gold laner. Do they want to press their advantage? I don't think so. I feel like Team Hawk are pretty okay with just taking the purple buff and just chilling for 60 seconds around the Lord.
This is just intense right now. I don't think we were expecting this at all. Abumon, unfortunately, out of position in that last fight, but Gary is now finding it very difficult to dive into the backline for SUHAZ as well. And we have to give props to Raz, and that was a beautifully placed enhanced chain, recognizing the risk of a Numenon Blast, putting it right behind him to catch out Min. Otherwise, that could have been much more disastrous for SUHAZ.
It could have been way more disastrous for SUHAZ, but that was just well played. Some really good calls, and Resin making a good save for the team. Now, 20 seconds. This is the big one. This is the make it or break it here, because if Lord falls into the hands for SUHAZ Esports, they're almost guaranteed a way to crack open an inhibitor. If Team Hawk gets it, I think SUHAZ Esports is going to bow out for game number 1.
This final Lord, hopefully, is the final Lord here for both these teams, because fatigue is going to be a matter of fact. This is only the first game of the series. Whichever team is able to win this fight and claim this objective will have a very good chance of coming out on top. And we can see that I believe Gary did just go for his final item, a BOD, at this stage of the game.
Yeah, he wants to execute these low targets. He's going to help clear up topside, but he cannot kill Siti Norsana, so he's just going to focus on the minions. The rest of his team is going to be hovering around the Lord pit here, knowing that the waves will naturally push if they just leave it to its own devices.
This is risky. This is tense for both these teams. It is a very, very sensitive waltz between both sides right now. Bloodwing's now picked up on Oxygen. He knows he needs that survivability. He's got more than enough damage. He just needs to find the right target.
Let's see how that's going to go as the proxies from both sides are coming through, and I think Gary just slipped on through. They will, I'm guessing the wave is most likely going to see him at some point, but if we look back, on the Tribrush side, we do see that Oxygen is getting some good damage onto him. He doesn't really feel anything, and I think he's scaled now and built in to magic resist. But again, this back and forth, we're not really seeing the full commitment from either side just yet.
We did see that Team Hawk tried to turn around on the Esmeralda when they saw Siti Norsana alone behind them, but he was able to get out without too much issue. Now, all 5 members of Team Hawk are on top of the Lord. They know that Siti Norsana is not nearby. This could be a 4v5 situation.
Panda's chunking it down. They're waiting for it. When's the call going to be made? In smoke, he's right out in the open. Let's see this 50-50 as they start moving on in. The conceal play happens. At THQ, they're just juggling the aggro of it. They're waiting it out. This is smart. Siti Norsana gets spotted out into the brush. The rotations have happened, and here comes the walk shot. Knocking 2, finding 2 more in the wall. Nana survives, but Gary's going to try his best to take out Abumon as he tries and runs away. The damage has been done, and now SUHAZ Esports have control over this Lord pit. Fortunately, Team Hawk can't let it fall into their hands. Lola dancing around them, Panda looking for some snipes, and even SUHAZ Esports just trying not to give this over.
We can see that Gary decided not to teleport back to his base after all, and that's not the best situation. He doesn't have purple. He needs to kill jungle creeps to heal back his HP, and both teams are still playing very precariously around this. Vinsmoke gets a nice stun. They find Panda. Immortality pop down. Gary comes in, picks up 1. Immortality pop. They find Razin. Gary alive. Panda alive. Siti Norsana will be able to pick up that final kill, but guess what? Lola's in the back line. He's on top of Oxygen, and guess what? Gary's
running for it.
Pushing. Gary's in the back line. The minion wave is approaching, but Siti Norsana is back. Gary has no HP. He can't go for this, but guess what? They found Oxygen. Oh! Winter Trunking keeps him alive. Oh! the trade!
He gets the trade right at the very end. A monster kill coming out of Mana. 4-for-2 trade, and now with 3 members alive, Team Hawk are looking to end this. Mon can clear that wave, and Gary can help him out.
City Norsana going to be the lone survivor. Will he defend 1v3? Jumps in, 3-man falling Star Moon, but it's not going to be enough right into the Doom on blast. Immortality popped down. Gary on top of the crystal. Winter Trunkian keeps him alive, but not the crystal. Team Hawk will finally end this game 1 of the series.
Woo, what a shift in tempo. THQ comes up with game number 1. GG, well played. Can you hear the chants here at the live stage? Look at that fan base. They straight up have a chant for them. I really can't believe that.
And that was just incredible. This is the kind of atmosphere you only see in things like football stadiums, and I am all for it. That was an exciting game, but also an exhausting one. I can imagine there's going to be some fatigue on the players because there sure is some on me right now.
Yeah.
Just what a game.
I can't believe the series of events of that happening. It was looking so much in Team Hawk's favor. They couldn't close out that game, and SUHAZ tried to go for the dream comeback there.
It was close, honestly. The fact that they were able to bring it back such a close difference to make it so equal despite being down by 10k at some point. I just have nothing but praise for both of these teams.
Truly, truly nothing but praise. THU coming up on top in that game was huge because Mon, not a single death coming out of him. Min playing a really strong game, but you gotta give it to Panda. He was having some breakthrough moments with some of the plays being set up by Lola and Gary.
But what about Mon on the Nana pick? 6-0 and 16, 0 deaths on this hero. I'm very curious to see how much damage he did overall, but this is just an amazing performance here. Team Hawk definitely realized at one point that they bit off a bit more than they could chew, not respecting the amount of scaling that Avuman and Oxygen had. But once they were able to refocus their efforts and realize what they need to do in the game, that's exactly what they did, and they achieved it.
Yeah, they were trying their best here. And honestly, I feel a little bad for Vin Smoke. There are some situations where he honestly, he got some of the craziest wild charges we have seen. Two knockups, double stuns at the end of it as well. Ridiculous plays coming out from Vin Smoke, but unfortunately the rest of the SUHAZ could not capitalize on such an opportunity sometimes, and it feels bad. But coming up for THQ, the MVP of this game, going over to the Nana player himself, Mon, with his 96% match KP, with a 6-0 and 16 match KDA.
It will typically be quite quick to count out a hero like Nana on the MPL stage, but Mon makes it look easy once again. 96% kill participation with 0 deaths. That is not easy.
Goodness gracious me. I mean, the disengage was really, really good. I mean, the Molina Blitz is a very annoying spell, but that Polymorph has saved more lives from Team Hawk than I have ever seen in any other types of mid-lane mages.
Yep, and I feel like after seeing this, we're gonna be seeing even more Nana in pub games, and I personally am terrified.
It's not gonna be fun. It's really not gonna be fun. Let's have a look at the highlights here once again, because this early game heavily dominated by Team Hawk. They just kept finding pick after pick after pick, but once the tempo started to pull up and even SUHAZ Esports look to actually fight back in some situations, Team Hawk just having so much more control with the help of Lola stealing the wild charge really made all the difference.
I do feel like last picking that Grok was a little bit risky from SUHAZ, because we already know that this is a hero that has a lot of difficulty going up against magic damage, which they obviously have with the Nana and the Valentina, not to mention giving away wild charge set up a lot of these big engages for Team Hawk, and that did end up costing SUHAZ quite a bit.
Yep. And a lot of these fights, look at that. Vin Smoke finding these huge opportunities, but Lola just, again, bounces back against him. Every single time Vin Smoke makes a play, you see either Lola or Mon just shut it down. And, you can't help but feel a little bad.
Yeah, but you, once again, the Min-Man synergy still there. They still got it. And you can really see how Panda and Lola are stepping up despite not being able to play for basically an entire season.
Yeah, I mean, Panda, he's looking very comfortable on that Beatrix, but not to mention that Lola in the EXP lane, he knows these lane matchups well, but more importantly so, he's still got an eye for opportunities, stealing the right ults and making the right plays at the right time.
I cannot believe Gary survives this, and Panda was able to take someone out with him as well. That was an engage that was really good for SUHAZ. So the fact that Team Hawk are able to maintain their cool in this situation speaks to their experience. Going to MSC is no small feat.
Exactly, and I think, you know, they've grown so much. Now that they're back with their original team, I want to see how far they can actually go in a competition like this, you know? They don't have Valens to actually lead them and give them that shot call, but they've taken that experience and really molded it for themselves.
I'm honestly the most curious to see when they go head-to-head with RSG Esports. That's going to be a really, really intense match to watch.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure Valens has probably memorized some of the bad habits.
That's true.
That Minamon have done as well, and I think that might have been the same case where we saw in our previous best of 3 of the day between Box and HY from SMG, and as well as RSG respectively.
Yep, but now that the players have gotten a short break and will be returning to the player desk, let's have a look at the game recap. I was curious about how much damage was done by Man. Is that 100,000?
Yep.
Oh my god.
And 3,000 coming out from this Nana. The boomerang, again, it's very consistent when it comes down to its AoE damage, but ooh, when you're getting into those big team fights, it's very hard to be aware of all of Nana's projectiles coming at you.
Sometimes it's really difficult to just pay attention to them, and all of a sudden you realize, oh, you're morphed, oh, you're stunned, oh, you're taking massive DPS. It's very difficult to space out against a Nana as compared to something like a Cecilion, which I think a lot of players are kind of used to playing against now. You know exactly how far you need to stand to avoid the bad impact. And despite all of that, Oxygen still did nearly 100k himself.
Yeah, I think Oxygen really was holding the team together. His guaranteed scaling towards the ultra late stages of the game was looking really, really good here. It looks like Adin being the analyst for Team Hawk as well. You can see him. I think he was sweating a little bit in the back room when SUHAZ was making that comeback.
Yeah, you always have to be wary in those sort of situations, and it's important to be able to keep your head straight, because when you are 10k net worth ahead, you expect to be able to walk over the opposition without any resistance at all. So a lot of people, when they find themselves in a situation where all of a sudden the roles are reversed and they are actually in danger, they're not able to respond well enough to adequately deal with the situation. Team Hawk, they've already proved that is not a problem for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, they still have what it takes. Let's see whether or not they can actually push through and get a quick 2-0 against SUHAZ. Well, considering how Game 1 went, it's probably not going to be quick. But let's have a look at Team Hawk's own Gary from last season's stats.
I'm really impressed by how much Gary has grown as a player. He only joined RSG Esports towards the later half of Season 9. So all things considered, we haven't gotten to see a lot of his gameplay. But in that short span of time, there's been so much growth, so much evolution in his style of play, in his hero pool, in his overall mechanical skill, that I'm just really excited to find out how much more this man can grow.
I mean, the new generation of MLBB pros are coming into the scene in Season 10. That's what it's all about, man. It's all about these new faces finding their place in this competitive world. Prayers being said, as always, and I want to see whether or not the draft is going to really be shaken up here, because what Team Hawk has shown is that they are developing, right? And more so, they're developing a meta that, again, not a lot of people use. Like, how many times do you get to see Nana down in the past couple of seasons? I think we've only seen her once or even twice in a season at most.
Yet somehow, when you see Nana, there is actually a pretty good chance of her being MVP for some reason.
That's also true. That is also a good
Perhaps
point.
a sleeper hit Nana is after all.
Sleeper hit Nana.
The hidden blockbuster.
The hidden blockbuster.
Coming to cinemas near you.
No, that's definitely one of the things I'm thinking about nowadays, and I think it's something interesting. However, I'm still hoping that SUHAZ Esports will kind of come together, because you can see there are moments of hesitation like you mentioned before, and more so just miscommunicated moments and wrong timings for the executions. Are they capable of pulling it off? Absolutely. We've seen it done multiple times. It's just unpolished.
It's just the ability for a team to be able to perform at 100% no matter the circumstances. And that does come down to having experience. Obviously, SUHAZ Esports, a very new roster, and it could very well be one of their first times on stage as well. So you imagine there's going to be a little bit of nerves, a little bit of anxiety. Hopefully they can overcome that, because with the draft now starting for game number 2, they are currently at risk of going through week 1 without a single victory.
SUHAZ Esports going to be on the blue side with Team Hawk on the red. Fanny getting banned out, followed by Valentina here. Okay, that's fair. Let's see if SUHAZ Esports is going to ban out. Yep, Farmis.
Fair miss, understandable, get rid of that. So far their bans are looking to be pretty similar to the previous game. Obviously now that Team Hawk are on the red side, they're going to give a lot of respect over to the Valentina, since they no longer have the priority pick.
Yeah, exactly. But that does beg the question, what else do they find priority, right? I'm expecting 1-1 to get banned out by Team Hawk specifically, but they ban out Natalia, and then the next one should be 1-1. I'm fairly confident about that. SUHAZ Esports, however, what else needs to be banned out here?
Is it worth... They probably want to pick up the Julian for themselves, since they're going to be on blue side. Do they want to ban things like the Akai? Do they want to ban Ling or Beatrix?
I think there is an argument for Beatrix. I don't think Ling deserves a ban. Oh, well, I get... Okay, I suppose. But Gary's hero pool pockets are pretty deep here. I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to go for, like, arguably Lancelot, Hayabusa, any type of assassin-style junglers. But Team Hawk, on the other hand, are they going to ban out the 1-1, or are they going to follow their previous ban in game number 1, which is the Akai? There we go, 1-1, ban it out, slap it, come on, one more. Your moments, you're millimeters away. Okay, guess not.
I think it has to be the 1-1. You can't afford to give this away. People have been able to make miracles happen with this hero. That crossbow of Tang in the late game is simply too strong, and if they don't ban it out, well, that is really risky.
Yeah, I guess they're just taking the time to discuss their further bans while they still have that bit of extra time. They ban out the 1-1 finally. First pick underway, starting off with SUHAZ Esports. Let's see what they go for here.
Julian would be the obvious pick here, because even though they ended up losing in the previous game, it's still really, really strong. But it does look like there's going to be a heavier priority towards Tamus, which means that Julian should fall into the hands of Team Hawk.
Okay. Let's see if Team Hawk is actually going to pick it up. I would like to see Gary play Julian. I'd be very curious to see.
I think it's more likely Julian, though. He has played a lot of Julian.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's fair, but I would definitely I would definitely prefer if Gary played it, right? Go back to the Nana once again, one more time. Show us another Nana and a Julian here.
But I think this should be Julian and Beatrix for Team Hawk. It just seems like a very obvious first 2 picks, considering you don't usually get these 2 true like that, and yep, that is going to be the case.
Yep, again, great calls on the predictions for this particular draft. I really was hoping for Julian Nana, though, I'm not gonna lie. SUHAZ Esports now will get their hands of Akai. Now, I'm surprised that Akai actually made it through this far. I was expecting Team Hawk, because they banned it out in the first game itself. Why not pick it up for themselves? But I guess, you know, they don't want to be boring. They decide to go for the Eve on top of it all.
I could see them hovering the Nana right there. They want to go for it again.
Do it!
And it would be quite easy to set up the stun on the Eve with the Molina Blitz, except it is a little bit slower than certain other mages. We wonder if that's what they will go with. Otherwise, picking up the Cho for Min right now is not a bad choice.
Personally, I think if Team Hawk wants to just counter the drafts right now, they can just get the Diggy, right? Because again, real world manipulation. They've got yeah, there we go. Diggy, boom, easy.
Nice.
2 heroes dealt with. Kai can't do much with it. Can't look for those engages, and the real world manipulation you can play around if you don't have the Diggy ult. So We move into the second phase, right? Starting things off, Team Hawk is going to look over at SUHAZ Esports. They still don't have a gold laner as well as EXP and a support. I mean, they could flex the Akai, but the odds of that doesn't seem... Wait. Cool. Good.
Just typing.
Taking the full advantage.
Just asking Munton for some diamonds on stage.
Straight up. Straight up. No shame. They're like, by the way, I don't know how they just seem to know. Do they just keep typing it in hopes that they see it? Or does the camera, when the camera turns on them, do they just have a sixth sense for it?
I think it is a little bit obvious when you have a guy holding a massive camera standing right behind you, you know? Like, you know how some people have a sixth sense, like thinking, someone's staring at me right now. I think it makes it a lot easier when you have a massive camera over your shoulder.
But you don't know if it's on you on the live. For all we know, it could just be like the wide shot for all we know. But hey, let's come back into the draft. Brody is going to be the first ban in the second phase coming in from Team Hawk. Definitely understandable here. SUHAZ Esports. They still have 10 more seconds, and the discussions are taking a while to decide on what the ban is going to be. But Benedetta is going to be the follow-up ban. All right. Huh.
I'm wondering whether or not SUHAZ Esports will want to ban out the Paquito here, because that is a hero Gary is very effective with. Right now, I'm contemplating two heroes for Gary. Paquito or Hellcurt.
Ooh. Ooh. Both are pretty decent. I would agree with you. I would agree with the Hellcurt. Paquito, I guess unless we see what SUHAZ Esports is opting to go for in the gold lane, I would imagine Paquito will come out if something like Irithel, for an example, is shown up, or arguably even Claude as well. But Popo and Koopa is going to get banned out for the side of Team Hawk. Definitely understandable. They don't want the oppressive marksmen against Beatrix.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They want to make sure that Panda has the most comfortable lane he can get. And like we mentioned in the previous game, Popo and Koopa is basically the only marksman that has a favorable lineup against the Beatrix. But right now, it looks like the final ban from SUHAZ is going to be that Balmond as well. Also a hero that Gary is known for playing in the jungle. Now the big question is, Gary's hero first or Lola's hero first?
I think they're going to go with Lola's hero first because they can technically flex the Julian around and wait for SUHAZ Esports to complete their comp before going for that final pick.
What would be a good matchup against the Tamas here?
I mean, there's not a lot of good matchups, but there's a lot of ways to kind of just stall the matchup, right? Now that they've shown Thamus, they can easily go for Esmeralda if they really wanted to. They could technically show a Cho if they wanted to too.
How about
Yuzong?
Like Yuzong?
Yeah.
Actually, Yuzong would be pretty okay here, right?
Yep, that would be pretty decent as well. 4 seconds until they make a choice here. What's it going to be from the side of Team Hawk? They have to lock it in.
Your team is picking.
Paquito, okay.
Oh, they're flexing the Paquito here.
Okay, I think I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it's something that either Lola or Gary can play, so they're keeping things more suspicious for SUHAZ, and it actually doesn't necessarily eliminate the possibility of Julian jungle too.
Oh, well, I'm hoping for Julian jungle coming in from Gary. I'm very excited to see. After how Raisin decided to play his Julian jungle, it's still pretty effective, especially when you build in full damage. Oh, you really feel that punch.
Yep, now with the final 2 picks for SUHAZ, we still don't know for sure where this Akai is going to go. It can be either roam or jungle, so these final 2 picks are going to tell us exactly what we need to know. What they do need is more consistent late game DPS right now, so it does look like they're gonna go with the Claude for that, but right now, with 3 picks and a 0% win rate, Hero's not looking all too good. Hopefully Raph will be the answer they need to secure that early game.
Is Raph gonna be enough? I don't know. SUHAZ Esports, I guess they're really banking on this big wombo combo. Let's not forget that Masha is still on the table. They could have gone for a Masha here for the side of SUHAZ instead of the Raph and kind of just let Claude, you know, kind of hold on to his own, but and then maybe play Masha as the support. But I guess, you know, SUHAZ have dedicated Masha for only the EXP and not going into the support position. Team Hawk, on the other hand, they're going to be locking in their final hero. There we go. Cho gets locked in.
Is this going to be an EXP lane Cho then?
I
It has to
so.
be, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be Mon on the Julian, yep, and then Gary on the Paquito.
Yep, this is pretty classic for Team Hawk. I am kind of curious how well Lola will be able to play the Cho, since I don't think we've actually seen him play this hero before. Hopefully, Min will have given him enough pointers to be just as annoying as he is.
I'm sure he will be able to do it, right? I don't think he's going to be locking in Cho, not feeling confident about his capabilities. But
True.
it's time to start rolling the dice here. Is it going to be SUHAZ Esports bringing it to a 1-1, or is it going to be Team Hawk going for a 2-0 to end this, to end their best of 3 strong? A team fight composition strongly coming out from SUHAZ Esports, but you can hear the chance that Team Hawk, they've got the one hero that counters that CC to run them down. It's time to jump into the land of Dawn.
This is gonna be the deciding match potentially of the series if Team Hawk are able to secure a 2-0 victory for the juicy 3 points to raise their standings even further. If we look overall at their team lineups, Team SUHAZ Esports will have a very strong team fight composition, as you mentioned earlier, whereas Team Hawk will be focusing more on a skirmish style of gameplay, with Cho, Paquito, and Julian all having pretty good mobility and one-shot potential.
But if you notice, Min, he's already going to be babysitting up towards that top side. Lola is going to be hovering mid. He's taking way too much damage. He's taking way too much damage, and he can't afford to recall because he won't hit his level 2. Vince Smoke has done a good job at harassing him with the help of Oxygen. They're going to go up for... Do they steal that? Oh.
I'm not sure. They might have, actually. I'm not certain.
They did. I think they did. Raisin is already at... Yeah, Raisin is already at level 3 and Gary's a level down. So that is a little unfortunate.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. I do notice as well that Team Hawk kind of did a bit of a lane swap here. Mon is playing in the EXP lane, and Lola is mid lane as the Cho. So he's going to be focusing more on roaming around to assist the rest of his team instead of really just honing in on one lane.
I'm surprised, though. I would have expected, you know, Julian to be totally fine here in the mid lane. But I guess they don't want him to get harassed. I don't think Cho into the Thamas is a terrible matchup by any means.
Yeah, I agree as well. I feel like they could have kept the usual Cho EXP and Julian mid, but I suppose they want Mon to hit his level 4 earlier, and Julian would be a better matchup into the Tamas, but not by very much.
Yeah, I mean, City Norsana, I guess he knows the matchup well enough to be like, as long as I don't take a terrible trade, it won't be the end of the world. Turtle gonna get started by the side of SUHAZ Esports as Abumon and Vince Smoke holding up to the top side. Gary actually going for the initial dive here. Turtle is already down, but Abumon, he is so stuck, and Vince Smoke can't do anything. Even with the holy healing, it ain't enough. Gary should be the next to fall, but Vince Smoke takes the kill instead of Oxygen. That's a little sad, but hey, what happens, happens.
A little bit unfortunate. I see what Team Hawk were going for there. You could see that they just decided not to contest the turtle at all because they don't have priority on the bottom lane. Instead, trying to go for a gank up top side. And while they were able to pick off the Claude, unfortunately, Gary's cooldowns were not quite short enough. You could see that he walked back towards Oxygen at that last moment. I think he was waiting for a heavy left punch to come back up so that he could get that shield. Unlucky, not quite enough.
Yep. Unfortunate indeed, but hey, what can you do? Still, it's not going to really slow Gary down too much here. Raisin is going to be ahead in levels, and let's see if they can actually find the retribution on the top side, if they can look for this potential dive. But let's not forget, Min does have that time journey, so he should be fine to protect Panda up on this lane. 50 seconds until the next turtle comes back up.
Oh, Lola's in a bit of danger here. They want to set up on the Cho, but Jikundo makes sure that the heavy spin can't come out, and Mon will be joining him here in mid lane. But this is a 2v4 situation. I don't think they're going to be able to get a kill.
No, they're probably not going to get a kill here, but Panda is starting to get a little greedy. Min, however, informs him about Vince Smoke's presence and potentially Oxygen's as well, as mid lane is a little too clear, and Lola has been tailing them this whole time. Mon has to get on out of there. He's dealing some decent damage to City Norsana, but they find the kick onto Oxygen, catches Oxygen on the rotation, and now Panda successfully continuing to siege down on that top tier 1.
That was just beautifully done. SUHAZ Esports has been doing such a good job of responding to Team Hak's rotations the entire time, but the moment they let their guard down for just 1 minute, they catch out the mid laner, and that'll allow them to gain control over the turtle pit. Panda even clearing up the entire top tower before the gold shield even disappears.
Here we go. Raisin trying to go with the heavy blows, trying to make sure that Gary isn't able to get into the middle of the fight, but unfortunately, that leaves Lola isolated for the rest of the SUHAZ. Think about Citron Osana almost going down, but Mon could not finish him off.
That's unfortunate for Team Hak, but SUHAZ Esports gets a nice engage there. Mon now still trying to chase the Tamas. Might be putting himself out of position here. No mana, no cooldowns. But the same can be said for SUHAZ, so he is able to walk away.
Alright, now that they get to walk away, Mon is going to go for the full reset here. And that does mean that Lola can actually rotate back down and actually hover across that wave. With the help of Beatrix, they need to make sure that they don't lose or trade a tower back into the hands of SUHAZ Esports.
You can see from the items so far that most of the cores have already completed their first item. With the richest player on the map right now gonna be Panda after clearing up the entire gold shield, already finishing a BOD at this stage of the game.
They're going to continue on their siege. Bottom side looks like it's threatened, but Abumon, he's scared to walk up here. He doesn't want to get caught, and he's not entirely sure where they are. But now he's got the information where everybody is. 2 mid, 1 on top. That means it's going to be Diggy hovering around. But Julian, he's stalking. He's stalking on the bottom side of the jungle. Vinsmoke might be in some trouble, even using Holy Baptism as well to ensure that he doesn't get caught by Lola. And they press the advantage even more.
Yeah, but look at bottom side. Panda's getting so much money from towers, and that's forcing SUHAZ to come down to the bottom lane to respawn.
Oh!
Panda, he's flickering forward. He misses out thanks to the battle mirror image. And here comes Ryzen, Min, and Panda in a lot of danger. But Time Journey keeps him alive. Panda gets the kill! Oh, double going over to Panda before he's finally shut down. Gary, he finds Oxygen, dropping him real low. But he will be able to finish it off with that final jab and survives the tower as well. Another tower should be falling to Team Hak.
Oh my god, what a decision being made by Panda, turning that situation around, turning his death into just an acceleration of wealth. Oh man. Time Journey gets popped, he turns around, sees Abumon greeting out, takes him out, and kills Vinsmoke just before he dies.
That's just not ideal for SUHAZ Esports, and even I can't believe that just happened. They're now on top of the turtle. They find out Mon. He has to use the enhanced sword to get away. Lola will be there to save him as Ryzen, with a heavy spin, secures the turtle, going over to Abumon. But the 1K network release still for Team Hak, and Vinsmoke disappears. Oh! Lola, oh, that's unfortunate. That's not the direction he was looking for. Gary biting off more than he can chew here. Gets picked off. Min as well as Mon. Gonna be able to finally take out Oxygen, but that puts him out of position. Already 4 kills, 4-2 in favor of SUHAZ.
Oh, they wanted to press the advantage there, but I think Lola may have baited them into a really bad position to fight because Abumon was in place and he had the battle mirror image ready to go to pop the blazing duet. Panda's got a lot of good damage here, and now he's going to try his best to clear up this lane. Oh, Time Journey took a while to actually connect onto Abumon, but totally fine at the end of the day. SUHAZ still slightly ahead despite all that has happened this game.
SUHAZ needs to catch out Panda, otherwise the fight is not really considered won at this point. This Beatrix is the biggest issue for the blue side of the map right now, and they need to make sure that Panda cannot continue scaling up if they want to secure victory. But Team Hak, they're not going to give that away very easily.
No, not at all. Situn Osana trying to defend this mid-tier 1, and Mon just really baiting out as much attention to himself. Again, another tier 2 has been traded for a tier 1, and they might lose another tier 2 here. It doesn't look like they have any, Team Hak has any control over the bottom side of the map as Abumon getting free hits on this tier 2.
Razid is babysitting him. They want to make sure that Claude can match up to the Beatrix, but now Mon doing a lot of damage to Vinsmoke, forcing out the Holy Baptism. That's an important ultimate, not available for the next fight. But here comes the heavy spin. Doesn't matter though, Time Journey exists. Mon dropping real low. Abumon doing a lot of damage to Panda. Wind of Nature means Panda has to flicker away, but here comes Gary. Picks up the kill on the Claude. Real 1 manipulation doing a lot of damage to Lola. He will probably be sacrificed to allow his team to
Snipe! Oh! Oh!
Misses the snipe on City Norsana.
Oh, that was too close. That was so close. It was almost pixel perfect. They could have gotten a profit in that trade, but THQ, they back off now. There's nothing much they can do. Let's pull up the item list here. We're seeing 2 items coming out from Julian, 2 items coming out from Paquito, 1 item coming out of Lola so far, but Panda in a lead with 2 items and 2 components here. I think he needs to make a decision on what he wants to buy.
I think we can also see that Abumon has been forced into getting Wind of Nature before Golden Staff. It kept him alive in that last fight, but that's going to delay his damage even longer.
I think it's necessary, because if he didn't have it, he would have died to Panda straight up with the amount of damage that Nibiru was about to come up with, on top of the fact that he had Wesker. So I'd rather not risk it. If I was in Abumon's position, I'd definitely build it too.
Man going to be able to escape. Honestly, I like the way that he's playing this Julian. I think Man has used more enhanced swords just in this one game than I have seen throughout my entire career casting MLBB.
But here we go. Raisin, he's going to go with the body slam. Lola gets the third hit. G couldn't go, but that's going to pop. They do get the time journey off just in time. That's 2 ults. They can look for the re-engagement here. Are they going to actually take the opportunity to do so? Because Lord is up, and, you know, Gary is on top side, clearing up that wave in that 1v1 against the Thamos. SUHAZ is trying to press the advantage here, but they're going to be losing Thamos soon. They find the shutdown on a Kai. Some real world manipulation, looking for kills. Finn Smoke lives, but they take out Gary finally here after finishing City Norsana. Gary chasing them down. Lola so very... Oh, Lola, don't die to Lord. Don't die to Lord. Holy healing doesn't connect just yet. Oxygen can't find the angle, and THQ, they back off.
That was honestly a really good decision from SUHAZ Esports though, all things considered. They used the heavy spin to bait out the time journey and save the real world manipulation, knowing that Min wouldn't have it back up when they're taking the Lord. It's just unfortunate that they hadn't factored in Gary coming in from behind, and with Razin getting taken out by the enhanced chain, they no longer could contest the objective safely.
I mean, City Norsana, he tried his best to slow down Gary, but eventually it was a losing battle. Gary is significantly ahead. He has been farming hard on this Paquito, and unfortunately for City Norsana, lane gold is not going to be enough when he is 2 levels down.
What he does have an advantage though is the fact that as a Tamas, he will be able to push lanes and match up to Gary despite not having nearly as much farm, which means that he can constantly apply pressure, allowing the team to make sure that they don't lose out too much in lane pushing.
Yep, but once again, the same situation occurs once more. Top side, lane management happens. Team Hawk now taking full control over the Lord Pit's side. Lola, he sees one. Time Journey is going to reverse attack. Gets onto Raisin. That's a lot of damage with the enhanced chains.
That's a combo of enhanced chain and the point-blank Wesker shot from Panda. Lola now going to constantly pressure them. God's caught out with the Holy Baptism, but here comes Time Journey, keeping him alive. Panda finds the Lord, and SUHAZ Esports have to make a hasty retreat.
Man, that's such a feels bad when your jungler is unable to get into the fight, and Gary is nowhere to be seen. He was just managing top side, realizes, okay, my team needs me, I rotate. By the time he rotates there, it's already done. It's like, oh, I guess I'm here.
All things considered though, Team Hawk are only 2k net worth ahead. SUHAZ are still in an okay spot in this game, 9 kills to 10. That's only the first Lord of the game, so they shouldn't have too much problem clearing it up. And we can see from the AI as well, it's actually not leaning that far towards Team Hawk.
Yeah, it's 40% to 60%. Let's see if that changes later on into the game. But Team Hawk going to look for an inhibitor here. They're synchronizing the waves. The second wave of Lord Empowered Minions will be crashing onto the bottom side, which makes that wave even bigger. So THQ going to continue the siege. Real world manipulation already used. Min is going to try and get out of here. So that's one big ult coming out of SUHAZ's Esports' arsenal. They find Raisin. He's in trouble. He dies. Panda gets sniped with a kick coming out from Lola. Finds City Norsana. He tries to pop the Vengeance, but it's not going to be enough. Panda has the opportunity. Lola with a third hit of G Kundo sends Finn Smoke and Oxygen back. They can end this right here, right now. Min's got to be careful. Panda looking for opportunities to snipe. Conceal is already down, but there's no more minions to help them push. They have to back away.
Razin just got absolutely decimated in an instant, and a really good catch from Lola as well. Team Hawk, though, should have actually been able to end the game there if not for the fact that Gary actually died 1v1 to Abumon. Vinsmoke instantly gonna be a casualty, and Time Journey used to make sure that they don't die to the Wrath passive.
Wow, I've never seen someone so nervous about the Wrath passive that they had to do it. They really had to pop that Time Journey. And I mean, even though Lola had gotten the shield, had he not, I think he would have died there, to be fair, if he didn't have Shunpo or something to give him a bit of a shield.
And we do have to be very cautious about Abumon now. He won the 1v1 against Gary in that previous Lord push, and he's actually doing a lot of damage to Team Hawk. They need to respect this Claude and make sure that they're not caught out in a big blazing duet, because right now, that is SUHAZ Esports' key to victory.
Yep. SUHAZ, they can't afford to make any mistakes here. A single one would mean that Team Hawk is going to go and rush for the end. 14 minutes into the game with only a 3k gold lead in Team Hawk's favor. SUHAZ Esports, they need to wait until the 42k mark before they opt to take the next fight.
We can see that both teams are playing quite passive right now. They know the Lord is going to come up in another 10 seconds, and they can't afford to take a big fight unless they're sure they can get a pick off. The positioning from Team Hawk is going to be more favorable, and now they want to engage onto Razin, but the rest of his team is right behind it.
Yep, they just play it slow. They have crashing waves here for the side of Team Hawk. They have every advantage on their side. They don't have to do anything drastic just yet. But Lola, he finds Oxygen, tries to zone him away. Vinsmoke gets the Holy Baptism, but Lola is able to get on out of here with his full tank build with Mon to deter them. Wait, he goes back in. Lola wants to find something. He's slowing down. He flickers out of the way to buy time for the rest of the team to take the Lord. This means that SUHAZ, they are living on borrowed time.
That was just a job well done by Lola there. Even ready to sacrifice his life to be able to ensure that the Lord goes to his team. Not even necessary. Not to mention bringing down Razin to really low HP by himself. This is now going to be a Lord pushing straight in. The base of SUHAZ Esports is completely empty. A final 5v5 to determine their fate in this series.
Here comes the Luminous Lord is on its way. This is SUHAZ Esports' last chance. They cannot afford with the Lord Empowered minions coming through. They find the initial knockup, but Sita Rosana absorbs the damage. Real world manipulation keeps them zoned out, but Team Hawk still have Lord Empowered minions on the top side to crash in. The reset coming in from Raisin. They're looking for it. Lola, he finds one, but not enough. Not the right target. Time Journey is already popped. They get the kick onto Raisin, but he manages to get on out. Mon misses his sickle, and now Lola is left to his own. Blazing Duet finds Min, and they manage the defense. Team Hawk is forced to back away.
A beautiful defense by SUHAZ Esports, perfectly positioning themselves to make sure that they're not going to get caught out by the skirmishers on the side of Team Hawk. And with Min down for the next 25 seconds, this could be a good time for them to make an attempt, if not for the fact that the Diggy is just here providing information to his team.
Yep, solid information as well. Min may be dead, but oh wait, the chains come out. Real world manipulation doing some damage, but Lola cancels it straight away. Mid-tier 1 should fall, but they sacrifice Mon in the process. They can't do much about that, and Panda, unfortunately, cannot afford to walk into that artillery fire.
It was a good plan by Team Hawk. They wanted to combo the enhanced chain with Nibiru's passion, but ended up getting knocked up by the Akai there, resulting in Mon getting sacrificed there. At least he bought some time with a turn to Trunkian, but again, they are one man down. Gary is back, but they need every hand on deck to go for this 5v5.
Yep, this is a very close game, and the gold lead doesn't even matter now. Both sides in full builds, and Oxygen absolutely deadly when he drops that real world manipulation. So now Team Hawk has to change their priorities. They have to make sure they cancel this real world manipulation. They cannot afford to just sit in it with the Time Journey, because they will lose a lot of their health.
Oh, this is risky. Again, this is just like game number 1. How is it so tense every single time? Gary, though,
oh no!
He's in danger! Blazing Duet, that's a lot of damage. 1v3.
Wait, they're going for the
Winner
end.
Trunkian. Well, keep him alive for now, but it's not going to be enough. The rest of Team Hawk now want to push up. They know that the rest of SUHAZ are not around. Nice kick onto Oxygen. They pick up Raisin. Panda flickers forward. Oh! They pick him up, but here comes Abumon and CD Rosana. No Blazing Duet, so they will be able to pick off the immortality on Lola, but they get the snipe! pipe onto the Tamas. Man, now jumping in. They're looking for Vin Smoke, but it's not quite enough. 4v3. Team Hawk, they want to push this. Enhanced Change doesn't find a target. Panda forced to use the Wind of Nature. To get Abuman. He's still alive. They find him. Shut down on the Claude. They find Wind Smoke, but they will lose Man. And Oxygen is able to pick off one more on the Lola. Immortality gone.
He's gotta take it. Take the
Panda
fight.
has to go for the fight, but he gets picked up. He still has immortality though, so he is actually fine. That's a wipeout for Team Hack. The crystal is exposed. A beautiful defense, but not quite enough. And the victors will go. Team Hack secures the 2-0.
Oh my god, that was one hell of a game. THQ, their first win, 2-0 in this best of 3 at the MPL regular season. What a day too. GG, well played.
I did not expect this series to be as entertaining as it was, but these new faces, these new teams have something to prove here, and they are in it to win it. I think we have something very exciting to look forward to this season. Let's see what the host has to say in the interview.
Debut yang sangat memukau pandangan kita. Team Hawk berjaya untuk mengutip 3 mata penuh. Satu debut yang boleh saya katakan mengancam sebenarnya untuk pasukan Team Hawk. Dan di sini kita ada Gary, pemain daripada Team Hawk untuk kita interview di sini. Apa khabar Gary? Ambil mic ni ya.
Ya, alhamdulillah.
Apa khabar Gary?
Ha?
Apa khabar?
Oh, khabar baik.
Khabar baik. Okey. Satu soalan pertama untuk Team Hawk sebenarnya secara general. Team Hawk berjaya ke MPL melalui qualifier, kita dah tahu benda tu. Dan lama tak nak biasakan diri dengan roster yang baru?
Roster baru sebenarnya untuk qualifier seminggu je sebenarnya dengan Panda ni.
Oh, seminggu je? Wah, cukup pantas untuk Team Hawk biasakan diri. Chemistry macam dah lama main tu. Okey. Untuk soalan yang kedua, Gary. Perkara apa ataupun siapa yang menjadi pembakar semangat untuk Team Hawk terus menjadi kuat, konsisten pada musim kali ini?
Membakar semangat mesti ni fans Team Hawk.
Yes.
Siap ada Ultra semua sekarang.
Yes, of course. Dan ada apa-apa ucapan tak nak berikan kepada Ultras Team Hawk lah?
Untuk Ultras, terima kasih sebab support kita orang.
Support baik sekali. Sorakan yang begitu bertenaga yang diberikan kepada pasukan Team Hawk untuk melangkahkan kaki kanan dalam perlawanan yang pertama. Terima kasih Gary kerana interviewnya. Dan itulah dia pencapaian pasukan Team Hawk di dalam perlawanan yang pertama. Kita bakal sama-sama saksikan di perlawanan yang seterusnya. Terima kasih Gary. Dan kita akan pergi ke mic check untuk saksikan ataupun dengar apakah yang telah dicolotehkan oleh pasukan Team Hawk.
Tak nampak.
Tak nampak, jangan tengok. Jangan tegur. Wait dulu. Botol. JT kan ingat. JT dulu.
OJT.
Botol. Coba. Cik, kepot ya.
Serius. Jangan show min.
Beli
Aku 6.
Beli kenal. Lola, tutup mata tu. Mana tu? JT mana? Gili. Nice. Panda, kata bini mana? Panda. Let's go. Panda. Nice try Panda. Gol.
Boleh ah. Bantai dia luar, bantai dia.
Kucing ada.
Nice strike. Nice. Tarik dia. Defa. Dah hati. Rafa dah hati. Kena. Mati tu. Nice. 14 second.
Kan korang cakap lot aku bet.
Tahu. Tak apa. Aku sempat hati.
Lot seorang. Give akan buka hati.
Ya, kata.
Tahu.
Rafa dah beli ke?
Cloud tak ada ulti dengan Wan.
Okey. Sabar. Aku mati tu. Nice.
Woo, I need a breather after that one. That was one heck of a game, and the Team Hawk fans are honestly, they are sick. They are really excited with that victory. 2-0 against SUHAZ, but SUHAZ put an incredible fight.
Yeah, that was just such an entertaining series to watch, and I think a lot of us were on the edge of our seats. Just those final few moments, just absolutely incredible. I think this is peak MLBB right here, and I just have so much. I feel like there's so much more to look forward to this season. This is only week 1. This is between newer teams, newer faces. what else can we expect?
Honestly, the most that we can expect right now is just looking at the item bills for some kind of insight, because Panda is playing out of his mind right now. But you have to admit that Lola, many times before, when he was part of THQ's collaboration with Orange Esports, he felt really uncomfortable when he was in that gold lane. But now, when he's playing in EXP, he's back at home, baby!
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at the items here, there are some pretty unique things to point out here. Firstly, Gary has a Winter Trunkian. That actually ended up keeping him alive a little bit longer during that last fight as well. And that's already quite unusual. But I'm looking at Panda's items here. He absolutely had a Wind of Nature in that final fight. He has an Immortality here, meaning he bought this in the middle of the fight.
Just before he died.
Just before he died.
Literally just before he died. And I don't know. That's some fast hands. That's some incredibly fast hands here, because it was moments before disaster and he was running away with like a sliver of HP, and I'm guessing that's when he did it, because by the time he actually got finished off, you could already see he had Immortality bot. So well done to him.
And that was just absolutely the key to victory there, because Panda should have died twice in that fight, but he survived through all of it. He was the one that finished off the game, and if he didn't survive it, SUHAZ might have actually been able to drag it out even longer. So just kudos to him, man. All of these players just putting their entire heart and soul on the stage.
Yeah, and honestly, Gary, I don't know who made this call to say, hey, we're gonna force a fight. Gary, I need you to run it down.
Who knows?
Like, that is an insane call to make, and the fact that THQ had that much trust in each other, it's another incredible thing. I think that SUHAZ Esports, unfortunately for them, Abumon, as much as he tried to get his, tried to actually go for these really big blazing duets, it keeps getting cancelled. Whether it be just a knockout strike, whether it's enhanced chains, whether it's the third hit of G Kundo, it just never gets off properly.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for him, because he did actually end up building a lot of damage towards the end there, and Oxygen was doing such a good job as well. It just speaks to the volume of gameplay that Team Hawk was able to do here. Every single one of their members was doing such a good job. Min on the Diggy, look at his damage. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't get to see that very often.
And the time journey was always used at the correct timing, perfectly held for as long as possible to not waste this very valuable ultimate, making it so that Razin, he basically didn't have an ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Min had a really good trigger finger. Like, you couldn't really phase him, you couldn't really bait him into using the ult a little too early or a little too late. It was always right on time, and that's some beautiful plays coming out from both of these teams. What a series this has been. Let's check out the MVP coming in from THQ. You gotta give it to Panda. He played a solid game here, 72-match KP with a KDA of 10-1-3.
Man has really found a new lease in his gameplay here after leaving GeekFam and unfortunately not being able to take to the field when he joined Team SNG in Season 9. Now he is showing what he is truly capable of in the gold lane, having a 10-1-3 match KDA, and just the fact that he was able to swap between the Wind of Nature and Immortality and basically have not 2 but 3 lives in that final fight to secure the victory for his team, that in itself deserves some kind of recognition.
Yeah, I mean, the time window, the time frame that he had, by the way, was extremely little. As soon as that Wind of Nature's timed out, he had barely a second before having to switch over to Immortality. Panda pulls it off nicely, and I can't wait to see more of him and how deep his pockets go through when it comes down to the hero pool. Coming over to the highlights here, a lot of these setups and macro plays coming out from Team Hawk has been very good. However, you have to give it to SUHAZ Esports that when they throw a single gear or just get under the chink of armor that Team Hawk had, that's when you see the sacrifices being forced out of Team Hawk.
This is also kind of the strength of Team Hawk's lineup here. Just how many skirmishers they have overall makes it difficult for SUHAZ to defend their backline. There were definitely some points where they overstayed their welcome and got taken out in return. These were opportunities for SUHAZ to make something happen, but every time they were able to get those wins, Team Hawk instantly bites back with even more pressure, not allowing them to ever extend a true advantage throughout the entire game.
Yep, and I mean, these advantages, again, are very situational and conditional, always based on who has their ults up, and especially when the time journey is such a big deterrent for SUHAZ Esports, they had to play a little bit slower. They had to be able to force out a situation, but still pose a significant threat, and I think SUHAZ, they did as best as they could in as many situations as possible, but again, Team Hawk, the way that I think the one thing that set them apart from SUHAZ Esports is the catches mid-rotation. And I think that's really, really important for Team Hawk's comp.
And that last decision as well, where Gary gets caught out by himself in the top lane. Normally you'd think we have to try and go protect him. He's an important part of our comp. No, they're running it down. They're like, let's go. We can end the game right now. They're up top lane and it works somehow. It's just incredible.
Honestly, they ran, I'm guessing the thought process was, we're going to run it down mid. Unfortunately, Gary, you're going to have to sacrifice yourself. If you spot anybody, take that fight. We're going to look to trade, okay? That's probably the baseline of the idea. How it escalated further than that, I'm not sure what was going through their minds at that point. I think it's just desperation and the fact that they are so close to victory after taking a trade up on finding oxygen, as well as, I can't remember, was it?
I think it was Razin.
It was Razin or Vinsmoke. I think it was Vinsmoke in that particular situation. But let's look at the current standings here right now between Group A and as well as Group B. We saw the previous matchup, but unfortunately for SUHAZ Esports, they still remain at the bottom of the standings as Team Hawk will be joining Tordok in tying in aggregate points with a 2-0.
That's just gotta feel pretty good for Team Hawk and of course all their fans as well. They are now sitting on top of Team SMG after this game, pushing SUHAZ Esports into an even more disadvantageous position. 0 points with 2 matches gone. That's gotta be rough.
I mean, SUHAZ Esports, I think there's a lot of potential in them. They just need to work it out slowly, get that polish going, and I think we might have a devastating team on the horizon. But they might be late bloomers here. We've seen a lot of teams struggle in the early weeks and then get better in the later weeks, so we can't count them out just yet.
On the opposite side, Group B obviously going to be looking about the same as before because obviously we haven't seen their teams play yet, but that's going to be coming up next. So make sure you guys keep your eyes peeled because we still have one final series to end the day.
Yes, one more best of 3 and it's going to be coming in from Group B. This is the one that I'm real excited for, but congratulations to all the teams that has played today, got their victories, and they'll come back stronger for the ones who have lost because it isn't over. We still have plenty of mobile legends for the rest of the season to go with. Now, with that being said, Group B, again, Group A has been considered the group of death so far. Has that kind of, again, held up to expectation?
I think it absolutely has held up to expectation. My goodness, what is going on here in Group A? Every single team feels so hungry for victory. You do kind of have to feel a bit bad for SUHAZ Esports. They've really been thrown into the deep end here.
Yeah, they really have. And with a very fresh roster of great players, it will take some time before they kind of figure it out and how to jive together. But until then, you know, high hopes. I have high hopes, very high hopes.
After all, SUHAZ Esports has always been able to defy expectations before, clawing up to 3rd place, not once, but twice in various seasons over the years.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there. But you have to admit, Team THQ, they are pretty interesting now that they are back with their original team without the collaboration of Orange Esports. And do you think they are contenders for winners? Do you think that they're going to make it all the way through?
They're definitely looking pretty good to me right now, and I feel like the meta as of current really does suit their style here. Man has always been a mid laner that is able to play various roles, obviously doing a very good job of playing those scaling heroes like the Cecilia, like the Xavier in the previous season, but I do think he's more comfortable on these really active and aggressive early to mid lane mages where he can roam around and create space with Min. And that's exactly what this meta is about.
Yeah, I think that the meta is in an interesting place, right? Before this, you wouldn't see too many trades like this, but I think more so that it's kind of worked out. It's worked out well, and it fits the strategy overall.
Now, but let's have a look a little bit at what else SUHAZ Esports is going to be up against in the near future. They're going to be up against SMG, Himhak, and then RSG. These are going to be important matches for them because right now, with 0 wins, they really need to secure a victory under their belt.
Yeah, they really do. It's going to be, oh boy, it's going to be real tough, man. It's definitely not going to be easy, but hopefully we're going to see the progressions, right? We're going to see them grow and maybe maybe take a win out of at least one of these teams.
I sure hope so, because while they're definitely in the death group here with a brand new roster that hasn't really had enough time to acclimate themselves to the brand new MPL, we have seen teams make miracles happen before, teams that really should not be in as good a position as they were, suddenly coming up to win the entire thing. Ooh. So, keep your fingers crossed, SUHAZ fans. Anything can happen.
With that being said, though, Group A, exciting stuff. What about Group B, though?
Group B is an interesting one here because it's definitely the group with the most new players, right? We have Team CARACAL consisting of a new lineup. We have Team LUNATIX, and of course, we've got veterans like Red Esports who all want to show their stuff here. Yes, maybe some people might argue it's subjectively less competitive than Group A, but it's still really tense over there.
Yeah, but I think there's a different quality. This might be a bit out of pocket statement, but I do think that the quality of Group A's games have looked significantly different from what we've seen so far in Group B. I mean, to be fair, we've only seen one game from Group B, so opinions can change and will change over the season. But a quick shout out here. I'm thinking about if you had to take all the players, Group A, Group B, how would you put them together? I'm talking about like the super team. If you could select handpick each and every one of these players and you had an unlimited pocket.
That's always a very interesting question to answer. And actually this time we do have an answer to it because we're having a look at our talent dream team pick. Now, we already got a look at your dream team pick from yesterday consisting of Formaze, Hate, Chiku, Gary, and Zion Sempoi. I have gone for something a little bit different here. Now, this wasn't necessary. This was not a rule. It was just something I set for myself. I told myself I'm not allowed to pick more than one player from one team.
I was in it to win it, man. You can clearly tell I'm looking for the best of the best on each of these roles. But I do find it interesting, though, because you decided to go for Formaze as your EXP laner. You decided to go for Zaid as your jungler, Min as your roamer, Sasa as your gold laner, and Izanami as your mid laner. Walk me through this process.
Now, Formaze was a difficult choice because I had to compare between him and Smooth. In the end, I elected to ignore Smooth because I already picked Sasa. These are kind of rules I set for myself. I don't want to pick two people from the same team just because I feel like it's more fun that way.
Okay.
So I decided on Formaze because I think Formaze and Smooth are among the best EXP laners. Izanami, I went with him because I actually think that this is a meta he might be quite comfortable with. I know that he likes playing aggressive mages similar to before. So I'm interested to see how that'll turn out. Sasa, to me, is always a pretty safe pick. He always will be able to get farm in the gold lane regardless. Zayed is a jungler that I think will benefit from this meta as well because the jungler wants to get involved very early on. And Min is just personally one of my favorite roamers in the entire league. Yeah, this is a meta where Min can go absolutely ham.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one because even for my talent dream pick, Zyme is technically my favorite roamer of all time. So I had to throw him in there, and it made sense to me. But I think it's rather interesting because if you went for smooth instead of Formaze, that means Sasa's position or even Izanami's position might have changed with either Moon or Chiku in that case, right?
Yes. I was also debating between Izanami and Moon.
Ah, that's always the argument. That's always the argument. Well, with this being said, we have our picks for who we want to support. But what about you guys? They need your support. The teams are looking for your support. And you can be part of it by giving a sweet comment to your teams, but also using the hashtags 10bersama. Whew, I almost forgot that for a second there. Make sure you also include your game ID and as well as your server ID, and you can be just like these winners with your comments featured right down below.
Well, congrats to the people who got your comments selected and featured down on the screen. You get your claim to fame, a moment on the MPL live stream itself. And it does look like we have a pretty even split of Team Huck and SUHAZ supporters this time too.
Yeah, it's not overwhelming, and don't forget, it's on all platforms. But it's time to play Guess Who? Who is this hero? Gender is going to be female. Specialist is a Reap/Burst. Element of an Agile Tiger. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on. Relationships. Yin is her childhood friend and lover. Which one could it be?
Is it Melissa, Masha, Wanwan, or Iritel?
Man, this is the...
I wasn't actually aware of that last fact.
Huh? You weren't aware of that last fact?
I was not aware of that last fact.
Guess you're not a nerd because I read the lore.
So
hey,
you're calling yourself a nerd.
Callback. Quick callback to earlier today. Honestly, I really hope that this is a terrible Who's That Pokemon moment and it's just like, I don't know, Ditto in there. It's just shoved in, but obviously it is Wanwan. I think there's no way you can mess that one up. I think that one is just a no-brainer.
Yeah, she is the only Wanwan right now.
Yeah.
And that has to be the answer. Obviously, for those of you who did get it right, redeem this code below, use the link to get your rewards. And even if you didn't necessarily get it correct, the code is right there, you know. Well, you know, you can...
Don't feel bad about it. Here's their participation award. Don't worry about it. The rest is just pride. But yes, with another Guess Who down, we still have the final best of 3 of today. And that one has been long awaited for. It's already been a long day today.
It really has.
Yeah. With one long technical pause, some really brutal games, and a 2-0. Oh boy. Coming up next here is going to be our final best of 3. It is going to be Team CARACAL up against Team LUNATIX.
This is going to be a very interesting one because we're basically seeing two completely brand new lineups going head-to-head for the first time, debuting on the MPL stage. We obviously already know CARACAL, but it's not going to be the same old faces. And Team LUNATIX finally making their way into the MPL for the very first time. So stakes are going to be pretty high.
Extremely high. In a matter of fact, some of these faces you may recognize from previous seasons of the MPL. Sino and as well as Flint both have experience here at the MPL, and hopefully that might give us a little bit more spice later on in this best of 3.
Perhaps the mentorship that they can offer some of these brand new saplings will be enough to bring us just as much excitement as we have already seen in the past 2 series. But with that, we are going to be going on a short break before game number 3 officially begins. So if you guys need to grab anything, go get a snack, take a break, go to the bathroom, because you don't want to miss a single moment when we return.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of Chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final best of 3 here this Saturday of day 2, week number 1 of the MPL Malaysia Season 10 is going to catch you back, and hopefully you're ready for this last bout. My name's Getting Q. This is going to be Sadafa here at the desk for this final game. I don't know about you, but I've been extremely excited to hear about this new qualified team recently joining us in Season 10. A lot of chitter and chatter has been said in the woodworks, especially amongst the semi-professional scene.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I've only gotten to see this brand new team play twice, and that was in this qualifier and the previous qualifier. But I personally feel like this is a team that has a lot of potential. And of course, we are talking a little bit about Team LUNATIX here, going up in our 3rd series of the day against Team CARACAL.
Yep, this is going to be interesting because Team CARACAL, we haven't seen this lineup play before, and this is a completely new roster. But Team LUNATIX have been playing together with for a while. Previously, they were known as Team Lima, again, for the memes until they started winning hard. And when they did, adopting the name Team LUNATIX feels about right.
It's quite a glow up here to be able to really prove yourself and arrive at the MPL stage. Obviously, we have a couple of players that are no stranger to the stage from both sides, but the majority of these teams are going to be making their first official MPL debut right here, right now.
This is going to be some exciting stuff because this stage is already lit up with some great games. Let's see if both Team CARACAL as well as Team LUNATIX can make it big here on their debut game. Now, before we get into anything further, I know I haven't been the best when it comes to casting today. I've been a little, somewhat lazy, somewhat messing up a lot of names, which I shouldn't be. I've been to pretty much all the international tournaments except for the SEA Games. That's the only one I haven't done, right? And I feel like my performance has been doing bad. So, Stafa, and as well as you in the audience, I want to make a wager here.
Oh, a wager?
All right. So, if I mess up a skill name, I'm going to get hit by a shot caller, and I'll bring it on the next time.
That seems a little bit extreme.
For this best of 3, I refuse to make a mistake. I'm that confident. But with that being said, hopefully you guys can send me those clips afterwards. Let us bring out both of these teams, Team CARACAL and as well as Team LUNATIX. Let's send them on stage.
Team LUNATIX.
We have none other than Team LUNATIX, the team that denied GeekFam's slot during the recent qualifiers. As you mentioned, these players have been playing together for a very long time. What can we expect from them? And will this be a glorious beginning of a brand new team?
It's some exciting stuff here with so much surrounding them in the semi-professional scene. This is their debut at the professionals. They're playing in the big leagues.
Team CARACAL.
Opposing then, we have none other than Team CARACAL, a familiar face in terms of team, but not so familiar faces. They're fielding a brand new lineup here with Sino, the captain of a team, being a veteran player that we all know from previous seasons.
Let's not forget about Zed from SUHAZ Jr. previously, then played for SUHAZ in Season 9. He showed a good performance for his debut, but the rest of them are new rookies. Bad Boy, Rash, as well as Ken. And they have been active in the semi-professional scene.
Two teams made out of majority semi-pro players, and they've definitely got something to prove now that they've finally made their shot up here on the professional stage. Fist bumps all around. Lots of recognition from both sides. I'm sure they've played against each other here and there in the semi-pro, but they're going to be going up against each other head-to-head officially for the first time here on the MPL stage, and joining them will be their coaches and analysts.
A lot of mystery has been surrounding around him, but from Team CARACAL, it's going to be Coach Padel making a comeback as a coach and to be on this stage this season with his analyst Nas. From Team LUNATIX, it's Coach Iman and as well as analyst Sunfrost.
Sunfrost, some of you may know him from the VM caster desk, now officially becoming an analyst for Team LUNATIX, and the fans are excited. Again, always nice to see the comments from you guys. But first off, we have Team CARACAL up on screen. We have, do I have to meow for everyone? Okay,
Do
we
it.
have Hen Meow, Zed Meow, Bad Boy Meow, Zeno Meow, Mienzal Meow, Rash Meow, and Nez. Why does he not have a meow?
That's what I am. That's my problem with this. Where's the meow on Nas? Everybody else has meow except for Nas. But this team, as you may know them, is Team CARACAL, having a lot of the majority of their players actually knowing Padel and being brought here from SUHAZ Jr. But let's not forget about the one we're excited for. Team LUNATIX making it from the qualifiers. It's Rain, Flint, Gold Look, as well as Yamchi, Ime, Mint, and Tomtify.
Obviously, some of you may already know of Flint. He is, of course, a veteran MPL player. It's been a bit since the last time we've seen him, but his performance in the qualifiers was certainly quite impressive, and alongside many of these other players who have really proved themselves in the semi-pro scene, they are now going to be making waves here against Team CARACAL.
Yep, this is gonna be a good match. I can feel it. I can feel it radiating out of these players. Hopefully the nerves don't get to them, especially since they're going to be playing on the main stage. Let's see what our talents have predicted for this upcoming game.
Indeed, it looks like Mars, Farza, as well as me are going to be thinking Team LUNATIX has what it takes, whereas Shamilo and you, Gideon, are saying that Team CARACAL are going to come out on top today.
Look, Team CARACAL, even though they just came in last season, they were looking good, but not to mention this season they're bringing in Coach Padel, and he had a phenomenal run when SUHAZ was coming into the league itself.
Well, we'll find out whether or not the audience agrees with us here. The people on YouTube are voting overwhelmingly in favor of Team CARACAL, but for the rest, looks like Team LUNATIX has quite a few fans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the semi-professional scene is really booming here in Malaysia, finally after so very long, with a lot of talented players wanting to make it to this main stage and have a chance to qualify for M4. With that being said, every team is going to need your support because they need you. So show your support to your favorite teams together with the hashtag 10Bersama. And don't forget to attach your game ID and server ID, and you might win a mystery gift.
And we've already seen many of you guys' comments appear on the live stream itself. So if you guys want your comments to be seen, your claim to fame, and for your teams to witness your support, make sure you guys share out those comments. Don't forget, hashtag game ID, server ID. Otherwise, you're not gonna get the chance to show up on screen after the match. But speaking of the match, 10 seconds on the counter. This is going to be an exciting one, ladies and gentlemen. What kind of new things will we be witnessing here today in our third series of the day? The drafting phase officially begins.
All right, let's jump right into it. It's going to be Team LUNATIX on the blue side with Team CARACAL on the red side here. The bans have already commenced, and they're fast on this. It's going to be Esmeralda and Akai coming in from Team LUNATIX, priority being passed over to Team CARACAL as Valentina has already been banned. The fans, they are well integrated with these teams. No rain, no party.
Yep, I do always enjoy seeing the fan interactions out there. You guys, I think you watch a lot more MLBB MLBB than even some of us here on the caster desk do. So we'll be relying on you guys for all the hot information and all the best memes. Without further ado though, we're already seeing 3 heroes being banned out. These are heroes that are becoming quite prevalent here. The Akai, Fairmiss, and Valentina having pretty high ban rates overall, but it is interesting that Esmeralda would be so quickly banned out.
Well, I think there is an idea coming around here. Either they are prepared and they know Sino Meows. Oh man, I can't believe I have to say the full name. I'm not going to say the full name every single time. Well, maybe we'll think about it as we get into game. But Sino specifically, his hero pool, he is known to be the king of Cho. He was the one trick before he expanded his pool in the professional scene. So maybe Team LUNATIX has more insight on Team CARACAL than we would like to believe.
In addition to that, we can actually see from the roles above the players that Team CARACAL are fielding 2 EXP laners, Rash and Sino. So one of them is going to need to swap things up here in this game.
That's true. Let's see what the final ban is going to be. I'm honestly, despite the reworks that have happened, we haven't seen too many of the newer reworks other than Faramir, right? Especially in the ban phase and the pick phase since Friday, right? So it's Leomord as well as Vixana, which haven't been touched whatsoever by any of these professional teams on the main stage.
You could argue the same could be said about the revamp for Leomord because it doesn't really feel like he's been touched very much.
Yeah, that is true.
With the first pick, it's going to be Fanny finally getting led through the draft for the first time today. Team LUNATIX instantly snapping this up, and I'm honestly very excited to see this. From his performance in the qualifiers, Amal is very familiar with playing on these assassin heroes, so Fanny shouldn't be too out of his ballpark.
I totally agree with that one. I think this is one of the few situations whereby Team CARACAL, it's either they look for single target lockdown or just hard early game assassinations, because again, Fanny is very much dependent on that purple buff. You shut down the purple buff, you shut down a lot of her presence across the map.
And we'll see whether or not that's a choice here. They're gonna start things off with Brody. This is a very comfort pick for Zed. Obviously, previously when he was with SUHAZ Esports, the Brody was always the fallback plan if they didn't have other marksmen to go to. And even when they have every other marksman to go to. So Zed looks like his hero pool looking to be pretty similar overall. And the Julian getting let through the draft means that the team is going to pick it for sure.
Oh wait, now that I think about it, in terms of the ban, sorry, not draft, Wanwan has been let through. So let's see if Team LUNATIX actually want to take it up, but they're going to get the Thamos first as well as the Lilia. Wanwan not touched just yet, and I don't think Team CARACAL are planning to go with double marksmans this round.
Yeah, the 1-1 is not going to be picked up by Team CARACAL. So the big question is whether or not they want to ban it for the second phase, because Team LUNATIX hasn't actually picked up their gold laner just yet. But we can actually see that from their lineup as well. Team LUNATIX, they're not fielding Flint today. They are going with the original 5 members of Team Lama today.
That's good to see. That's good to see. That means it's the team with the most amount of synergy together. And I think that's a really important factor because they want to start off strong as well as show a good performance here at the MPL, especially for their debut game.
Well, with Ling being the final pick from Team CARACAL in this first phase, that's going to be 2 very mobile assassins going head to head. I'm honestly really interested to see a Fanny versus Ling, and it's not often you get to see that on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, no, it really isn't. And I think most of the time, Fanny usually is able to get away before Ling can actually look to punish. But again, that's 2 very purple buff reliant junglers on either side. Beatrix, the following ban coming in from Team CARACAL, I wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of the Wanwan too.
The fact that they're banning Beatrix before 1-1 leads me to believe, though, that Team CARACAL may have information that we don't. It's possible that Mint simply doesn't know how to play 1-1. But we will find out. Now, it's Team LUNATIX's turn to ban. We can see Team CARACAL, they have their mage. I'm pretty sure Julian will be going mid lane, as well as their jungler and gold. So, the EXP lane is going to be focused down here with Phoveus getting banned out.
Huh, interesting. Does LUNATIX want to take away Cho, possibly, from Sino, or at the very least just hold it on as, you know, I don't want you to have a potential counter pick for my Fanny anyway, so it's better to have it rather than let it through.
The Cho would be a pretty good shout. We've already mentioned that Xeno's very comfortable on it. Optionally, they could also consider the Ruby. Not really seen quite as much, but still a very good Fanny counter. It's just that the lane against Hamas is kind of rough, so probably not likely.
All right, with 1-1 finally getting banned out here, and I feel like a missed opportunity for Team LUNATIX to actually pick up the 1-1. Well, you win some, you lose some, as Team LUNATIX ban out the Cho now.
Okay, so they are respecting a little bit on Xeno here, and it does make sense because we would have a bit more information on Xeno as compared to a lot of these other players simply because he has played in the MPL before. So now that these heroes have been banned out, what is going to be the pickup for Team CARACAL? Cho, a very obvious counter to the Fanny with the Wave the Dragon, has already been removed from the pool. I think they do definitely need a tankier option right now. Their roamer is still missing, and most of their heroes are kind of squishy.
Franco. No, they would decide
Really?
to go for Grok. Wow. Okay, so, they've got some pretty good engage here. However, Fanny is still going to be a majority of the problems. Team LUNATIX on the other side decide to go for Masha. I think that this is a really good option considering that Brody doesn't really do much against the Masha and doesn't have enough DPS to try and burst down, especially with the torn apart memories. Against 3 health bars, that's kind of a bit too much to deal with.
But that is also what Masha picked up when you already have a Tamus, and it's not as if Tamus is going jungle since you have a Fanny. Is this a roam Masha? It is! It's a roam Masha! It has been such a long time since we've seen that, and Clint, the final pick for Team LUNATIX.
Alright, it's going to be extremely important because Team CARACAL, when they locked in their support of Grok, yes, he's got big boy damage, but at what cost? Will this Masha be able to chunk down Ling enough to threaten him and deny the purple buff on the first level? We're gonna have to wait and see.
There's still a possibility, actually, that this Grok is EXP lane, though.
That's a good shout, too.
Franco is actually still open if they want to pick it up to counter the Fanny. Would be good to catch out the Clint with as well.
Okay, looks like it's not. I was thinking maybe Valir, if anything, if they really needed to deal with something, to deal with this Masha very quickly, especially at level 1. But it looks like Team CARACAL are confident that they should be fine and they will be able to move past it. The Uranus, super safe in the EXP lane, not to mention that they also have Grok. Let's see how this early game is going to go, because Team LUNATIX, they've got a bit of an advantage here.
I'm personally very curious to see whether or not Masha is still that hero that's gonna run into the enemy jungle and harass the jungler out of lane, considering that a lot of things have changed with the hero and with the meta overall since we saw roaming Masha become a thing. But now that the draft is already complete, both these teams are ready to enter the land of Dawn. On one side, we can see Team LUNATIX going to have a very strong composition playing around the Fanny. High mobility, high damage. Whereas on the opposite side, you could say pretty much the same. The Ling and the Julian are going to be heavy points of contention and heroes that you have to pay a lot of attention to once you hit that mid-game. Let's enter the land of Dawn for our third and final series of the day.
All right, let's jump right into it here. Our final series of the day, the debut of both Team LUNATIX and as well Team CARACAL. And Yamichi immediately, wait, hold up. Is Yamichi going to steal this away? Yeah, he's going to steal this purple buff away. And does Bad Boy go? And Xeno! He ends up dying! That's a little too early, but it's too late. Yamichi unable to take away the purple buff in time. And Meow, so I say Meow, everybody's Meow. Ken is going to jump right in and use his retribution to steal it away. Remember our wager, if I mess up a skill name, Shaw call it the next time I'm with you because I don't trust Icy Baby.
I can't believe that you're actually going to go through
That's how confident I am.
We will see. But yeah, that was a little unfortunate. Oh, Zed taking a lot of damage here, forced to flicker away to avoid getting taken out by Mint. Meanwhile, we can see that Yamichi and Rain gonna be roaming together, applying a lot of pressure. Sino looks like he is indeed going to be playing in the roam position here.
Yep, I think so far it's been so good, especially for Team CARACAL. They haven't really been punished too hard, and at the end of the day, even though they did lose Sino early on, it doesn't mean that he's completely out of it. He is just a roamer for now. Ken, though, he's playing it slow. He's going to allow Emal to actually take away one of his camps. It doesn't mean it's the end of the world. However, he needs to get that level 4 sooner rather than later.
Now, actually, I think Ken did secure that camp. He had to use his retribution to get it, but he was still able to finish it off. So at the very least, he's not too behind at EXP. But Mint now going to be taken out potentially. Tempest of Blades invested. That's a 1v3. No way he's getting out of that one.
Yep, Sino once again keeping eyes on where the rest of the team members are. As we can see that Rash is taking his sweet time. He's going to use his Ionic Edge, slowly stack it up as much as he can, but I don't think they can really contest. Oh, it looks like they might contest for this, but topside takes a trade. Bad Boy is here, and it's going to be Emal taking his time, waiting for the right moment, takes away the turtle. They back off, and now this game is looking to be very bloody.
Yeah, both teams are just out for blood right now, and just as we mentioned that, Goldilocks going to be the next target. Luckily, it is a Tamus, very difficult to take out. In terms of emblems here, we can see that most things are pretty normal, but we can see that Amal has elected to go for the high and dry on Fanny rather than something like the killing spree.
I guess he really wants to win the lane, but I don't know. I think there is a world where Weapon Master might have been better, but let's see this engagement here as Sino does see the potential dive coming in from a TL right now. As they start taking away camps and taking away space, we can see the movements coming across the team. They notice that, you know, the orange buff has been taken away. Zed has to somehow lift this, flickers away as Yamichi wants to go for it. There we go. The dive successful coming in from Emal, but they find the trade on one. The double kill from Fanny's. The steel cables out of control. They cannot keep up with his pace, but they will take one in return with the chains, the enhanced chains from Bad Boy taking out Rain.
That was a bit of a miscalculation from Rain there. He did not need to die to Bad Boy, and that's going to be a free kill going over to Team CARACAL. But right now, LUNATIX are in control. Despite what happened in earlier the game, they have a 1.2k net worth lead, and they are going to be making use of that. The Fanny currently 3-0.
Yeah, now Emal has to really snowball this lead because Fanny falls off super quickly in the later stages of the game. So once mid-game comes around, which is going to happen in about 2 minutes or so, he really has to make an impact. Either really shut down Ken or look to start punishing Zed specifically. He's already 0-2. Pushing him further into the dirt is definitely going to help the LUNATIX.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they want to try and achieve here. Something to note is that both these junglers are heavily dependent on their purple buff. So whoever is able to get a notable advantage against the other is going to be able to steal the enemy's purple buff a lot more effectively than the other. And Sino gonna fall once again to Rain.
Yeah, Rain is just picking him off every single time. The magic damage is useful, but now Rash, he's got to play this slow. He's already used the... Wait, hold on. Bad Boy, he gets locked down by Goldilocks, and now the Tempest of Blades to escape, but Rash now, it's too late for him. He's trying to run, but Uranus just refuses to go down, and Team LUNATIX, hands off the wheel, don't want to be involved no longer.
Another turtle gonna go the way of Team LUNATIX. Really well done. You can definitely see that there is a sense of coordination between Team LUNATIX. After all, these 5 players have played together for a very, very long time. They are familiar with each other's mannerisms and know exactly how they want to engage here. Yamichi might be a little out of position.
Yep, Emal, he's going straight for it. Zed tries to juke with the brush, but it's too late. Emal sending his cables and covering the most ground as he possibly can. And Sino is here to disengage. Guardian's barrier is already up to ensure that he can't go through. But Yamichi jumps right in, ensuring the death. Ken trying his best. Tempest of Blades has been dropped as Bad Boy Meow is getting right into the middle of it. Ooh, the trapping recoil doesn't connect. Lucky him. A good flicker.
Yeah, but being forced to use the flicker in that situation is not going to be ideal. We can see in terms of the gold ranking right now, the highest gold is actually Rain, the mid laner from Team LUNATIX, followed by Min. In comparison, Zed, considering how much pressure he's been under, is in the bottom half of the lineup, this is not ideal for Team CARACAL's gold lane.
Yeah, it truly isn't, especially since that, you know, Zed technically wanted to win his lane hard. This is going opposite of what he wanted. Now, Sino now in some trouble, already down to 50% HP, uses the wild charge to get on out of there. Not the unstoppable, of course, but it's too late. Emal is too big, already getting the free execute onto Zed. Doesn't have a chance to fight back.
And a beautiful thunderclap from Yamichi as well on top of Ken to make sure that the lane wouldn't be able to follow up onto Amal, who was on very low HP, knocking him off the wall before he could complete his animation. Team LUNATIX right now doing an amazing job.
Yep, I mean, LUNATIX are all across the map, and they're really pressing this lead that Emal has right now. 5-0-0, hasn't gotten a single death. These neutral objectives are uncontestable, but Team CARACAL in a bit of disarray here. So, you know, looking for these big engages, but unfortunately, Team CARACAL can't really do too much about it.
Team CARACAL, though, do have pretty solid late game scaling with the Uranus and the Ling. Not to mention, if Zed is able to start picking up some items, the Brody is quite difficult to contest as well. So Team LUNATIX need to make sure they hold on to this lead. Looking at the items here, we can start to see why Amal went for the high and dry. He first item the Malefic Roar.
That is respectable. He did go... Oh, wait. On top of the... He goes for the Malefic Roar, decides to get the Blade of Hephaestus on top of it now. He's got plenty of damage, but the same can be said about Ken. He did get his Berserker's Fury, and ideally he should have enough damage to take out some of the squishier targets. But Rash taking a lot of damage. Emal now trying to finish him off, but he's just too tanky.
That's Uranus for you, going to be able to pop the incandescence and get out. Amal dropping real low to Ken, but he will be able to get away. And Goldilocks doing a very good job of buying time yet again. I don't know if Ken just didn't finish his boots until now where he swapped it, but he did actually just get a tough boots.
Yes, he was holding on to his regular boots, didn't want to upgrade it until he could rush his core items, the Windtalker as well as Berserker's Fury. Speaking of which, Bad Boy now looking for an opportunity here. Yamichi continuing to taunt his opponents as Goldilocks is going in his 1v1 against Sino. The wild charge comes through onto Goldie. He pops his ult, he's trying to get into the middle of it, and that's where you find it. One kill onto Sino. Rash the next to fall as they run them down the mid lane. Zed has no spells left to save his life. Bad Boy gets a good sidestep, but he watches 3 of his teammates get cut down.
Just utter and complete rundown from Team LUNATIX. Usually you'd want to be a bit more careful engaging under the tower like that, but nope, they just rush straight in. Having the tanky front line of both Goldilocks and Yamichi is just so disruptive and creates a lot of space for Amal and Rain, setting things up for the next Lord.
Yep. Now, Sino, I think he's just been having an overall rough game. 0-5 already. He's not as tanky as you'd like to be, but the Molten Size pulls him backwards, and now he's forced to use the Wild Charge to get out of there. Goldie is on his tail, but Rash has to body block whatever he can to allow his support to survive. Orange buff given over to LUNATIX.
This is looking pretty bad for Team CARACAL. Right now, they don't have control even on their own side of the map. Sino not being able to do much with this Grok pickup is causing them a lot of issues because there's just no good way to engage, and LUNATIX is too tanky.
Yep. Oh, this is a good move coming in from the LUNATIX. They're going to reset aggro on the Lord because Team CARACAL, they can't afford for them to steal this away. They want to have this to be a clean game. Rash going to slow down Yamichi, taking down 2 of his health bars, and now Yamichi is going to have to pull back, recharge, and now we're back to square one.
That's good discipline coming out from Team LUNATIX and Team CARACAL as well, recognizing that all they have to do is reset the Lord because a lot of cooldowns have to be used in order to take it down to half HP in the first place. But the AI winning prediction right now is leaning heavily in favor of Team LUNATIX, even though it is only about a 5k net worth lead.
Okay, I mean, this is taking into a lot of things into consideration. The number of structures, as well as neutral objectives obtained, gold earned by certain players. Rain right now is currently sitting high on that damage chart, but Rash, once again, getting chunked out by Goldie, who pops the Vengeance rather early. So that means that Team CARACAL don't have to worry about Goldie being impenetrable just yet. As soon as Goldie is able to get his ult back up, I think Team LUNATIX are going to go for a full commitment to maybe try again to fight. I mean, look at bot side. We've got a split push going from Emal.
Yep, Emal's just going to consistently push out that bottom lane, forcing Ken to respond to it and getting quite a lot of farm for himself as well. The Fanny is huge right now, still 5-0 at this stage of the game. Team LUNATIX, they just continue to dance around this Lord. I don't think they want to go for full dive until this Vengeance on Goldilocks comes back up.
Third item just being received by Ken, but that's going to be Lord falling into the hands of the LUNATIX. They're unable to do too much about it. Team CARACAL just have to back off, and Ken, nowhere to be seen, cannot contest this neutral objective.
The big question now for Team CARACAL is, typically in a 6k net worth difference, it's still very possible to make a comeback, but what do they need to do to make that comeback in the first place?
I think a lot of it has to do with just shutting down Rain. Emal will eventually run out of gas, so I think if Team CARACAL just play their timers, they're going to get to a point where they should be able to sustain through most of it. However, I will say that the LUNATIX, their scaling is very scary.
Yamichi right there, 1v3 against Team CARACAL, and he's absolutely fine. Still has all of his health bars. They're now breaking down the mid tier 2, and with the Lord pushing down bottom, Team LUNATIX want to get as many objectives as possible. Yamichi buying a lot of space.
Beautiful synchronization of the minion waves just crashing in. They get some damage, but Sino so very low. Forced to flicker out of their playmaking capabilities has been dropped. Now the second wave comes on through, and it looks like TL, they want this mid inhibitor. They've invested so much in it. Bad boy looking for an initial pick, but Goldie refuses to fall into the enhanced chains. It's so close to being destroyed.
That was actually really impressive response timing from Team LUNATIX as well. Mint especially being able to use the trapping recoil to dive backwards right at the same time. Bad Boy jumps in for the enhanced chain. It's very difficult to spot out the Julian in that big mess of heroes, but he was still able to make sure he wasn't hit by the big ultimate.
Sharp eyes and fast hands. Team LUNATIX continue to prove why they are here in the MPL. Rest of Team CARACAL though, I'm a little worried. Their lineup, I don't think will be able to outscale Team LUNATIX, even though Amal will eventually fall off and his snowball is now slowly coming to an end. People like Rain, people like Yamichi, and especially Mint are going to become more valuable.
I think even Goldilocks is actually going to scale kind of well here because he's in such a comfortable position. He went for the Demon Hunter sword as a third item.
Okay, I can respect that. Let's see the Lord push advantage here. Only 1.9k of gold earned, but look at that tower damage, 17,000.
Yeah, that's comfortable for Team LUNATIX with the first Lord of the game as well. Right now, they're just consistently pushing and pressuring Team CARACAL, not allowing them to get farm from the jungle. And Yamichi, Goldilocks, again, doing such a good job of just being distractions. It's impossible for Team CARACAL to take out either of these heroes unless they invest all 5 members.
I think right now Team CARACAL is waiting for Team LUNATIX to make a mistake. So the onus is on TL right now. With 8 more seconds, the Lord will spawn, and Yumichi continues to taunt his opponents, trying to bait Team CARACAL into a fight that they cannot win. I mean, first of all, Yumichi is pretty unkillable right now, but they do force the Tempest of Blades coming out of Ken so far, but nothing else.
What I have to question about Team CARACAL's draft is the fact that they really decided not to go with more CC for the Fanny. They last picked that Uranus and a Grok as well as their tanker when they know they have to deal with this hero. And you can see that Amal is having free reign of the map.
Can they punish this, however? Can they punish this? This is looking a little too close for Compertino. Tries for the steal. It's too late. Emal gets a monster kill as he takes the Lord away. And now this is go time for Team LUNATIX.
I just can't help but think that Team LUNATIX are dangling hope in front of Team CARACAL. You can see that Amal purposefully is slowing down his Lord take to try and bait people to engage on him. And as a result of that, they find a kill onto Sino, the Grok. Just not having a good game.
Team LUNATIX living up to their name. They're kind of crazy, you know what I'm saying? They're kind of crazy. As Emal not getting his last item, he's going to get the immortality. And now for the final push here, Team CARACAL must defend this to get to their final item power spikes. Team LUNATIX, this is prime opportunities for them to end this.
Lord now gonna crash into the mid inhibitor, instantly destroying it, and Amal comes in. They're aiming down Rash. Uranus doesn't matter. Godlike going over to Fanny as now knock up from Zeno. Not going to do too much, but Yamichi finally falls for the first time in a while. Zeno gonna be taking a lot of damage. They actually get one more kill, but a mega kill going over the Rain, and the Crystals is completely exposed. Team LUNATIX gets a handy victory, breaking straight in.
That's going to be the first game for Team LUNATIX, and they are happy about that victory. Even the fans giving their support here. Woo! Team CARACAL, they got to rethink the draft.
Yeah, that was just a big draft difference right there. The fact that they didn't go for more hard CC when faced up against a Fanny, that's just too greedy here. But still, a lot of props to Team LUNATIX. You can tell that there's a lot of coordination and team chemistry between these 5 players. And well, we already see that they have a lot of fans here in this hall. I wouldn't be surprised if they start making more after a performance like that.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, but remember, Team CARACAL has an opportunity to bounce back. This is a best of 3. They could even the score 1-1. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, I got a little nervous there during that game. I was very scared to say certain skill names, and I second-guessed myself pretty often. I do not want to wear a shock collar the next time I cast with you. Okay. But moving past that, right? Coming in for this next game, I do think specifically when we're looking into the items, the snowball from Emal was a little too crazy. Like, Zed had no early game presence whatsoever after getting continuously dived every minute, if not every 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's just gotta be rough for Zed. A 0 and 5 KDA on what is probably his most comfortable gold lane hero. You never want to be put in that situation. And if we look at the items overall, Amal just so rich, already maxed out on his items. Mint very close himself as well. Yamichi, you can see he actually just specifically went for 2 Guardian helmets, 1 Cursed helmet. I'm really wondering how 3 helmets fit on his head. But his job there is just to stand in front and take damage. You could see the way he was playing. He would take tower shots. He would stand in front of the Lord to make sure that Team CARACAL is attacking him instead of the objective.
Exactly, and I think you fail to see the size of Yamichi's brain here. It's just too big. His skull can't contain it all, so he needs multiple helmets to make sure his IQ stays tip-top shape, because right now, TL are looking phenomenal. They're looking really good. The draft was clean. Team CARACAL unfortunately wasn't able to recover, but let's not forget about Rain. Hopefully we get to see him here, because the MVP of this particular game is going to be Ima here with a hard snowball and a perfect match KDA of 7-0-4.
We can't deny his performance here. That was some really impressive Fanny gameplay. We already mentioned in the draft, Amal, he's known for these high mechanic assassin style heroes, and really just debuting on the MPL stage with this kind of performance on Fanny, that's a way to make a statement. Going for high and dry into the Malefic Roar Blade of Heptases build. This is just a one-shot Fanny build. We've seen it before. It was something that Gary previously from Orange Esports liked doing a lot, but it was risky because it drops off very quickly. In this case, the team just snowballed so hard that it never fell off.
It's all about profiting, right? Because I think this would have been a very different narrative if we did see that Team CARACAL finally push them back at the very end here. But let's jump into the highlights so we can talk about this game a little bit more, because in the earlier stages of the game, Zeno was giving a couple of kills and Rain was punishing him super hard, but a lot of the action was happening on the top side of the map in the gold lane itself.
Yeah, you could see that there was a lot of priority towards the gold lane because they know that they want Mint or Zed to get farmed here. But because of the picks from Team CARACAL, having this Grok as a roamer really doesn't offer any protection against people like Fanny, against people like Lilia, simply because he takes so much damage. He doesn't have reliable CC to lock down Amal. And that means that Team CARACAL are sitting ducks.
So good. And even when I'm looking at the main fight here, Mint himself getting chased by Julian lands the trapping recall and actually stops Julian from getting some really big hits and maybe even turning that fight around himself if he just hopped over the wall or dropped down his enhanced chains, because that would have been a huge surface area to take out or at least knock up multiple members of LUNATIX and save his buddies. But in this final push, this is where a lot of teams fail, right? They have the lore, they're looking for that final push, they're at 42k, past the 42k mark, while their opponents are at the 38k mark, and most of the time, if the team with 38k is able to defend it, they make it to that later stage of the game, then it's a coin flip on who's going to win.
Yeah, we've already seen that plenty today, with teams that have 10,000 net worth lead dropping to nothing because the base defense of the opposite side is too good. But in this case, I think it did come down to draft once again. Again, Team CARACAL, they have no way of stopping Team LUNATIX. Not enough CC, not enough reliable damage. They just allowed them to have their way across the battlefield. And that really does make a big difference, especially when you see just how confident Team LUNATIX is playing overall. About as confident as this brand new hero joining the Land of Dawn looks. Just look at his face right there. This is none other than Fredrin, the new hero that will be available on August 12th. Gideon, I think you have some strong feelings about this guy.
Of course, it's an EXP laner. Who doesn't want to see another EXP laner who is based and centered around the mechanic of dealing damage to gain back health? Where haven't we seen that before? With that being said, guys, you can get him for a little bit cheaper in terms of diamonds in the first 2 weeks of his release. So make sure you log in, look at that date, 12th August. Note that date down, because as soon as you get in, you want to get him as soon as possible. Big discounts, and also to try him out to see for yourself whether you like the EXP lane or at the very least how good it's going to be when it hits pro play.
Yeah, I think we always have a bit of a love-hate relationship with new heroes, because you get all excited, like, oh, it's a new hero, I want to play them, what kind of things will they do, what kind of abilities do they have, and then you see them in every single game and you're like I kind of don't want this new hero anymore.
I don't know about you. Some of the new heroes have been pretty fire coming in from Munton, all right? A lot of them have been pretty fire. Xavier, for an example, great hero. I personally love him. Global Ultimate, that's really, really cool. Julian in this game as well has been pretty nasty. I mean, Bad Boy has been trying very, very hard to actually not really engage, but look to actually follow up on the engagements that Sino attempts. But every single time, he's either spotted out by Yimichi, or you see Goldilocks just say, hey, where are you going, buddy? You want to go down? You want to throw down, bro?
Speaking of Goldilocks, we have to mention on a Tamas, he did the second most damage in the entire game, beating out people like Amal and Mint. Tamas, you usually expect him to just be surviving in the front line, not dishing out the DPS, but because he has Yamichi to fall back to, he doesn't have to be the primary front line for Team LUNATIX, allowing him to play the best of both worlds.
I'm fairly confident every time the observer hovered over Goldilocks, he was either not fighting in lane or just consistently fighting. Because every single time we saw him after the 8th minute, he was just in the middle of a war, in the middle of engagement, trading, baiting, doing something to really mess with his opponents. But let's jump over to Team CARACAL and talk about the history specifically of Sino.
Yep, Sino, obviously a veteran of the MPL scene, was part of the champion team RSG in Season 7 and was around during Season 5 to 3, although not necessarily placing all that well. Either way though, he has the experience. So we're hoping that we can see a little bit more impressive performance from him this next game. Hopefully with a hero that is able to provide a bit more utility as compared to the Grok from Game 1.
I would say that it's tough. I think it's just, you know, debut games, you're a little nervous, you're making these simple mistakes, and I think right now LUNATIX are feeling way better and invigorated by the crowd in comparison to Team CARACAL. Because again, a lot of these early game deaths could be, honestly, shouldn't have been happening. Rain should not have been able to get that many kills on specifically Sino throughout that early game. I think he died like 3 times, arguably even 4th from early to mid.
The thing is, people really do underestimate how frail Grok is when it comes to magic DPS. And a lot of people also underestimate the amount of damage that Lilia can do even from level 1. Combine those together, I'm actually not surprised at all at how many times Sino ended up falling to Rain, simply because it's very difficult to play around it.
It's extremely difficult to play. No rain, no party, as the fans say, my guy. Hey. But with that being said, I do think that Padel really needs to look at the draft for Team CARACAL. As much as you want to give comfort heroes to your players, he needs to find something optimal that they can play so that they can take on Team LUNATIX, who are really feeling themselves and are getting away with way too much.
The question is, now that we are going to be entering the second draft of our series today, what heroes need to be prioritized? You have to ban out the Fanny now, but you also have to be careful of Tamas, you have to be careful of Masha, you have to be careful of Lilia. Team LUNATIX, they're making themselves to be quite the threat out here.
Definitely a threat, team. CARACAL going to be starting things off. Let's get rid of the Masha. Very good idea to kick things off. Team LUNATIX respond by getting rid of Valentina instead.
Okay, pretty normal bans here. Team CARACAL obviously going to be respecting Yamichi from that last game. This Masha was a nuisance, and they're going to continue by banning out the Eve like they did last game. Makes me wonder whether or not Rain does prioritize this hero more. We won't know for sure until Team LUNATIX actually gets the chance to pick it up.
For now, I don't know. Now that Team CARACAL is on the blue side, let's see if their strategy in draft is going to change compared to Team LUNATIX, who are going to be playing on the red side. It'll be interesting to see what, the cause and effect is going to be. The follow-up ban is going to be Fanny for the side of Team LUNATIX, and yeah, this is a very similar trend that teams like to pick up what they think is powerful and ban out what they think is powerful. So again, a lot of mirroring here from the previous draft.
Yeah, since Team LUNATIX is going to be on the red side this time, they can't afford to give the Fanny away. They are more than aware of just how oppressive this hero can be, so give no chances over. However, things like the Valentina, like the Julian are still open for either side. And it's going to be up to these teams to decide how they want to go about this. Do Team CARACAL, they want to leave this open so that they can pick up one for themselves? Or is it too risky to give one to Team LUNATIX?
I'm not 100% sure here, but Team CARACAL, I feel like there is a world where LUNATIX may just, I don't know. I think they should, considering how they played, LUNATIX, I don't know if they're going to ban out this 1-1 or not. That's what I'm concerned about. Team CARACAL, they ban out the Thamos, definitely understandable. Let's go to a standardized battle, maybe Uranus up against Esmeralda. That's the go-to classic one that I'm particularly bored of, but we'll see.
I don't really expect that kind of matchup here simply because of the way I know Goldilocks likes to play in the EXP lane. This is personally my favorite player from Team LUNATIX, and I've only seen them play in qualifiers twice. So having a favorite player is pretty rare for me. The amount of space he can create and the way that he just plays around, making everyone focus on him, is something to really witness.
I'm hearing a lot of favorite players, but I'm not hearing much of that in your dream team. Better gotta get, gonna keep that in mind. Gonna keep that in mind as far as
we'll see in a few weeks.
We'll see in a few weeks. Farmers is gonna be the follow-up ban coming in for Team LUNATIX, but Wanwan, Karina all wide open.
And it looks like Karina is going to be the first choice from Team CARACAL. We really haven't gotten to see this hero for quite a long time, usually banned out in the initial stages. But with this picked up, there's a lot of pretty dangerous heroes open. The Wanwan, as we've highlighted, the Julian open for Team LUNATIX as well. Are those heroes that they want to pick up?
Well, we did see Karina yesterday with Red Esports in particular. Zide, unfortunately, even though he was getting a couple of kills, wasn't able to help the team close out the game, especially with teamfight compositions. Getting an assassin to only take out one person is as good as it gets. Team LUNATIX, on the other hand, come on, somebody's got to play Wanwan, right? Somebody's got to play. It looks like Brody, the classic here, and even Team LUNATIX are extremely happy about it. The fans are, I can't tell whether half of them are impressed or half of them are disappointed, but Kadita is going to be the second pickup for LUNATIX.
I can tell you what the fans are feeling right now. They are excited because Brody is Mint's signature hero. We are aware of this. This is a hero he's very comfortable with. Seen it in the qualifiers multiple times. So it's actually interesting because both Mint and Zed have the same signature hero here. So I'm interested to see how well Mint will perform with it in the gold lane, considering it's important enough for them to first pick it alongside the Kadita. Team CARACAL, we're gonna be seeing Xeno's signature, Cho, and the 1-1 somehow getting through all the way to this phase.
Man, I really hope this Brody was worth it here, because right now Team CARACAL, it feels like they're winning on all fronts. They've got a flex pick. Wait, Phoveus gets locked in. Now, there's a lot of people saying that, hey, you know, 1-1 is going to get countered by Phoveus, but I think people need to realize that it's super easy to proc your crossbow of Tang. Literally just allowing Phoveus to jump on you, throw out your, get those weakness points procced super easily once he's that close. You can probably get the first one, dash backwards, and then get the next two when he comes in with the demonic force on the pullback, and then instantly use your ult to get a full execution. So I think it's more for the Cho than anything else.
Yeah, it does counter the Cho. It counters the 1-1 a little bit. I understand where you're coming from there. And it does work somewhat well against the Karina as well. So I just think it's a pretty good option overall, as Team CARACAL are going to actually choose to ban out the Edith here. The first time we've seen this hero the entire season so far.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting ban. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of an interesting ban coming out from Team CARACAL. I guess, you know, they're well versed in dealing with semi-professional teams, and Team LUNATIX in particular. Let's see how they're gonna respond to this. They've already banned out the Esmeralda, but the final ban here is going to be the Hilda. They don't want their jungler to be interrupted. How interesting.
I think Team LUNATIX want to grab Hayabusa here. That's a hero that Amal is very comfortable with playing, works against the 1-1 because you can't hit weakness points if you can't hit him in the first place, and works against Karina because he's not really based around basic attacks and can escape with the Quad Shadow. So I think that's probably what they want to go for, which is why they ban out the Hilda, because it's really oppressive against a hero like Hayabusa in the first level.
Okay, I can see where you're coming from here. Now, Team CARACAL, they're going to be banning out the Ling. Team LUNATIX is going to have first priority being on the red side for this second phase selection. Where are they going to go with it?
They will, right now they're still looking for the jungler, and they're still looking for the roamer. They could pick up the jungler now since they already know the Karina on the opposite side, and leave the roamer for later to more accurately cover all the bases once they've seen the final few heroes of Team CARACAL. Or if they really want to give Amal a comfortable time, they'll leave him for last.
If I was in that position, I think we'll let, because the jungler has already been picked from the side of Team CARACAL, but instead, Team LUNATIX are going to allow Emal to get that very final pick at the end. They're going to be locking in that Kufra. A lot of dashes, perfect. We're just going to let you collide into the bouncing ball as many times as possible.
Oh, but also another hero that you have to be wary of, because Kufra needs to get up in their face to block them from dashing around, and that is the perfect position for 1-1 to pop off the crossbow of Tang. So while Team LUNATIX on paper have two heroes that counter 1-1 really well, if Zed is able to play around them, this is going to be their ticket to victory.
Yep, and here we go. It's going to be Uranus pick coming in for Team CARACAL. They need to finish off their composition, and they're going to go with the Lilia this time to make sure they can at least deny Rain. Team LUNATIX this time, I mean, wait, sorry, not to deny Rain, but more so to have some extra bit of appeal when Team LUNATIX decides to go for the dive. Lancelot! Oh, yeah! Right. Okay, I'm down for this game.
Yeah, I was thinking once they picked up the final Lilia and Uranus Hayabusa becomes a bit more difficult to go for. So the Lancelot pickup is going to be the choice here, but they do still have to be quite careful. This requires a great deal of mechanical control against a really powerful skirmishing team comp on Team CARACAL.
Well, this is going to be an exciting one. If we learned anything from game number 1, we're expecting game number 2 to be chaos, carnage, and blood.
Ooh, I'm looking forward to this. Will Team CARACAL be able to even things up and bring us to a game 3 in our final series and their debut match for MPL MY? Or will Team LUNATIX show that they deserve to stand on this massive MPL stage? Looking at their lineup, Team CARACAL going to have a lot of skirmishers, fairly tanky for themselves. On the opposite side, Team LUNATIX. Lots of counters to dashing, but will they have enough late game scaling with the Lancelot and the Brody? We will find out as we enter the hallway into the land of Dawn.
All right, here we go. Game number 2. Sino on his signature pick. I'm very curious as to see how good Mint is going to be on this Brody. It's got to make a significant impact if they're willing to give up a Wan. Sino getting some very early trades, and I think the mid lane naturally is going to fall into favor of Team CARACAL here. Both Yamichi and as well as Rain have relatively weak early game heroes and only can focus on... Wait, Yamichi's actually going to go back into there. He has to flicker out. If not, he's going to die. Sino taking the safe route, using his G Kundo to get out rather than to look for the kill secure.
Little Wanderer going to be taken by Ken there. Unfortunately, Amal not quite able to time his Torn Rose. Looking at the emblems overall, nothing too unusual, but I am personally kind of want to ask a question here. I am seeing more people go with Veteran Hunter from the jungle emblem, and I don't know why.
You just get more value from it. As much as you would like to power farm in most situations with Demon Slayer, yes, you can do it a little bit faster, but if you're not going to take neutral objectives and if you want to just get more value out of your jungle camps, Veteran Hunter is kind of the way to go as, well, a different preference to Demon Slayer, let's call it that.
Interesting. I feel like that emblem is on the list of emblems that I would never have considered people using because it just didn't seem that useful to me, but I suppose I am wrong in this case. Right now, Ken farming quite comfortably, invading the jungle. Amal being forced to do some vertical jungling himself.
Yep, they're able to steal camps off of each other. Both are at level 4. Things haven't gone out of control just yet. However, we are seeing that Bad Boy is chilling around the EXP lane after shoving out, and he wants to make sure that it's shoved out good. Goldie getting on top of Ken, making sure that he has full vision of him as the rest of the team is going to be jumping into the middle of this fight.
Oh, that's a really nice Jikundo. Gonna be knocking them up, but Amal still secures the Lord. Sino taking a lot of damage from the rough waves as Rain knocks up Rash. He will be able to get away with the incandescence and no casualties on either side.
The what?
Incandescence.
Incandescence?
Isn't that Uranus' ult?
In the consecration.
Wait, incandescence is Gusion.
Incandescence is...
Incandescence
you need to shut... Oh, man! Why, out of all these games, you were doing perfect. You were correcting me right up till right now. Oh, man. I feel so bad about making this wager. You're not the one that has to wear the shot collar at the end of it. I
can mess up as much as I want.
You can literally mess up as much as you want, and you can... If you keep on saying that, you might make me mess up, man. Now, I'm nervous.
Maybe that's what I should do.
No, don't get any ideas. The bouncing ball from Yamichi comes on through, but Sino finds a good kick and even has time to taunt Yamichi as he flickers out of the way as he uses the Tyrant's Revenge to lock them against the wall. Mint unable. Wait, he gets it just enough damage with the torn apart memories to send him back to the graves. And unfortunately, the rough waves isn't going to be able to steal a kill from Mint himself.
Well played by Team LUNATIX, but Amal now being targeted. Oh, Rash actually gonna pick up that kill there with the Ionic Edge, finishing off the Lancelot.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't paying attention there for a second there. How many stacks of the Ionic Edge did Rash actually get there? As Goldilocks is going to head back in towards this lane. As promised, this game is blood and carnage.
It really is right now. Already 2 kills to 2, only 4 minutes in. We can see Zed already completing his Demon Hunter's sword, but Mint is the one with the most gold right now. But overall, Team CARACAL doing pretty well. He's followed up by 4 members of Team CARACAL, which means that the gold lead is going to be slightly in their favor.
Yeah, they're definitely getting a little bit more confident and comfortable as well. Sino on his signature pick, showing up, making sure that he has effective plays. But let's not forget that Team LUNATIX, they've got the crowd behind them, and that usually pumps up Malaysian players.
Yeah, that's what makes it important, isn't it? For you, all of you watching at home, if you want to buff up your team, make sure you guys grab some tickets and come to the live venue so that you can show them your support directly. But now the turtle going to be contested. Sino gets the kick onto Rain, gonna be pushing him away as Yamichi unfortunately misses the tires. Amal gets the turtle. Here comes the Robin Ford. A beautiful ultimate from Yamichi, pushing all members of Team CARACAL into the turtle pit. 4 kills. Demonic Force still following Rash. He will get away, but just an absolute decimation by Team LUNATIX.
Man, the player cam's Goldilocks has the most maniacal looking laugh. I am not gonna lie. And that was a devastating team fight coming out of the LUNATIX. What a play coming in from Yamichi. That could have been so terrible for LUNATIX had he not pulled that off.
That was just excellent there. He missed his initial dash in and then pushed. Oh, in the back line! Rain! Oh, he does actually get Ken. Sets it up for Amal. Rain gonna fall, but that is gonna be worth it any day.
Wait, Sino, is he looking for a little bit more? He does find Amal, but he's not going to commit too much to this. He's trying to protect Zed, and he's able to block the initial engagement as Zed now has an opportunity to try to go all in. He's gonna go for it! He doesn't have, oh no, he doesn't have his Inspire, and he's gonna be going down, trading 1-for-1 against Yamichi. The value being pushed by Yamichi.
That's worth it any day to Kufra, trading 1-for-1 against 1-1, even after the crossbow of Tang. It's too early in the game for Zed to have enough DPS to take him down. And now, Team LUNATIX firmly shift the gold lead back in their favor.
Oh my goodness, this game is... What a match this has become to end off today here. It's only the second one. For all we know, Team CARACAL might be able to pull on through, but the concentration is going to make sure that Rash is able to create the distance he needs, as Mint is getting free hit after free hit, but he doesn't have his torn apart memories. Is CARACAL preparing for this dive, knowing that the turtle is going to fall into the hands of the LUNATIX.
You can see that Team CARACAL were trying to make an attempt onto Mint to set up for the turtle, but Rain gonna spot out Sino. Rough Waves not quite enough, but Phantom Execution gonna place the cherry on top. Sino falls, and Torn Apart Memory gives the unstoppable streak to Mint, taking out Rash in the top lane.
LUNATIX taking full control over this game. Team CARACAL are getting overwhelmed with the amount of single target pressure that they have and the comfort heroes, and it looks like Mint really making sure this Brody pick is going to be worth every penny.
We can see here, I think Amal, his build is Hunter Strike into Malefic Roar. This is full damage on the Lancelot here, and not even the usual items you might see him go for. So Amal, he knows how he wants to play this hero.
Yeah, honestly, I think he wants to not only be able to shut down the squishies, but make sure he's dealing significant damage to people like Cho, who gets the way of the dragon onto Yamichi. Can he pull it up? No, not in time! And now Amal, he's in a little bit of trouble, but he doesn't mind. He's got backup. He's going to be jumping in on towards Zed. Can he get it off? He does! He manages to get the crossbow of Tang just in time. Goldie is going right into the middle with the demonic force. It's too late. The damage has already been done. 2-4-0, but look at the towers being obtained by Team LUNATIX to make sure that Team CARACAL doesn't get ahead.
The entire time that fight was happening, Mint was just pushing up the top lane. So even though they lost 2 members, their AI is still predicting 70% victory for Team LUNATIX. But a really good play from Team CARACAL, being able to catch out Yamichi and then get the crossbow of Tang onto Amal. Zed dancing around those torn roses is very difficult to do under high pressure situations.
Yeah, I mean, Amal, I think his Phantom executions have really been on point here for the majority of this game. Unfortunately, now that he's 2-2, he doesn't have that perfect score. They're going to need to start snowballing this out of control, because eventually they will stop scaling. And it's going to be tough, because right now Team CARACAL, a lot is riding on them to actually survive the snowball, similarly to game number 1.
Holy Crystal picked up by Ken, as well as Genius Wand on Rain. So a lot more magic damage coming out of these heroes in the next few minutes here. Sino gonna actually be spotted out here, so unfortunately not able to make a play. They were hoping to get a pick off before the Lord spawns, but it has come up, and now the teams must be prepared for a 5v5.
CARACAL sticking together, making sure they don't get caught out here, as this first initial lore could go into anybody's hands. LUNATIX with a 5k gold lead need to press their advantage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Sino finds the initial kick onto Rain. Rain manages to get on out of there with the Ocean Odyssey. Sino now dead in the water. Mint too powerful, too strong. It doesn't matter what they have at this stage of the game. The Malefic Roars kick into effect.
They're just gonna completely push Team CARACAL off of the Lord Pit, and this means that Team LUNATIX will be able to take it quite easily. I don't think CARACAL want to make an attempt on this without their primary initiator. It would just be too dangerous for them, and that means this objective gonna fall to the red side.
Lord has been slain, and now LUNATIX getting more and more bold. Email at level 13 to Ken's level 11. He is so underfarmed right now. Luckily, he does have Veteran Hunters, so for each camp that he does take, it is going to get him just a little extra value.
The question is whether or not there will be any camps left to take with that Veteran Hunter, considering that Team LUNATIX are just constantly invading and not allowing the Karina to take advantage of this emblem choice.
Yep, they are just camping in. 4 of them are just camping in every single camp spawn that Team CARACAL get in their jungle, and it really doesn't matter. TL is doing a phenomenal job at playing the 7k gold lead to perfection as they synchronize those waves. The outer turrets will fall. Mid turret finally is going to get destroyed, but question is, can they get an inhibitor turret off of this single Lord push?
Either way, this is the best wave synchronization I've seen from a team in a long time, and they're gonna break through all inhibitors at once. Lord doing a lot of damage to top. Xeno taking quite a bit himself. Rash gonna get knocked out, but all members of Team CARACAL are still alive. Demonic Force onto Zed in the backline. This could be dangerous. This could allow the crossbow of Tang, but the rest of Team LUNATIX, they're actually choosing to back this off. They're sacrificing Goldilocks.
Whoa.
They pick up another kill onto Xeno. Currently 1-for-1 trade. Crossbow of Tang still available, but Zed needs a new target to pick it up on.
I think this is pretty worth it for the side of Team LUNATIX. They sacrifice one member and they might get another inhibitor here off of the lead that Mint has developed, but now they're going to force that fight. They find the initial hit, and Yamichi once again allowing 2 pickoffs, evening the score 3-3 deaths.
I feel like I have to point out just how impressive LUNATIX is playing this right now. Whenever a member wants to go in and they know they're at risk of allowing the crossbow of Tang to get activated, they choose to let themselves die so that Zed can't press his ultimate.
For the greater good. It is for the greater good. Rain, however, I will say he was able to make a last-minute decision of getting his Petrify off just in time. Unfortunately, not the rough waves. He died before he can even get to that point. But if he got that rough waves off, it would have been a 3-for-2 trade, and Rain gets the walkout for free.
Yeah, that's one of those unfortunate things there, but it does give Team CARACAL a little bit more opportunity to break straight out here. Currently, Team LUNATIX 7.6k net worth ahead, and they know they're in the driver's seat. They are taunting Xeno right to his face. That can't feel good.
It looks like they know what it's... They get it. They know how to be part of the MPL environment here. They are going to taunt them till Kingdom Come. Looking at the items so far, Goldilocks is in a very good position. He's got his 3 core items ready to go, and the rest of the Team LUNATIX at this point have hit the 42k mark, so they are extremely strong. Xeno jumping into a fight that I don't think he can win, and the Demonic Force has been popped. Does he want to go even further there? No. Goldilocks makes a very smart decision as to not take it again.
Oh, but Xeno, he's still looking for it. The concealed play not quite enough as the Lord gonna fall. The Team LUNATIX, Demonic Force still up. Xeno dropping real low. Way of the Dragon not gonna save him. Neither is Immortality, and he is gonna get taken out once again by Team LUNATIX.
Ooh, Team LUNATIX, they are just goading Xeno into unbelievably bad positions.
My God.
They know it. They know how to stir up a crowd. You can see how vigorously that they're tapping their phones. Literally, you can see the phone shaking in their hand as they're spamming recalls.
Just really boosting up that action per minute bar right now.
If there was a stat for action per minute. No, taps per minute.
Taps per minute. Well, we'll see whether or not Team CARACAL will be able to do enough taps per minute to overcome this next Lord push here. Team LUNATIX continuing to taunt until the very end. Here comes the Luminous Lord. Will this defense be solid?
Let's see how this defense is going to be playing out as the Lord is getting distracted as Rash tries to pull him away. Goldie is getting into the middle of the fight, jumps back out before anything can happen, but they find it, and the Rough Waves takes out 2 as they end the game. GG, well played to the LUNATIX on their debut game.
That's a series of clean victories from this brand new semi-pro team coming in to the MPL in perhaps the strongest fashion you could hope for. This is the start of dreams. And right now, Team LUNATIX are proving they have what it takes to stand on this stage with all the other MPL veterans.
They continue to purr. But with that being said, let's have an interview with the winners. We're throwing it over to our host, Mars.
3 mata 2 berbalas dengan kosong. Tim LUNATIX menunjukkan gahnya mereka daripada qualifier naik ke MPL. Satu lagi langkah kaki kanan oleh tim yang baru masuk saja membuat debut ke MPL MY musim ke-10 kali ini mendapatkan mata penuh. Dan saya ingin interview salah seorang pemain daripada tim LUNATIX sendiri, iaitu Yamichi. Apa khabar Yamichi?
Baik.
Baik.
Terima kasih.
Nampak macam happy ke ni?
Happy sangat.
Wah, ramai penyokong-penyokong tim LUNATIX yang ada dekat sini ya.
Ya, terima kasih sudah datang. Saya pun tak sangka ramai datang. Jadi terima kasih.
Okey, saya lanjutkan ke soalan yang pertama dulu lah. Okey, first time naik pentas MPL MY tapi main macam veteran. Okey, saya nak tanya sikit, boleh saya tahu macam mana tim LUNATIX ni atasi rasa nervous tu?
Kita orang sebenarnya kita atasi rasa nervous tu sebab kita orang nak tunjuk bahawa tim yang datang daripada qualifier adalah tim yang kuat juga dan boleh tanding di MPL ni.
Wah, ramai sokong. Betul lah statement tu Okey, saya lanjutkan ke soalan yang kedua Yamichi. Okey, tim LUNATIX dah lama bersama. Saya nak tanya sikit lah, apa rahsia untuk korang kekal bersama? Silaturahim tu macam kuat sangat.
Bagi kita orang, tim ni bukan sekadar tim saja. Tim ni sebagai kita orang anggap sebagai family.
Wow.
Jadi bila ada yang down, ada yang rasa tak boleh go, kita orang akan bagi semangat dan tolong dorang.
Sama-sama naik ah.
Sama-sama naik.
Sama-sama naik. Itulah dia. Kita dapat perhatikan satu ungkapan yang cukup manis untuk tim LUNATIX. Dan yang terakhir, kata-kata dan ucapan kepada fans-fans tim LUNATIX.
Fans-fans tim LUNATIX, terima kasih sangat kerana datang hari ini dan look forward ke arah game-game yang seterusnya. Kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk bagi gameplay yang terbaik untuk korang.
Yes, thank you so much Yamichi. Terima kasih kerana satu statement yang cukup baik sekali. Okey, tanpa melengahkan masa lagi, itulah dia performance tim LUNATIX yang cukup bersih sekali menyapu rata. Tapi apa pun, kita akan lanjutkan ke mic check terlebih dahulu.
Mantap. Nice lah,
Nice, amal baik tu. Mati kasih sayang.
Nice.
Kenapa gerak? Tengok aku. Aku ada di mata. Tengok aku.
Gas.
Lagi.
Lagi.
Masuk je. Kena.
Sabar. Aku bawa.
Baru nak berbantai. Guys, aku tutup dulu.
Bantai. Aku bawa. Tahu.
Makan.
Aku tahu.
Datang lagi.
Go mana? Aku tutup lah.
Dah.
Wow. Terakhir semua aku label semua. Korang tarik je.
Tahu. Boleh tahu tak?
Aku nak lompat. Gas.
Tahu. Atas. Tengok atas.
Objektif.
Sorry.
Coach, tolong kita.
Wow, what a team! Team LUNATIX. I think though that was one of the few interviews where I've seen the most personality in a professional player than I have seen in a very long time here at the MPL MY.
I agree with you there. I feel like LUNATIX, they're not just winning the MPL meta right now, they're winning the interview meta. I think that was one of the smoothest we've seen so far. No shade to the other players, but gotta be able to speak on stage sometimes, exude that confidence.
I mean, lovely guy, lovely team, and they are just they're so full of life, and it's a breath of fresh air, and this is why we need these semi-professional teams here now playing professionally in the league. Oh, it feels so good. But let's have a look at the item build real quick to get some better insight on how the LUNATIX were able to overcome their adversaries.
Looking at the items here overall, we already know that Team LUNATIX has a very comfortable gold lead. But if we look at the gold earned by them individually, it's obviously going to come down to Amal as well as Mint. Both these players doing just an absolutely amazing job. Only one item away from completing their builds. and just really well played overall.
Yeah, I think it's just really well done. I think Mint played a super solid game. He was with every penny on that Brody, and this is one of the few times where we see a snowball composition really take fruition here in Team LUNATIX. I want to see how they're going to pose up against some of the other professional teams here, but coming back to Team CARACAL side, there was such a big deficit when it comes down to how much money that they were able to have access to, and I'm extremely surprised that we didn't see the Inspire Battle spell on Zed, who was playing a Wanwan.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go for that actually, because it's just such a strong battle spell to go for when you have a tool like the Crossbow of Tang. I feel like if he had that spell, he would have been able to get a couple more kills there, and that might have made a pretty notable difference throughout the game.
Look, I get that they changed Inspire to make sure that they're not exactly going to give you everything you ever wanted, but I definitely think it would have been one of the few that could have brought them and especially helped that transition mid in towards late game, because you could see that the damage just wasn't there, especially when Team LUNATIX were getting really far ahead and having more than enough items, and more importantly, willing to die to a crossbow tank to save the rest of the team.
I'm just so impressed overall by Team LUNATIX here. And if we look at the stats overall right now, there's just so much more damage dealt by Team LUNATIX here, and Team CARACAL, they did end up taking a lot of damage. And is that a 0 on the damage to tower? Ooh,
that is rough. That is really, really rough. Oh man, coming in from CARACAL, that's got to be a bit of a feels bad here, but you got to give it to Team LUNATIX. They were playing a strong game here today.
Dimitri mentioned during the interview that they're not just a team, they're basically a family, and you can tell that there's that synergy, that chemistry. They're comfortable playing with each other, and they are having fun on stage. That really helps getting over that debut stage fright. MVP for this game gonna go over to Mint. We already highlighted Brody, signature hero, and he made it look easy. 8-0 and 6 KDA.
Such a strong player coming in for the side of the LUNATIX on their debut, getting their MVP. 8-0 and 6, perfect KDA with a match GPM of 786. Honestly, going for the killing spree and making sure, hey, if we're gonna go to the ultra late game, we won't make it. We gotta win right now.
Now you can see his item build as well is very comfortable. Not just going for the Malefic Roar and BOD, but the Demon Hunter Sword on top of it all. The Brute Force Breastplate was all he needed in terms of defensive items, simply because of how far ahead his team was once it came to that mid game.
Let's have a look at the highlights here to relive these moments, because in so many of these situations, Sino is making some pretty decent plays, but Yamichi coming up with even bigger ones to retaliate against Team CARACAL. I mean, again, the value that Yamichi was able to get throughout this game is pretty astounding.
Yeah, and this play, the 4-man Tyrant's Rage. Not all of them hit the wall, but the displacement was enough to set up for Mint and Rain, and the DPS output was insane. Rain as well, constantly catching people out in the sidelines. You gotta respect that.
Yeah, it's just really tough. I mean, when you've given Team LUNATIX so much gold, right? Team CARACAL waiting to get to that late game, but every step of the way, it is just a struggle. Even Zed himself trying to get out of these tough spots, getting the crossbow of Tang off, getting some good kills, getting denied by the Rough Waves, getting denied again by team members of Team LUNATIX, just making sure that they run away far enough so that Zed isn't able to transfer his ult over to somebody else.
This is one of the risks of 1-1. Yes, the crossbow of Tang is a very powerful ultimate, but you need to have the mechanical ability and the decision making to really take full advantage of it. And when you're up against a team like LUNATIX who just has all the solutions they need, you can see exactly how that ended up. I feel like Zed only really got off at most 3 or 4 crossbow of Tangs the entire game.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get too much value out of it, but well done to, honestly, the Team LUNATIX. This is a great start, especially a great ending for them. Ending 2-0 is looking good, especially at this stage. It's only going to get better for them. But the question is whether or not it's going to last, because again, Team CARACAL, this is a very new lineup, right? I think it's expected of them, whether it's a win or whether it's a loss, we have a gauge of their power level. How are they going to face some of the more veteran teams here in the league?
I think that's going to be the big question, but I personally am really looking forward to it. I already felt like when watching the qualifiers, there's something special about the way that this team plays together. We've already seen it on the big stage. Now I want to see it against the big names of MPL MY. Speaking of the big names, let's see how that shifts up the group standings.
Yep. Currently in Group B, sitting with 3 total aggregate points. It's going to be the Team LUNATIX with a 2-0 game against Team CARACAL. But it doesn't mean that the rest of them in Group B don't have a chance. Red Esports just under them with 2 points, and Homeboys under Red Esports by 1.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because of this loss, Team CARACAL are going to be sitting at 4th place. Orange still at the bottom because they have yet to make their debut. That's also going to be a series to look forward to.
Oh, I'm curious to see how the end of this week is going to be looking like. Unfortunately, I won't be casting the final day, but I'm sure to see the results by the end of it. Some great teams, again, just a breath of fresh air starting off week 1.
I think this has just been a really exciting week 1 overall as well. Usually, you expect week 1 to be a little bit slow. Teams are still kind of feeling each other out. They want to play more safely, but I feel like we've seen some of the more exciting MPL games throughout MPL history just in today alone, and I am so excited and anticipating the rest of Season 10.
I would totally agree with you here. I've been through a lot of MPLs and none of them come out as outstanding as some of these plays. Most of the times it's usually, oh, we made a couple of mistakes. And yes, we did see a little bit of that, but not as consistently good as some of the players have played. But with that being said, they need you. Winners have been announced down below. It doesn't matter what platform you are on, wherever you are watching this stream, you can easily be able to win those prizes. So make sure you check your inbox in-game to see whether or not you have gotten your prizes here. And thank you once again to everybody who participated in it. Again, if you are coming here back tomorrow, don't forget to use that hashtag 10bersama and make sure you include your game ID as well as your server ID. Don't forget to come up with a creative comment supporting your favorite team.
I'm personally seeing a lot of LUNATIX supporters down here in the winners. Basically, all of them are LUNATIX supporters. And Jade's guy there is saying, will LUNATIX become the black horse of Season 10? Honestly, it's very possible.
Well, I don't know. The black horse could be anybody at this point, but it's time for a little segment we like to call Guess Who? Who is it this time? Oh my goodness,
wow.
Oh, I know exactly where this is from. Okay, hobbies and trivia, spinning a pen. Featured heroes Cho, Esmeralda, Fanny, and team name Team CARACAL. Is it Minzal, Rash, or Sino?
Looks like they've upped the difficulty a little bit. I felt like it was a little bit simple when they were using the headshots of the players that were...
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Like, we're also used to seeing the headshots of the players because we see them every single game. Now, they're actually taking a different photo, and I think I'm not quite caught up with the MPL meta right now. I don't know who this is.
I think this is Sino, straight up.
Really?
Straight up. I feel like I've seen this image somewhere, and I think, just me, this is his Season 7 photo of when he was with RSG at their gaming house. This is what I think it is. I'm not 100% sure.
Is there something special about this photo that production would choose to include it here?
Maybe, probably. I could be wrong here. Is it who I think it is? Absolutely. There we go. But it's not. It was definitely not a Season 7 photo. That's for sure. That background doesn't add up.
He is definitely spinning a pen, though. So it looks like the clues are on point right there. So if you couldn't recognize Sino, maybe some of you recognize the pen. Either way.
In the mosaic as well. With that being said, for all of you who felt a little disappointed, enjoy the participation award with the code below. For those who have the pride to guess who it actually was, still take the code down below. It's all fun and games here at the MPL, but we still have one more day happening tomorrow to go to wrap up this week.
I'm excited to see how things will go tomorrow. We've already seen a lot of these newer teams bring everything they have to the pitch. We still have a few more teams to make their debut on the MPL stage. So let's have a look at who is going to be going head-to-head tomorrow on Sunday.
Yep, it's going to be Group A and then Group B and Group B with THQ up against SMG for the very first match, CARACAL up against Red Esports the second, and Orange Esports versus the Homeboys for the final match of this week.
I'm not sure if I'm missing any teams, but I believe Orange Esports is the final team that has yet to play a game in this season. Gideon's nodding to me, so it looks like I am correct here. Yep, looking forward to seeing how they'll match up against the Homeboys, but all of these other matchups are really exciting as well. I'm especially interested to see how Team Hawk are going to play against Team SMG. These are two really high-level squads.
Yeah, honestly, that'll be a good limit testers here, and hopefully CARACAL can have a better showing up against Red Esports compared to today, because that was a hard defeat. They're gonna hit the drawing board, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger.
That's coming back stronger is going to be very important for all of these players, making sure that they don't allow these losses to get to them, to affect them mentally, because after all, there's going to be 8 weeks of the regular season, so standings will shift. Many things will happen, and we hope you all continue to stick with us throughout it all.
Well, that is going to be it for us here at the Casters Desk. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed it as much as we have. And tomorrow it's going to be Sadafa and a special somebody else to be taking the decks. With that being said, we'll see you guys tomorrow.